Hi everybody, it's me, Dr. Nick. Only the old head's gonna get that one. Let me post the link on Twitter. So I'm gonna roast the Spence fans tonight. Y'all give me a second. I was goody Abner Ortega, que lo que, maning? Haling, it's Jack, it's Danny Lopez, ya tú sabes, maning. Smokey the General, Edwin Castillo, Jump Tube, Simple Boy, Iron Kong. Ya tú sabes, manín. Vamos a hablar un tro de mierda de eso baboso. Eso mujercito que le encantan el Errol Spence Jr. Ya tú sabes lo que le gustan a ese muchacho. Ese muchacho un pájaro, por eso es que le gustan. Ese tipo un pajarito. Leo en Chile. While the beer is beering. You know, I spoke to Broadway Joel. Broadway Joel just so happens to be Dominican like me. I am older than him, much older by many centuries. Broadway Joel just so happens to be a Spence fan, and he's actually happy that the PBC is found a way to make that Thurman fight a reality. I noticed that there seemed to be a small contingent of individuals who still think of Keith Thurman as being little more than cannon fodder for today's hungry young welterweights, that Keith Thurman is a tune-up fight of sorts for anybody with a pulse at this point, because Keith Thurman is a fighter who has only fought once in the last 2 years, was beaten by a very old Manny Pacquiao, the same Manny Pacquiao that Jeff Horn was bullying and pushing around, gets dropped in the first round by Manny Pacquiao, who is approximately 40 years old. Yet in Broadway Joel's mind, this is an elite welterweight. Even after he sits out for 2 years without a fight, even after he goes the distance with a 140-pound fighter who just got knocked out. He just got knocked out by a 135-pounder. You're telling me that a little stumpy guy from Baltimore can knock out Mario Barrios, but Queef cannot? Ya tú sabes, manín, tú sabes, cook 'em. In great news, King Canelo hand is now healing well. Praise to the Canelo, for it is right to praise him. Raise your beer to Canelo Alvarez, a hero. On this fine day, we salute Canelo Alvarez, one of the greatest boxers the country of Mexico has ever produced. But yeah, yo, I'm talking to these guys, and I'm like, something must be wrong with you. You have no concept of time? You must not have no concept of time. You must be thinking about Keith Thurman from 2016. And even then, he wasn't a very active fighter. Most people don't remember that the only fight that he had the year of the Porter fight was the Porter fight. This dude been quasi-retired. The only fight that he had the following year, he only had one fight, the Danny Garcia fight. Takes 2 years off, comes back, goes life or death with Josecito Lopez, Riverside Rocky, loses to a 40-year-old Manny Pacquiao, takes 2 years off again. Does a whole bunch of videos that ain't about shit, talking about people that he ain't gonna fight. pretends that he never heard of Jaron Boots Ennis. Yeah, fucking right, bro. Yeah, right. Yeah, I mean, you got a lot of motherfucking nerve doing that shit. Did you hear that Keith? Yeah. I heard about all that bullshit. That's what I'm talking about. And I got the next episode of the relay is done. I'm going to upload it after this live, but I want to cook these guys. I really want to cook these guys. I want to hurt their feelings. I want to make them feel dumb. I want to make them hate me. I want to use that hate to boost my metrics and put even more money in my pocket. That's what I want to do. And if you're running around here in 2022 and you think that Keith Thurman is an elite fighter, I hate to break the news to you, but something is wrong with you. What the fuck about Keith Thurman in the last 2 years communicates eliticism? What? David Avanesian don't go to distance with no motherfucking Mario Barrios. No elite welterweight, not even a solid welterweight. Forget elite. Solid welterweights dispatch Mario Barrios. You watch Keith go 12 rounds with him, and that doesn't strike you as odd? You know what I'm saying? Oh, Dirty in the building. I'm going to go check it out, Base. Shout out to La Spicy, the Capricorn sister. Y'all already know. Truth be told, the people who want the Crawford fight to happen the least just so happen to be the people that are most vocal about it. They pretend that they want that fight, but underneath it all, they're nervous wrecks. I exhibit the confidence of a king and warrior because I am confident that the Omaha, Nebraska native crushes the filth of Errol Spence Jr., the slut. Right now, as we speak, Clarissa Shields, Franchon Cruz, Alicia Baumgartner, and Amandia Serrano are in Puerto Rico at the WBO convention. You know what I'm saying? Very nice images coming out of Puerto Rico. Marco, que lo que, manín? One time, baby, one time, man. It's some bullshit. You motherfucking right, yo. Motherfuckers do not know the ball from the bounce. They don't. If you think Keith Thurman is an elite welterweight here today, what kind of fucking elite welterweight keeps a schedule like that? Elite welterweights lose to a 40-year-old Manny Pacquiao? And bear in mind, that was 2 years ago. Oh, man. Let me turn some music on, man. We just gonna vibe, man. I'm gonna let the beer do what the beer does. Let the beer do what the beer does. You know what I'm saying? Elite welterweights lose to Manny Pacquiao 2 years ago. Elite welterweights go to distance with Mario Barrios. What would you say if Terence Crawford went the distance with Mario Barrios? What would you say? What would you say if here today Crawford went 12 rounds with that clown? What would you say if here today Crawford went 12 rounds with that clown? Yeah, man. These guys is a trip, man. But underneath it all, the people who want this fight the least are the ones who keep talking about it. They don't want Errol to fight Crawford, bro. They want Crawford to be 36 and 37 years old before that fight happened. That's why they cool with all this in-between bullshit. If you ain't fed up with this shit already, it's because you never wanted this fight. Motherfuckers should be fed up already. Motherfuckers should be tired of that shit, yo. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean. Yeah, I mean. Let me advertise a little bit. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? I know that we got a few things in common, Joel. It's one thing we don't. I know Thurman sucks. You pretending that you don't know that, or you don't know that. But neither. Good for you. I don't even know if I'm on beat because I know there's a delay. But on some real shit, y'all. How could anybody here today that follows the sport of boxing, how could anyone think that Thurman is anything other than cannon fodder? He's cannon fodder for Virgil Ortiz. He's cannon fodder for Jaron Boots Ennis. He's cannon fodder for Raymond Castanionis. I don't think he could hold back Radzak Butaev. Why? You couldn't put away a fucking 140-pound fighter. You couldn't put him away. So you gonna deal with them? Nah. I tell ya. While the Ronies is ronin. Facts. They relieved. Yo, I'm trying to tell you, QT. You know what I'm saying? We here to roast these Spence fans, man. Fuck them. If you an Errol Spence fan, then fuck you too. Al Haymon, fuck you too. Sam Watson, all of y'all, fuck you too. My fofo make sure all y'all pay-per-views don't grow. You motherfuckers can't be us or see us. Some real shit though, man. Like, if you can't see that, y'all don't even want to talk boxing with you, man. What do you think Thurman to be out? Who Thurman beat? Who can Thurman beat? Who can Thurman beat? Does he beat Boots? Does he beat Virgil Ortiz? I don't even think he beat Conor Ben. I don't think he beats. No, I don't. I literally don't think he beats Conor Ben. What you want me to say? Motherfucker go 12 rounds of Mario Barrios. Yo, if Terence Crawford went 12 rounds of Mario Barrios, what you think Sunday morning? What you think they would be saying? But Keith could do that though. And you gonna sit here and talk boxing to me. Karma, I swear to God. Karma is the only person in Texas that gets a pass. La única. Other than that, the state of Texas, y'all need to get it together. Y'all fighters. They acting really fucking weird. Charlo's acting weird. Errol's acting weird. Call him, Karma. Get it together. All right? The fuck would people say if Virgil Ortiz went 12 rounds with Mario Barrios? What would they say if Jaron Boots Ennis went 12 rounds with Mario Barrios? What would people say? Terence Crawford, could you imagine? Thankfully, Terence has literally stopped every welterweight that he fought since he got the welterweight. While you got Danny Garcia going 12 rounds with Ivan Rekhatch. 12 rounds with Ivan Rekhatch. Keith Thurman going 12 rounds with Mario Barrios. And y'all want to look at Bud funny. Y'all motherfuckers, something wrong with y'all. That's not even cap. Like, yo, something gotta be wrong. You watched Danny Garcia in 2019 go 12 rounds with a dude that John Molina stopped at 140. John Molina stopped that man. He stopped that man. Motherfucking Mario Barrios got a gift against the Russian guy. Got knocked out by Javante. So he could go 12 with Keith because of how elite Keith is? Really? I don't know what's wrong with y'all. I'm gonna have to give your doctor a call. Psychiatrist, you need the shit. Something ain't right. You ain't too bright. I don't even know if that shit was on beat because sometimes it's a lag and it don't line up right in real time. Motherfuckers really running around here trying to act like Keith Thurman is a... Like, man, you don't get the fuck out of here. Yo, how is it that people link their Twitter to their YouTube? Because I would like to live stream it on YouTube. I want to make people mad as possible so the metrics go up. And I don't know how to link my Twitter to my YouTube. I'm talking shit and you can blow a dick. If you don't agree with it, I'm sorry. Some real shit, yo. Motherfuckers really running around here like it's 2015, 2016, talking about some Keith Thurman. Keith Thurman? Bruh, you lost to a 40-year-old Manny Pacquiao that got bullied by Jeff Horn. Jeff Horn was bullying that man. Motherfucking, not only did Manny drop you, in the middle of the fight, he stopped, does an Ali shuffle. 40-year-old Manny Pacquiao. You're one of the few dudes I've ever seen that was in a passing of the torch fight and dropped the fucking torch. That's incredible, bro. That's incredible, bro. Yo, y'all think Jaron Boots Ennis would have beat that Manny Pacquiao? Do y'all think Terence Crawford would have beat that Manny Pacquiao? You know what's funny? When Bob Arum was pushing for the Pacquiao fight in 2016, there's a quote from Freddie Roach that says, Bob Arum is pushing for that fight, and it concerns me. He wasn't concerned with Keith Thurman. They actually asked for Keith Thurman. He wasn't concerned with Keith, but he was concerned with Bud because Bud is that dude. And it's getting to the point to where I don't think Errol can ever beat this man. Because it's like, yo, you real scary, yo. Like, I can't even believe how shamelessly scary you are, bro. Shit. I don't know. We gonna see. I don't know. I don't motherfucking know. You don't hear me saying no extra shit about Loma, do you? No, you don't hear me. Because I'm like, yo, it's been a year since you fought. Before I say anything about you and Devin, I need to know what you look like with Jermaine Ortiz. I ain't saying no fly shit. Yeah, but that's because by the time Ugas fought that Pacquiao had not fought in 2 years. Motherfuckers want credit for the lamest shit. Like the super duper lamest shit. That dude fought a 42-year-old man that had not fought in 2 years. This is how great Juan Manuel Marquez was. He fought a prime Pacquiao and slept that man. So that these guys, like 7-8 years later, they could win decisions against an older, less active Manny Pacquiao. And you think you deserve credit for that? Shit is pathetic, bro. That shit is pathetic. That shit pathetic, yo. That's like when George Foreman fought Shannon Briggs. It was like, yo, it was competitive, bro. He ain't look like no old man. That shit was competitive. They gave it to Shannon, though. But it was like, yo, you know what I mean? Now, you got a motherfucker can't put away Pacquiao. Pacquiao had been knocked out 2 times already, at least 2 times already. He was knocked out very early in his career. I forgot the guy's name. It's a lot of letters in that shit. One of them guys from Thailand. Other one that knocked him out, we all know. Marquez. You know what I mean? I'm saying he was closer to his prime when he fought Marquez than when he fought Ugas. Can you agree to that? I ain't even going to say he was in his prime. I'm saying he was closer to his prime when he fought Marquez than he was when he fought Ugas. Would you agree? Rustico to the campo! I'm trying to tell y'all, man. Can't fuck with me when it comes to this shit, yo. I'm going to hurt y'all feelings. I'm going to make y'all talk about me in spaces. It's going to be secret chats you're going to be a part of. You're going to bring my name up. Because you're mad at me. You can't fuck with me, though. Can't fuck with me, though. You can be mad at me. You can't fuck with me. Can't fuck with me. Can't fuck with me. My man Sawal. I'm bored, Jules. I'm bored. PBC bored. The dog shit out. Talk about it. Saving grace in a silver lining is we got great fights coming. Sonny Edwards versus Felix Alvarado is a great fight. You see what I mean? That's a great fight. That's a real good stylistic clash. Hiroto Kaguchi, the unification match he about to have. That's a great fight. My man, the monster from Japan, Naoya Inoue, he about to fight Paul Butler for the undisputed beauty. He about to do that. The homie Jessica McCaskill about to take on the other homie, Chantel Cameron. I love them both. I can't even pick. I don't want to. Love them both. Wish they wasn't fighting, but they fighting. It is what it is. See what I mean? The homie Katie Taylor getting back out there this weekend. The homie Ellie Scottney of Crawford. She getting out there. She about to have a little fight. Good fight with Mary Romero of Spain. It's good fights happening. If a motherfucker act sad that Crawford and Spence ain't happening, oh, you not a boxing fan. Because if you a boxing fan, it's mad shit going on. Lomachenko is coming back this weekend. Lomachenko. See what I mean? Might win. Might lose. But you got something to watch. Motherfucking Zepeda is fighting Jojo Diaz. I got Zepeda in that fight. I don't think Jojo has the firepower to keep Zepeda off of him, and I don't think he has the style for that fight. I think Zepeda is too strong. I think Jojo Diaz's style feeds into Zepeda's style. So I got Zepeda. But it's a good fight. Golden Boy Promotions. Roberto Diaz. Michelada time to Roberto. Corona time at my house. Pa que lo sepa. You know what I mean? Got the Prograis fight. My man Regis Prograrius. He about to fight Jose Zapata. John. There's no reason for boxing fans to be upset. There's plenty of fights. Really good fights. Not even regular fights. They're good fights. Bivol versus Ramirez is a good fight. You know what I mean? Salud, ya tu sabes, manín. Y'all keep bringing up Spence going 12 with Mikey. Mikey wasn't in there to survive. Team literally celebrated going the distance. Corey, let me tell you something, Corey. Real quick, bro. Tell you something. Motherfucking Spence, out his own mouth at the press conference, said he tried to knock Mikey out 2 times throughout the course of that fight. He said that, not me, not the content creator, not the guy on YouTube. Spence said that. He tried to knock him out 2 times. He couldn't knock him out. What you want me to say? He couldn't even knock him down. Rocky Martinez knocked him down. Rocky Martinez knocked down Mikey Garcia. Spence didn't, though. What you want me to say? Mikey Garcia was coming off a 135-pound title fight against Robert Easter before the Spence fight. He came straight from 135 to 147. Spence didn't do to Mikey what Golovkin did to Brook. Spence didn't do to Mikey what Canelo did to Khan. Spence didn't do to Mikey what Lomachenko did to Rigo. So what that say about Spence? What that say? You got a low-ass dude like that. That low-ass dude ain't supposed to see the 12th round. That's not how that's supposed to go. You supposed to kill that. Spence and Bud will happen when you hit 1 million subs. It will happen. We just don't know when. Yeah, all right. Don't hold your breath, bro. I don't want nothing to happen to you. Don't hold your breath. When you got a low-ass man like that, Amir Khan jumped 2 weight classes for Canelo. Got knocked the fuck out. Kell Brook jumped 2 weight classes for Golovkin. Motherfucker got stopped. Rigo jumped 2 weight classes for Lomachenko and quit. Motherfucker quit. Mikey go the distance with Errol, though. Errol threw well over 300 punches. Landed about 365, 367 punches. He couldn't stop Mikey. Couldn't drop Mikey. It is what it is. What you want? You want me to be impressed with that? If Errol, after the fight, in the post-fight press conference said that I tried to stop him 2 times. I believe once he said was in the 4th and then again in the 8th. He said, I couldn't get him out of there. I tried. I couldn't get him out of there. That's what he said. Why you trying to sell me a dream if he said that? And then I know what it becomes. I know what the conversation becomes. Then it becomes, oh, I got to get the video and screen record it and play it back because with you guys, we got to be childish. We got to act like little kids. You're going to pretend you didn't hear that and you're going to pretend you didn't know that he was trying to knock Mikey out. He just couldn't. He was trying to knock him out. He said he was trying to knock him out. He said that after the fight. You know what I'm saying? He said that, not me. That's not some shit that I created. That ain't me connecting the dots. He said that motherfucking shit. He tried to knock that man out 2 times in that fight. Couldn't knock him out. But I'm supposed to believe he knocked out Crawford. Even you don't believe that shit. Crawford smokes that dude like a pack of cools. Shout out to Omaha, Nebraska, and Letitia Crawford, the sister of Terence Crawford. She funny as shit. Follow her on Twitter. She be making y'all look dumb. You know what she said the other day? She said, y'all motherfuckers need to get some pussy and release some stress. That's what she said. Because it's true. Y'all on that motherfucking dick, man. I hope Errol paying y'all to be on his dick like that. I just hope y'all getting something out of that shit. That's all I'm saying. Can we just be honest and say that Spence is overrated? Crawford will dog walk Spence. Keep up the great work, Jules. I want to thank Al Haymon. I want to thank Al Haymon too. Shout out to Al Haymon. Praise the Haymon, for it is right to praise him. Keith Thurman is just Spence before Spence. Like I said on Twitter, when it's strap season, talk about it, my man Chris Price. Talk about it. That's exactly what it is. They say you either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Keith Thurman and Errol Spence are on a similar path. Remember that Keith Thurman didn't want to give Spence a fight? And now Spence don't want to give Keith a fight. Remember that Keith Thurman used to be all right? People used to be high on him, and now they not? Same shit with Errol. That fan base ain't that big, that Errol Spence fan base, because if it was, that motherfucking Spence versus Ugas fight would have at least did 300,000 buys, and it didn't. And it didn't. The beer is beering. Ring, I'm betting on Bud if that fight happens. I'm with you, Corey, because I'm betting on Bud. Bud makes me proud to be an American, right? Make me proud. Handling his shit, got his guns, beat people up, knock all these welterweights out. Motherfuckers get nervous around Bud, man. You got that energy, that Achilles energy, that fucking warrior energy, you know what I'm saying? It's a motherfucking dude, bro, right? Motherfuckers don't appreciate good fighters. That's a great motherfucking fighter. Motherfuckers need to appreciate that shit. It's not a lot of those. Terence Crawford is a great, great man. And you motherfuckers gonna find out when Errol Spence finds his balls. I don't know if he ever gonna find them, but we'll see. We'll see. Motherfucker told me earlier today, some motherfucker. What the fuck was he talking about? He motherfucker was talking about the Sean Porter fight. Motherfuckers got all these excuses for the Sean Porter fight. This and that. Listen, motherfucker. I know my story didn't change in 2.5 years. Leading up to that fight, I said, my videos is up. I don't lie about shit because I believe that lying weakens the soul. I don't lie about shit. His video's up. Don't believe me? Search him. Put Terence Crawford versus Sean Porter in the search bar. You're going to see. For 2 to 3 years leading up to that fight, I've been saying the same thing. Leading up to that fight, Terence Crawford will be the first man to stop Sean Porter. He will be the only man to stop Sean Porter. You will see, leading up to the Spence fight, that I said, Errol talking about he going to knock Sean out. Errol promised a knockout. Most people don't remember that. He promised a knockout. What did I say? This motherfucker couldn't drop Mikey. He going to knock out Sean? Hell no. He going to win on points. He going to struggle, but he'll win on points. And that's what the fuck he did. Motherfucker promised to knock out my man. I just saw you go 12 rounds with Mikey Garcia, the lightweight. You gonna knock out Sean? Sean got one of the best chins in this whole era of welterweights. Sean Porter. Shout out to Sean Porter. Shout out to Sean Porter's wardrobe. Right? Y'all motherfuckers don't know the ball from the bounce. Right? I said, Terence is gonna be the first man to stop Sean Porter. I said, Danny Garcia is a tune-up fight. I said, Danny is a tune-up fight. While motherfuckers sitting around wondering and trying to make Danny sound like this and that, I said, man, Danny ain't going to do shit. Danny going to get out work because he always lets the other guy lead. He always, since he's trying to work off the counter, he always waits for the other guy to initiate. And the reason that's not a good idea for him is because your feet are heavy, you're not that fast, and you're always going to be a step behind the other guy if you do that. You got to take the bull by the horns and take the fight to the guy. He don't do that. He work off the counter and let the other guy lead the dance. And that's why he lost to Keith Thurman, lost to Sean Porter, lost to motherfucking Errol Spence, right? I said he a tune-up fight. Danny Garcia don't go 12 rounds with Jaron Boots Ennis. No. He gets stopped. Virgil stops him too. Virgil Ortiz from Grand Prairie, Texas. Virgil stops him, yes. All right? I'm not sure that Danny beats a Montestanionis. I've said that before. I'm not sure that Danny beats Mean Machine. Y'all seen what Mean Machine did to the big kid, the tall kid that I interviewed, Mikhail Fox. I said that Mean Machine is not a bad fighter. That's a 2-time Olympian. You can't be a 2-time Olympian and be some bum. It's hard to get into the Olympics. It's very hard. You got to fight a lot of motherfucking fights before you even get to that point. I said that's a bad dude. And I'm telling y'all, I don't know if Danny could beat that dude. I would love to see it. But I don't know. I don't know. No, I don't know. All right. Trying to tell y'all some shit. Y'all motherfuckers gonna understand me. You gonna understand me? Gotta advertise. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Liza. Liza the incomparable. Liza the immortal. Roasting these motherfuckers. I would have loved for Canelo to take the Spence fight just so that he could crush that motherfucker. Because he would have crushed him. The only reason they put Spence on the table was as a cash out fight. They was ready to cash him out against Canelo Alvarez. That's what that was. That's what that was. And you literally have your Errol would have beat him. Ooh, I don't have a word for how stupid you are. I don't have a word for that shit. That's not a motherfucking word. These days, all should be behind a few guys like Bud and Inouye, etc., that are willing to fight anyone. I agree. There go Liza. Was goody Liza. You know what I'm saying? Terence Crawford is a great, great man. You know, I would interview the guy, but I don't really got a lot to say. So, you know what I mean? Like, I would reach out for an interview, like, yo, you know what I mean? Come chop it up with the fans or whatever, Q&A. Big supporters of you for many, many years. But I don't really got a lot to say. What I'm going to say to Bud is going to sound like what I'm saying to you. Like, man, why Errol so scared of you, man? Shit, that man is terrified. He probably check under the bed at night for Bud. Horsework, hello, you know what I'm saying? Y'all already know. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers is mad at Canelo. That's another weird thing. Motherfuckers really decided one day we just gonna hate Canelo, who fights more champions than everybody, who fights more often than everybody, and they high on a bunch of motherfuckers that fight once a year against nobodies. That's how I know you not no boxing fan, bro. Like, you not no fan of this sport. How the fuck could you be a fan of this sport supporting those guys? Them guys barely even fight. Jamal ain't fought this year. Andre ain't fought this year. Benavidez fought once against Lemieux. And you telling me this is the shit that you a fan of? This is the shit? Y'all motherfuckers, man. Fuck a lot of y'all. Piece of shit. Don't pay for shit. I know you don't. Fire stick ass motherfucker. Free stream, crack stream ass motherfucker. I know what the fuck y'all doing. I don't even know, QT, to be honest. Who is Jermall Charlo? A motherfucker that didn't pay his tab at the diner. That's who Jermall Charlo is. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers gonna understand. Now I'm about to open up the chat to the panel. Spence is not from Texas, bro. Let me get that right out the way. Spence is not from Texas, all right? Neither are the Charlo brothers, matter of fact. They not really from Texas. Not really. Because I heard Texas get it in, but they don't. I heard Texas is live. I heard it get wild for the night in Texas, but not them. Not them. You know what I'm saying? Big up Texas, because one day I want to move there. Specifically, I don't know where. Shit, I should move to Grand Prairie, Texas. The Prairie is grand. See what I mean? The Prairie is grand. Grand Prairie, Texas. So how long until the WBA strips Spence if he doesn't fight Stanionis? Well, that depends on how much pressure is being applied by Richard Schaefer. Because in a situation like that where you want to get your fighter the title shot, it's up to you to apply pressure and make the phone calls and petition and do the paperwork. All of that stuff has to come from Stanionis' team. See, we already got like 10 people in the background. All of that, it's just like, for an example, remember when Ryabinski was petitioning the WBA for Povetkin's title shot? He was on the phone with them applying a lot of pressure all the time. Like, yo, I'm trying to get my guy a title shot, fam. Like, I ain't just going to be chilling. And I don't see pressure from Richard Schaefer. Like, nah, I don't see pressure. It looked like you damn near don't even want to get him the title shot, because by now you should know, okay, Errol is not fighting Crawford. All right, then we need our title shot or we need that belt. It's one or the other, bro. We was willing to step aside to let you fight Bud. But if you not fighting Bud, what the fuck I'm going to be waiting around here for? I fought once this whole motherfucking year. I'm going to be waiting around. I'm telling you. The pressure to make that happen legitimately is supposed to come from Richard Schaefer, because he's Stanionis' promoter. So if you want your guy to fight for a belt, or if you really, really trying to get your guy a belt, well, that's how that's supposed to go. You supposed to do for Stanionis what Rybinski did for Povetkin. That's what you supposed to do. And I don't see them doing that. Just being real. We got 10 people on the chat.
What's goody, Jules?
I'm gonna need y'all to delegate because sometimes we have too many people talking.
Thank you, Al Haymon.
What's goody, you guys?
I just
God bless you, Al Haymon.
Thank you, Al Haymon.
Gracias, Al Haymon. Find that picture.
I want all of y'all. All right, I'm gonna go around the board one at a time. I'm gonna start with Country. Country, say something mean about the Spence fans. Say something mad, something that hurt their feelings. Go.
The Spence fans, man, are a bunch of whiny little bitches that can't handle the truth, and all they do is get mad and cry every time you say something about them. They gotta come rush to the aid of defense, man. Their balls are in Spence's purse.
Drew, as quickly as you can, say something derogatory about the Spence fans.
Spence fans are jealous because I fuck the kind of girls that forklift operators follow on Titty Tuesday.
Kill my Ray Jack. That old dry dick motherfucker. Yo, let me say something. Stop trying to get ass off of girls on Twitter. None of them girls is gonna fuck you, bro. Like, seriously. None of them girls is gonna hop in a car and pay gas and tolls to fuck with a motherfucker that look like you. I'm just being real. Just being honest.
And the funny shit is, Jules, that video he likes to share of me working out with my boxing trainer 2 years ago. Like, who saves a video of another grown man working out?
I'm gonna tell you, Drew. I'm gonna tell you who. A motherfucker that don't get no pussy. Let me go over to my man Leo. Leo, say something about the Spence fans.
I think there is a quick way to find out who is a Spence fight and who isn't. You put the guy and you give him a bubble gum. If he can walk and chew at the same time, it's not a Spence fight. It's not a Spence fight. Not at all. It can be.
You know what I'm saying? That's good. That's a good test. I'm going to try that. Michael, what do you have to say about the Spence fans?
Man, they're a bunch of dumbass retards, man. They can't even listen to logic. If you actually talk about the boxing with them, the only good thing they can say about Spence is that he punches a lot. That's the only thing they actually have to argue about in the boxing when it comes to Crawford versus. That's it. They don't have anything else, man. They're a bunch of retarded Earl sexual faggots. That's it.
Ooh, don't get me in trouble. Villain, what do you have to say to the Spence fans?
Most disappointing thing dealing with Spence fan is that they don't live in reality. Also, I've never seen anybody who actively will root against the idea of their hero to fight the best talent out there. So if you actively root for any team that wants to avoid conflict, that makes you a punk bitch.
Punk bitches. Candace from my neck of the woods, Candace, what do you have to say to the Errol Spence fans?
I'm gonna say this: between them and maybe the Wilder fuckboy nation, I don't know which fan is the most delusional.
They're the same people.
It's the same people. It is.
They just transitioned over from Wilder to Spence after Wilder lost.
That's it. Yeah, after Wilder lost, that's where the majority of Wilder's fans went.
I be wanting to tell the Earl. I'd be like, every time I be hearing the talk, I say, you must be trying out the new Listerine mouthwash called Spence's balls, because you motherfuckers be gargling on them all the time.
They're gargling on. They are gargling. They are gargling the ball sack. Let's go to Julio. In the Midwest. No, the Southwest. Julio, what do you have to say about the Spence fans?
Spence fans definitely kiss their fathers on the mouth, and they tweet the race car back.
Wait. You guys are telling me that Wilder is like Rock Nation and Spence is like Showtime? Something like that?
It's something like that. Something like that.
Real quick to interrupt, Jules, you want to laugh some more? Look what Ryan Garcia just tweeted.
The fight ain't happening pretty much, right? Let me guess. I'm about to go look.
I already know it's not.
He cited his mental health.
No, he did not. No, he did not.
I already know that fight is not happening, bro. Drew, what have I been saying the whole year? What have I been saying? That shit is not gonna happen, bro.
Wait, is this a YouTube video?
No, he tweeted. Look, he put a mental health thing in his tweet.
Hey, Jules, El Negro Rambone says Spence fans got double jointed jawbones.
Spence fans don't have no gag reflex, bro. They don't got no gag reflex.
They just swallowed that shit whole.
No, I didn't finish. Now, first, let me read the super chat. Shout out to Dead, no Twitter gang. Shout out to Drew. Shout out to my man Drew. Ryan Garcia just tweeted his feelings about Tank.
Oh Lord.
And we gonna get to that. Let me go to JBN. JBN, let's talk about Spence. What do you got to say to his fans, man? What's wrong with these guys?
Man, this was they're a bunch of fucking Brokeback Mountain motherfuckers. Like, bro, they say the most and they don't pay for shit, bro. That's the one thing that pisses me off about all these PBC fans. They be saying the most, they think they know the most, but they don't pay for shit. They some Brokeback Mountain looking ass motherfuckers.
All right. Let me go to my man Jay. Jay, what you got to say about these Spence fans, man? What the fuck is going on?
Y'all can hear me, right?
I can hear you, but what you got to say, though?
What I got to say? Does anybody remember the movie Undercover Brother?
I remember that movie.
You remember how Eddie Griffin pulled out the fatty and he was demonstrating to the white chick and he was saying like it's long and then she started boning like she was taking it up the ass?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no.
That's Suspense fans to me. Like,
Oh, no.
Suspense fans, that's
like whenever they see him throw,
No.
Yeah, because
but only they're dreaming at Spence.
you know what the shit was? This is the thing, right? I remember nobody say nothing. I remember the Maypac era, and I remember the Felix Trinidad, Oscar De La Hoya era, and I remember many eras of boxing because I'm very old. And one thing, regardless of who you were a fan of, what you wanted was a fight. That's what you wanted. You know, there was nobody making excuses that Oscar should have to fight A, B, C, and D before a Trinidad fight. There was none of the fans was saying that shit. And it was the same throughout up until this recent era where people feel that, oh, Bud had to jump through all these hoops and Errol did all the heavy lifting. Bullshit, bro. The same guys that Errol fought is the same guys that Bud made offers to. You say that he fought Danny? Bud offered Danny a fight before Errol even fought him.
Yes, he did.
He made an offer to Keith Thurman before we got here to this point where he a mandatory supposedly.
Jules,
do these fans?
How much did Manny want to fight him? How much?
40 mil.
Say it again.
40 mil.
Mm-hmm. Do these fans not realize when they talk about how great Errol Spence has been at 147? Do they realize that Bud does not have the capacity to fight all these quote unquote killers that Errol has gone against, the Garcia?
But what Spence. Killers has he actually fought?
Well, no, I'm saying quote unquote killers. What I'm saying is that Bud would fight all those guys. He doesn't have access because Al is not going to allow Bud to fight those guys. I truly believe like the PBC and Al Haymon are trying and have been punishing Bud Crawford since he got into 147. It has been their agenda from day one.
I agree with that because you literally have Danny Garcia's father circa 2019. He's talking to, I believe it's Little Giant Boxing. I believe it was Little Giant. I'm not sure, but I believe it was Little Giant. I'll reference the video. I'll screen record it and bring it back up in an episode of The Relay. You literally had Angel Garcia. Why are you worrying about PBC fighter? Go fight your mandatory. And at this time, while he's saying this, I shit you not, Danny Garcia was ranked at #1 by way of the WBO.
Oh, no way.
Man, that was one of the biggest ducks of the year.
Bro, he was talking so much fly shit. A lot of the shit he said aggravated me. It aggravated me, Angel Garcia, because he said some low-key shit in 2017, 2016. I ain't like that shit. He says, and I ain't gonna repeat it, but I didn't like that shit.
I know what you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about, Jay. You know what I'm talking about.
Was it him that slapped Fred Hawthorne? Was it him? Oh no, it was Kenny.
No, that was Kenny. That was Kenny. Shout out to Kenny, who I think is a great father. I think he's a great father.
Kenny and Bill Haney.
Y'all know what the sad thing
Bill's
is?
a good father.
Like how Danny never got mandated to fight, but
you see what I mean? And what I'm saying, is, I remember when Bud was still at 40, and then he was just talking hella shit. You saying mad shit, my guy. So that when he get to 47, your daddy could be on camera. Why he worrying about PBC fighter?
Well, they offered Danny $3 million plus pay-per-view upside,
exactly.
And he went to go fight Adrien Granados instead.
Yeah.
Can I ask you something, Jules, real quick?
Go ahead.
I don't know if I heard you speak on it. What was the point of that leaked Spence audio, and who do you think did it, and why?
I was gonna ask you that. Like, who?
I'm gonna tell you what I believe, because I'm not into making people. I'm not into misleading people. You want my honest opinion? That was the appetizer for what you about to get. That is misdirection. They want you to believe that Errol wants Bud, when in reality they knew the whole time it was gonna be Thurman. But they want misdirection. You got garbled audio where you hear Errol say, "Oh, I don't want Thurman," so that when he end up fighting him, you like, "Oh, you can't blame Errol for that. He didn't want that." Bullshit, my guy. It's only so many ways this audio can get out here, and Errol don't know about it. Who leaked it?
Yeah, and he don't want Thurman fight Boots.
Can I ask y'all something right quick? Like, I'm sure y'all heard the recording. Can anybody understand what the fuck Earl was saying in that? Because I couldn't.
I didn't understand.
Look, I understood. Listen, Jay, hold up. Let me chant the shit. Look, I got a unique set of skills, and I will use them to find you and kill you. But, I understood. But you have to understand that timing is everything. I tell you guys this all the time, because if you don't learn nothing else from Ring IQ, what I want you to learn is timing is everything. That garbled audio came out right before the WBC is about to order what?
Thurman Spence.
They want you to believe that Errol, no, I don't want that fight, so that you don't blame him when it happens.
Jules, when that fiasco with the WBC moving Virgil down and bringing Keith up, didn't you do a video saying that was going to happen?
Yes, I did.
Why else?
And let me tell you one motherfucking thing, right? Virgil Ortiz versus Errol Spence Jr. is a way bigger fight than Thurman versus Spence, by far and wide.
Oh yeah.
That's the reality. Thurman has no marquee value, but if it were Virgil Ortiz from Grand Prairie, Texas, right, and Errol Spence Jr. from DeSoto, Texas, the state of Texas would show up for that fight. And instead of just letting that happen because you believe in your fighter, instead of just letting that happen naturally and organically, no, you move this fucking hype job up to number one because it's a safer fight for Errol. It's a safer fight.
Yeah, there had to be.
Is it crazy to say that Ortiz and Spence in Texas can do more than the pay-per-view than Mikey?
Absolutely. But you know why, Drew? Because this is different than the Mikey Garcia fight. This is different than that fight. This is different than that fight because Virgil actually stands a good chance of winning this fight.
Yeah, he's not a blown-up lightweight.
Not a blown-up lightweight who's coming up from 135.
There had to be an agenda. There had to be an agenda to move up Thurman. You figure Al knows that he can pay Thurman a lot less money. He can control the fight. He already knows it's predetermined that Spence is going to win it. It's going to make Spence look like he's out there doing his quote-unquote best job. They don't have to pay any rights to Virgil or anybody else involved. It's just another way. It's just another way to keep the fight in PBC, to do it cheap, and to appear to that shitty fan base of theirs that they're doing everything they can to produce a good product.
Villain, it's the same agenda that kept Wilder at number one.
I'm trying to tell you exactly. Like Drew understands that basically what they avoid by making Thurman number one is if Virgil were number one, and I firmly believe, I like the Virgil kid, but not because I like him. I firmly believe he likes his chances against Errol. He wants that fight. And if he were the mandatory instead of Thurman, he would have some leverage in the situation to where, look, if we don't reach a deal, this goes to first bid. If it goes to purse bid, now you end up in a bidding war that DAZN will back. DAZN would back that one. Like, DAZN doesn't back every fight that goes to a purse bid, for example. Like Andre versus Zach Parker, they wasn't that invested in that bullshit. Like, bro, this dude ain't been getting nothing for us. But if you talking about a Spence versus Virgil Ortiz fight, the problem for PBC is even if they win the purse bid, now putting on the show as a result of the purse bid is more expensive. Think about Fury versus White. Initially, Frank Warren priced the fight at $25 million. But in order to win the bid, it ended up being $41 million, okay? It's that kind of situation that the PBC wants to avoid, to where we don't want to get into a bidding war with anybody, because even if we win the bid, the fight is riskier to put on. We have to end up paying out more money just to keep the rights if it goes to a purse bid. So how do we circumvent that? We move one of our guys. We give the WBC some money in a brown paper bag to move one of our guys to number one so that it stays in-house, no purse bid, no problem.
And again, you have to look at it from the vantage point of Spence too. Does Spence want to fight a guy who's got obvious power? He's got age on his sides.
Size.
He's beating better fighters. Or do you want a guy who's sitting in the middle of a park playing a piccolo, who's fighting once every like 2.5 years, who clearly can't beat 140 pounders? Who the fuck do you think he wants to fight? Of course, Uncle Al's going to sell Thurman down the river.
And you can tell that Virgil wants the Spence fight because he's going the WBA route and he's not going the WBO route.
Exactly.
Even though he's playing higher.
Let me say this, nobody say nothing. I don't believe, I look at the kid and I'm like, I don't believe that he's afraid of Terence Crawford. I don't believe that. But I see what his handlers are doing, and they're not moving in the direction of the brown belt. They're moving in the direction of the WBA title. So what that tells me is they want Spence. You're not pursuing Stanionis for the sake of fighting Stanionis. No. Stanionis is a segue to who? To Spence.
Spence. Brokeback Mountain.
The question is Keith Thurman versus Errol Spence going to be on pay-per-view? If it is,
bro,
is Keith Thurman gonna have a guarantee?
No.
Maybe. No, he will. No.
Oh, good one, Leo.
No. Listen to me, Leo.
Leo, the chess master.
I fuck with Leo because he come from the same mountains that half of me comes from. The Andes.
Freestyling Leo, bro. Leo.
It's knowledge in them mountains. Besides the point, Thurman is going to get a guarantee. It'll probably be to the tune of $1 million to $2 million, the same as the Sean Porter guarantee. And I want y'all to pay attention to that. Pay attention to that and bring it up regularly. That if that fight gets made and Thurman has a guarantee, you tell me why you couldn't guarantee Bud at least. Whatever you guarantee in Thurman, why you couldn't guarantee Bud that?
Because they don't want Bud to fight him. That's why you know it, I know it, the panel knows it. Half of China knows it, for God's sakes.
Exactly. Now let me read the super chat. At this point, even if Bud were to get those other fights, most of them are finished and would just come out with a bunch of excuses from the haters, the same as the Sean Porter thing. There were people, I remember immediately after the Spence versus Porter fight, which I admit all the time was a thoroughly entertaining fight. It was a great fight to watch. Yeah, it was a great fight. There was a lot of action. And immediately after that fight, I remember all on social media, I remember here on YouTube, the Spence fans were advocating for a Crawford versus Porter fight more than a Crawford versus Spence fight, so that when they actually get the Porter fight, they don't buy it, right? They don't buy the fucking thing, and they don't respect the outcome. All we have to hear are, that was his last. Oh, bro, you wanted this more than I did. All I wanted was a Spence fight. It was you cocksucking motherfuckers that felt, he got to jump through these hoops, and he got to beat this guy, and he got to beat that guy. Y'all ain't tell Mikey Garcia to do none of that shit. What welterweights Mikey had to beat to earn? Because there were people saying Bud has to earn a Spence fight. What fucking guys? Who did Mikey beat to earn a Spence fight?
Ninguno.
Does anybody know a Bud fan who actively roots against Bud fighting the best fighters? Or do you know Spence fans who actively talk about other fighters that Bud should fight? How can you?
They're the only fans who don't want fights to happen.
I don't get that, man. They do it with Tank as well too. I don't get it.
It's because
that just says you're afraid.
It's because
they like the image. They like the image they have.
It's like this. Like, we boxing fans, and you got to wrap your mind around that what we're fans of is essentially fights. What we want more than anything are fights, regardless of how the fight goes. Yeah, we might want one guy to win more than the other. We want to be right, of course. But we want fights because this is what we want to see. Whereas these guys don't want fights. They want the ability to keep talking shit. Because, you know, and I'm not trying to be misogynistic, but they on some female shit. You know how you arguing with your girl and she won't shut the fuck up? It's that type of shit. And if Errol go in there and he get beat, well, you just gonna have to shut the fuck up.
Yep.
Same shit happened with Wilder when he finally got beat. They all had to shut the fuck up. And look at the reaction they had.
Came out with just crazy ass excuses and bullshit. I mean,
you know what I'm saying? If Gervonta Davis goes in there, for example, and bro, I'm 100% confident. I would probably put $1,000, maybe even $2, on Shakur Stevenson to win that fight. I'm supremely confident he plays with Gervonta Davis.
Oh, I think so. I have no doubt about it.
He plays with him. Like that's gonna be easy. And look, I don't want to be unfair. I don't want to be biased. I'm just saying that Davis is a good B-tier fighter. He's B-tier because the C-class fighters can't beat him, and that's what he normally fights. C-class fighters. But the reason he's not an A is because you wait for the counter. They have to give you the opportunity to counter so you can capitalize on it. If you're in there with a defensively responsible fighter that shoots a defensively responsible jab out of the southpaw stance at that, you're not going to know what to do.
He's never even fought a southpaw.
Oh, no.
They've done that on purpose.
Now I got to ask you this, Jules. I know you're psychic, and you're more psychic when you start drinking.
That's true.
What is Espinosa really saying in his interviews today when he's talking about Broner? Everybody's taking him serious now, but the other day he was crazy because he was on Fight Hub today with the presser.
Damage control, bro. Damage control. I mean, like, let me address this in full. Nobody interrupt. The thing is that even though Adrien Broner, in many ways, is finished as a boxer. Like when you look at him, like, bro, when's the last time you beat somebody solid? It was many years ago. So he might be finished. But what Stephen Espinoza is essentially trying to do is say, oh, well, y'all don't listen to Broner any other time. Why y'all listening to him now? That's the argument that you're making. But Adrien Broner has been one of the key figures that has been dropping jewels on people that, you know, Al Haymon is not giving these guys their whole purses. You know that, right? And you know that a lot of these guys ain't even getting no money because they're relying on the upside of the pay-per-view to get money. And when there is no upside, they get no money. That's what he told Queen's Flip on an Instagram Live. They're like, yo, they telling these guys, yeah, we're going to put you on pay-per-view. We're going to make you all these promises, put you on pay-per-view, and you're going to get money off the upside. And then when it ain't no upside, it ain't no money. Adrien Broner has been letting the cat out the bag for a while now. So naturally, oh, y'all don't listen to Broner any other time. Why y'all listening to him now? He said shit was getting stale over there. That's what Broner said. Shit was getting stale over there. Nothing was happening, which is, and here's the thing. I said it before. It's not that I don't think Adrien Broner has mental problems. I do think he has mental problems, but that's not why he pulled out of the Figueroa fight. He pulled out of the Figueroa fight in all likelihood because he stood to make more money fighting Conor Benn than fighting Figueroa. Like, bro, why am I going to fight this dude for this bread? For what?
Yeah. Bro,
or maybe he knew he wasn't getting paid.
Look at him in that interview that he did with Figueroa. He looked miserable as fuck. And look at him in the interview when he just went to BLK. He looks so happy, bro. He looks like he just got rejuvenated.
I'm telling you, look at his eyes, bro. Like, he's awake. He's lucid. He didn't look depressed. He didn't look down. He actually looked excited. I'm not trying to convince y'all that Black Prom is going to take off. I just noticed the difference in that man's demeanor, that any other time you seen him, he looked depressed. He looked a bit defeated. He actually looked excited in that interview. Well, in that,
you know what?
They graduated from AA program.
Imagine though that you are working for an organization that's saying to you that we don't have any money for you. If we make this a pay-per-view fight, you know that the other guys around here are not making money. And then you have another company or organization that comes to you and says, we believe in you. We're going to pay you $3 million a fight. It's guaranteed. You're not going to have to worry about deleting tweets or deleting Instagram posts when you know you're actually going to be getting money. So of course he feels more secure. It's normal. He's around people that are acting healthy and secure. So of course his body language changes because he knows it's a healthy environment. It just goes to show that PBC is not a healthy environment. There's too many cracks.
I've heard so many stories that I don't release because there's only so many ways I can. There's only so many ways I could have gotten the intel. I would essentially be telling on myself if I told everybody the things that I know, and I won't do that. But there are lots of disgruntled fighters over there. They're just not at liberty to speak on it. Opportunities that are missed opportunities, that are obvious missed opportunities. It's like, yo, dog, you didn't even have me doing nothing this year. You didn't have me doing nothing. But you don't,
fighters, man.
But you don't want me to go somewhere else to get some money, even though some people somewhere else got some money for me. You basically shelving me. I can't earn nothing because you shelving me, and I can't go over there and get no money. That's criminal, fam.
You know what? I ain't mad at him. Hey, go get your money, dude. You know, if that's what he needs to do, get it. Leave the PBC in the dust.
How much are they paying Avenizia?
Julius, but
those nuggets.
The worst thing of it all is. You know what the worst thing of it all is? They got Mayweather over there dancing like a bear, and nobody else can leave.
Bro, I'm going to tell you what, and I said this before. This is just me. This is just my theory. Leonard Ellerbe let it be known that Mayweather Promotions, as a promotional outfit, has nothing to do with Mayweather versus Deji. And I knew that already because that's the Misfits promotion. You know, whatever Deji's doing and KSI and those kids, that's a separate promotional outfit. They're the ones promoting that show. And the reason that Mayweather Promotions has nothing to do with that show or any of that is because Mayweather Promotions is a subsidiary of Al Haymon's PBC. If Mayweather Promotions is involved on the promotional level, Al gets a cut. I believe, this is just me, I believe the reason Mayweather is fighting on a Risen promotion, which is a separate promotional outfit, the reason he's fighting on a Risen promotion or a Misfits promotion is because he can get that money himself and Al can't really take a cut. If it's a Mayweather promotion, Al probably gets a cut. Mayweather won't get all his money. That's why he's scrambling the way that he's scrambling. Like, fam, like, you just fought in Abu Dhabi. You did the thing with Logan Paul. You went to Japan. You fought the Japanese dude. Now you about to fight a YouTuber. Like, fam, you fighting more than PBC fighters.
And to add what you were saying, Jules, about Broner.
Yep,
it's obvious that those pay-per-view fights, them dudes was taking Kovalev, Kathy Duva deals.
Yeah.
No guaranteed money.
Yeah.
Floyd is fighting more.
Some of those guys might have fought for free, Jules.
I think that some of the undercard fighters might have fought for free. I wouldn't put it past them, you know, and then maybe they got the money they were supposed to make later. But it wouldn't surprise me because it's like, fam, you put on a show like Ruiz versus Areola, and you understand that boxing is not a mainstream sport, so not everyone is going to know which fights are hot tickets and which fights aren't. But you as a boxing person have to know that this is not a hot ticket. Why would you even dream of putting this on pay-per-view? I always felt that that's the yardstick for how desperate the situation has become, that Fox will not account for the production value of Ruiz versus a journeyman. That means they're not giving you anything. And I knew it then. I knew it last year that, like, any other promo outfit, they don't have to put Areola on pay-per-view to get their fighter the money. You see what I mean? Because the money's coming from the network. If Ruiz ends up on pay-per-view with Areola, that has to mean that Fox doesn't want to give you any money. The videos are up.
Hey, Jules. Johnny Blaze says Al Haymon managed MC Hammer in New Edition. That should tell you all you need to know.
Shouldn't it, though?
That's wild. I never knew that, man. That's wild.
Crazy. Shouldn't it, though? I remember someone told me that 50 Cent said to Floyd Mayweather, I didn't see it myself. Someone told me that 50 Cent told Floyd Mayweather to distance himself from Al Haymon because he's a crook.
There's been articles in that were like 50 and this other lawyer that Floyd was close with he was with Golden Boy, I think.
Those articles are still
they both try to get him to.
By the way, Jules, was that before or after 50 told Floyd he couldn't read?
I don't know. I know it was a long time ago.
No, it was before because it was right before they talked to Floyd right before he was going to jail after the Cotto fight.
Well, I mean, look, we know this is the other thing. We know that Haymon is a thief. I mean, like, that's not a question because you stole an entire stable of fighters. Could you imagine if something like that happened today? You stole an entire stable of fighters. That's big. So we know that the guy's a thief.
Well,
Being a thief,
he lives up to the name Don Jr.
who's snoring?
Oh shit! Somebody sleep, yo.
Yeah, no, he's a fucking snake. Like, well, Beyonce sued him.
He was watching a PBC fight.
Beyonce sued Al Haymon and her father because Al Haymon and her dad were hiding money from the concert tours.
Well, but I heard that was the source of 50 and Floyd's beef was that he was trying to push him away from Al Haymon. That's what I've heard.
Well, I'll say this. Haymon, and I've said this before, Haymon is accustomed to being the smartest man in a room full of idiots. He's not actually some fucking wizard the way he's made out to be. I don't believe that for a second, because if you were a wizard, you wouldn't have to grift. You would promote. A lot of people think I like Eddie Hearn a whole lot, right? But it's because the man knows how to promote. You have to sell the show. And when you actually have the ingredients to make things happen and you don't make them happen, I'm like, yo, what the fuck is wrong with you? A lot of those fights, like Gary Russell versus Leo Santa Cruz, you could have made that a long time ago. And that could have been a decent fight.
Someone's chopping onions.
Who the fuck?
Who's going in the glove compartment?
Somebody's hammering something.
Jules, can I add something before you finish right quick? Just right quick. Like, all right, like here's my theory. Like, you know the guy that we saw that's Al Haymon? That ain't him, secretly. Like, we know who it is. Jules, just tell us the truth. It's been you the whole time, hasn't it? It's been you the whole time.
It's me, dog. But seriously, in a very serious sense, you had an entire stable of blue chip unbeaten prospects. You really have to wrap your mind around this. Keith Thurman undefeated, Danny Garcia undefeated. You have Adrien Broner. You have Sean Porter. You have Deontay Wilder while he was unbeaten. You stole a lot of materials that you really could have made something out of. And just like Eddie Hearn said in that interview that, like, yo, they didn't produce any stars out of that stable of fighters. He's right, though. None of them are stars. You know, like, none of y'all have Hummer endorsements like Ryan Garcia, Range Rover endorsements like Anthony Joshua, Hugo Boss endorsements, Beats by Dre. You really didn't produce any stars. I mean, even Teofimo Lopez has a Budweiser endorsement, a Budweiser sponsorship. What sponsorships does Keith Thurman have?
None.
Danny Garcia.
Nothing.
I know Javante don't have no sponsorships because, well, you hit girls. So nobody, a lot of people ain't gonna want to fuck with you just off of that. Like, I as a man don't fuck with you just off of that. You hit girls. You know what I mean? So I don't fuck with you. But I know companies ain't gonna want to fuck with somebody like you. Look at what you're associated with. A pregnant woman in a vehicular accident. She says you saw her, made eye contact, and left her there. Yeah, I don't think companies are going to want to be associated with stuff like that.
No.
I don't. So you didn't produce any stars out of this stable of fighters that you stole, essentially. You didn't. None of them are stars. None of them have corporate sponsorships and big deals. And there are so many companies these days that need ambassadors. Case in point, young Alicia Baumgartner has a sponsorship, not just by way of Adidas, but also these like slides, these like whatever them shits is called. She has a sponsorship. Sinicia Estrada has sponsorships. You see what I mean? But when you look at a stable of guys, like, yo, you telling me the whole time that Keith Thurman, you know, he rose and fell. He never had no sponsorship like that. Never. You did not create one star out of this stable of fighters. We come back to Deontay Wilder, and even I got it wrong. I thought he was going to sell 300,000 pay-per-view buys at least. You sold 77,000. That means your audience is shrinking, bro. And you don't have, to my knowledge, he don't have no sponsorships. Sponsors you. Who endorses you?
Nobody. How many people are going to buy the Wilder Ruiz fight when that comes out? Like, what's going to do that?
And you know why? You know why Haymon?
Like,
Fellas, you know why Haymon doesn't get sponsors really for his brand? Because sponsorships want to see what you're bringing in. How many eyeballs are watching? What are your metrics?
Yeah. And people don't realize how long the metrics have been bad. If I go back, I'm gonna go back 4 years before shit really hit the fan, and that was kind of how I started to notice. It was about 4 or 5 years ago. It was the Jarrett Hurd versus Erislandy Lara fight. I thought it was a great fight personally. I loved the fight. I thought it was one of the better fights he's ever made. But unfortunately, that fight, and you can look up the headlines, don't believe me, that was the least watched main event in a combat sport. The least watched the whole year, right? Funny story. The metrics for that fight were way higher than the metrics for their fights today. That's saying that 4 or 5 years ago, 400,000 views on a premium cable network was bad. Now, fast forward and watch how the metrics have steadily continued to drop and drop and drop. The bar is lower and lower and lower. You went from 400 and change with Lara versus Hurd, which was terrible for that year. Fast forward, 233,000 views for Broner versus Santiago. Fast forward a year, a little over 100,000 for Fundora versus Ocampo. This downward trend has been going on for about 4 to 5 years. The bar has become increasingly low, and that's how I knew, like, this is not sustainable, bro. There's no way that Showtime.
But even look at one of the fighters considered a star, and we've just talked about him, Errol Spence. He's considered one of their bigger names. Since Mikey Garcia, his pay-per-view numbers are declining.
I've always said that. The real number, there were a lot of numbers put out there for the Sean Porter fight. The real number is 277,000. It didn't crack 300,000. You'll see reports that say it did 3 this, 3 this, 3 that, whatever, right? A couple of weeks pass. Bill Wenger does an interview. Bill Wenger, the executive at Fox, back when they were on good terms with Fox, when they had just entered the deal. They were speaking to that guy. In the article, it says the number 277,000 for the Sean Porter fight. So 360 with Mikey, 277 with Sean, 250 with Danny Garcia.
And Danny Garcia and Ugas.
And then 250 with, or 225 with Ugas, between there, 225, 250. It's like, you're not popping either, in other words. You're not popular. Like, they consider you popular inside of this niche world that we're in of boxing. But in the greater scheme of things, athletes that are popular, no, you're not that popular. Like, you're not popular, not that popular. You're not popular. You're not.
And Errol literally only fights in his hometown. Only. And we're supposed to believe that, oh, well, he moves tickets. Yeah, if Terence fought in Omaha every fucking fight, you think he'd be a box office guy too.
Exactly. If Errol stays in DeSoto and Bud stays in Omaha and Andre Ward stays in Oakland, they're all ticket sellers if they do that. But we know that's not the way that the game is played. You're supposed to be able to sell tickets all around the country. You can't. You can't. Wilder is supposed to be this guy, right? That he was the ambassador, the heir apparent to the heavyweight throne of boxing in America. You fought in New York City, one of the most densely populated cities in the country, and you end up at the Barclays, not Madison Square Garden, not an iconic venue like the homie Amanda Serrano and Katie Taylor. No. You end up at the Barclays. The Barclays is not
that big enough.
Yeah,
Barclays is
Lamont Peterson.
Everybody knows it. MSG too. Don't forget that too. AJ fought over there too.
He fought there. All right. It's like everything they're doing is on a mediocre scale. And what I think boxing fans don't do, they don't realize that in America, this is a niche sport. Like, it's really fucking niche. It's like fucking billiards. It's like professional poker at this point. It's very niche. Only a few fights crack the mainstream in America. And yeah, Wilder came close. I'm not going to lie. He came close, but he got beat. So that's it. Almost doesn't count. If he would have beat Fury, of course he would be in a better place psychologically, but also in terms of drawing power. You beat Fury. If you would have beat him and knocked him out and made a highlight reel knockout, maybe the endorsements come in. Maybe the sponsorships come in. Maybe you do a couple of guest spots on TV shows. You know, Deontay Wilder on Family Guy. You know, you never know. You never know. Like remember, Dredrick Tatum was a spinoff of Mike Tyson. There is no Deontay Wilder spinoff. You're not important enough that they spoof you in a satirical cartoon. You're not important enough that they're going to do that because most people don't even know who the fuck you are. All right? Now, AJ, comparatively, in his country, yes, he's a star, bro. He is a star. He's worth a lot of money. Now, I could go to that world stage because it's the truth. He is a star around the world, bigger than you. It's the truth. I could go to
Chisora is a bigger star globally.
People fuck with you. Chisora is a Capricorn. We stars, bro. All right? That's just the motherfucking shit. In a nutshell, how could you steal an entire stable of fighters and you didn't produce one true blue box office draw? How, like, you must just suck at everything. And that's what I think about when I see Al Haymon. That I'm like, anybody else, any other outfit, Golden Boy, Top Rank, Queensbury, Matchroom, even Ben Shalom, somebody would have got this stable of fighters and they would have produced at least one star, a real box office draw. You didn't produce one.
Can you imagine, Jules, what Eddie's done now with Matchroom? Add him that stable on the zone, box shit.
Think about it though, Drew. Think about it. If you talking about hundreds of fighters, we're just, we name the ones the ones that they've kept at the forefront, but you're literally talking about hundreds of fighters. You're talking about David Morrell, David Benavidez. You're talking about Keith Thurman, Danny Garcia, Errol Spence Jr. Any innumerable number of fights, because if you don't know nothing else, you know that Eddie makes fights. You know that he does. If he can do fights in-house, of course he's going to do them. And if you had that stable without that marination process, a real star would have come out of it.
And on top of that, Jules, like what Eddie was saying, like the stars are very rare. It's very rare you get a crossover star. But in that bunch, you'll find more than one Mauricio Lara.
But think about it this
way. And those
way.
are the guys that we need in every division, Jules, that bring the fights out where, okay, it might not be a star on the card, but I'm going to get my bang for my buck with these dudes throwing blows, and it's going to do a good rate and good ratings.
On a regular schedule, a real schedule for boxing matches, like a top-ranked schedule, right? Errol would have got the 3 belts, let's say 3 to 4 years ago. Errol would have got the 3 belts. And we would have got the Crawford fight by now. You see what Bob Arum did with Devin Haney, the checkmate. You see what he did. Well, he's our fighter now. If Al was smart, that's what would have happened with Crawford. Man, I ain't worried about Spence winning or losing a fight. What I'm worried about is whoever the winner is, they need to be with us. If Errol wins, great. If he don't, he don't. Whatever. We'll settle up afterwards. But what I need is for the winner to be with us. Now, you have a golden opportunity to do that now, and you're still not doing it because you're still in the Errol Spence business, even though it's obvious to everyone else his season has passed. He's not going to become a huge draw now at 32, going on 33 years old? No. It's too late, bro.
I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that out. I mean, it's like you do the Spence fight, right? If Errol wins, you got nothing to worry about. But if he doesn't win, hey, you want Jamal, right? Yeah.
Bingo. That's what you can get 2 box office fights out of this. And no, they're not huge fights, but you can get 2 legitimate bona fide box office fights out of this. One is Spence versus Crawford. If Crawford wins, you do Crawford versus Charlo. That's a box office fight. It's a real box office fight. And you're still trying to sell people Thurman versus Spence. Do you know how outdated this fight is? This fight hasn't been a hot topic, honest to God, since circa 2016, 2017. Because that's when the fight was a hot topic, when people were waiting for Spence versus Thurman. They were waiting for it at that time, before Spence got the IBF title and a little bit afterwards, before people realized Thurman doesn't want nothing to do with this guy. This fight has not been a hot topic in 4 to 5 years, and you're just now getting around to making it? It's like you can't make this stuff up. Like, how could you be that inept? How?
Jules, I don't want to switch gears, but I just had a quick question for you. Did you see the undercard that's going to be on that TO female
I love
Valdez
it.
fight?
I love it.
Let me ask you this question though. Keyshawn Davis is going to fight on that the same night that Bud Crawford does. Do you think that Bob purposely did that to kind of stick it to Bud?
No, Bob has had. Like, we've known for a while now that Lopez is fighting on Heisman night. That's a regular thing. You know, low key, that's his night. Low key. So that has nothing to do with Bud. If anything, Bud should move off of that. We've known when Lopez was coming back for a while now, before news even broke of Crawford Avanesian. We knew that Lopez is coming back in December.
But what I mean
That's
is
a hell of a card too.
But he put Keyshawn Davis on that, and you know Keyshawn is with Womack. I'm saying, do you think he specifically chose to put Keyshawn on the undercard to kind of make issues with Womack?
No. They want Keyshawn active.
No, I agree with you. I just
let me say this. Look, Top Rank and ESPN are not worried about Black Prime. Like, they're not worried. It's business as usual over there. Like if anything, if you're Top Rank, you probably feel sorry for Crawford because you used to promote him. If anything, I don't think they did that to spite him. I don't think they I think it's business as usual over there. That's what I think.
They're not. And it is. You know why? Because who'd happened a couple months ago where Bam had a fight and Robert was with another fighter and another fighter was with Bam. 2 different cards in 2 different areas. It happens.
Yeah. Like I honestly don't believe that was an earnest effort to spite anybody because they plan ahead. We've known for a while when Lopez was coming back, who he would be fighting. Like we knew all this already. We knew after Lopez's fight that they were trying to bring him back Heisman night. When was that fight, Jules? Yeah, that was fucking that shit feels like it was like 2 months ago, bro. Like we knew
So they already had the groundwork of, okay, he's fighting here. What are we gonna fill the undercard out with?
Yeah, like I don't think that was some spiteful shit. Moreover, they don't have to do that. So like, there's no point in that. Like, I'll give this to Bob. That Bob is business as usual, bro. While Eddie got his shit going on with Connor and the PBC got their shit going on and all that shit, they still doing their thing, man. They still scheduling their fights. They still doing their thing. Motherfuckers ain't worried about nothing over there. Let me read the super chat. George says pro wrestling is bigger than boxing these days. That's actually true. The WWE has grown into a multi-million-dollar company. Lucy Fire Dodd says, why BoxRec in all-time great heavyweight ranks has Fury number 7, Ali number 1, and AJ 27? I believe it's because the guy, BoxRec Gray, you want my honest opinion? You're asking me? They messed with the algorithm, and it's been fucked ever since. There used to be a time when BoxRec had the best rankings in boxing. Approximately 2 to 3 years ago, they messed with the algorithm. I forgot why, but they messed with the algorithm, and it's just been jacked up ever since. They haven't fixed it. So, I don't even go by BoxRec rankings anymore, how jacked up they are. But in any event, man, it's kind of obvious that you have to be pretty inept to swipe an entire stable of fighters and you don't produce one true blue bona fide pay-per-view attraction. Out of all these hundreds of fighters that you've had for years now, none of them have turned out to be true box office stars. Not one. Eddie has several. Like, he'll be okay, dog. Bob is going to be okay. Shit, fuck around. Oscar might be okay. You never know. Because I got a feeling if Munguia fights Golovkin next year in either Cinco de Mayo or in September, that kid's going to cross over.
They're talking about Munguia fighting Yanni Beck.
That's not happening, bro. I talked about that. I don't want to talk about it right now on the live because the video I'm gonna upload is all about that. But I'm gonna just come on, be like, who? Come on now, come on.
You're talking about Al Haymon. I think for me, it's more than him being a bad promoter. This guy is a lunatic. He is crazy because. Okay, you had the need to have all the control about your fighters. Okay, not only you ruin most of your fighters with these deluded ideas of greatness and huge purses that you will never going to give anyway.
Exactly.
You run away. You chastise any other new talent that could have you could have in your promotional company, because all those guys, those promising guys with those talented guys, they're not gonna sign with you. You're crazy. You're you are you are asking for too much control and too much power over them. And not only that, you are targeting an audience of fans that has to be the most idiotic, most bitch-ass fights in the world.
Honestly, God.
I think it's just it's just as much
It's
possible that Al Haymon is just an idiot. There's this whole idea that just because he's an Ivy Leaguer that he's just mad genius who we just don't understand because he went to Harvard. Like I've been around people from Harvard, Brown, Yale, all in the same room because I had to go there for like an event. They're really not that impressive. They're morons, just like us.
I mean, look, I've always believed that acquiring information, right? Just because you acquire information, the genius is not in acquiring information. The genius is in applying it. That's the genius. If you only know anything about gas stations, for example, but you can shell out a major corporation that has gas station franchises around the country, okay, that's a genius. Not some motherfucker who knows what's in the nucleus of whatever, all right? What good is that?
Hey,
it's like fucking algebra.
Who were those two young prospects that they were going to sign? They went to Al and checked him out, and they decided not to sign with him. I forgot their names.
I think that was Shakur and Devin, wasn't it?
Was it?
I know that
Mayweather Promotions wanted to sign Shakur,
but they didn't. George says, ironic since Jess McMahon was a boxing promoter. It's the ironies of life. I want to shift gears off this Haymon shit because that shit is actually depressing. There's a great fight that I've known about via my sources for a very long time now, and that is Oscar Valdez versus Emmanuel Navarrete.
Oh boy.
That's a tasty fucking fight, bro. Tasty fucking fight. I feel so. Let me kick it off, and then I'm gonna pass it. I'm gonna pass it to JBN. I feel like Oscar has the right style to beat Navarrete, even though he's coming off a loss. He's a boxer puncher. We all know Navarrete's a pressure guy, but he's a southpaw. You know what I mean? I like Oscar's chances in that fight. It'll likely be for Shakur's old WBO title. In all likelihood, you know, as weeks progress, you'll see the WBO is added to the fight. Who do you like for the fight and why? Go ahead, JBN.
I agree.
I mean, I couldn't have said it better.
Great point.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
You know, that's the part.
Pulitzer stuff, JBN.
I mean, honestly, it's amazing. Julio, who do you like for the fight?
I think Oscar Valdez has had a nice career. I'll just say that. I totally disagree. I think Navarrete is going to eat his ass, to be honest.
You really think that, bro?
Yes.
That's
I think
not a
Navarrete is going to drown him. I think Navarrete is a much better boxer than getting credit for.
He's going to eat his ass?
That's a bad visual, man. It's not
He's going to rim his ass.
Julio, we're good, Julio, but I don't want to watch Emmanuel eat his ass.
Yeah, the same year, and I'm eating dinner for the moment, so please.
He'll tickle him.
Can he just fuck him up? Can he fuck him up? Can he just fuck him up? Because I don't want to watch him eat his ass. As a matter of fact, I need to take a piss. And I need to take a piss, and you guys champ the shit while I go take this piss.
That's crazy.
I think
Navarrete is gonna eat his ass on free TV.
He's gonna do something to him, something disrespectful to him.
By the way, fellas, I didn't get a chance to do my victory song all together now. Y'all ready?
Please.
1, 2, 3. We all need an Alicia that we understand. Come on, y'all.
No, because here's the thing. Did Alicia win? Yeah. Was it a close fight? Yeah. Did somebody get dog walk? No.
No. No. It was a chess match, but still, she won the fight.
So, I want to see a dog walking, and I want her to get undisputed versus Choi, but I do think there's money in a rematch after Choi.
I agree.
She's gonna dog walk Choi, man. Choi ain't got. She's gonna be.
That's where that's gonna be a dog walk.
She better do dog walk her ass for real.
But
I think she's gonna damage her.
In regards to Navarrete and Valdez, I think Navarrete's style, since he's so awkward, is going to give Valdez a little bit of trouble.
I agree, and he's a much smarter boxer than people give him credit for. A lot of people think he just throws punches at awkward angles, and that makes him tough to deal with. But I think he's a lot more cerebral than people think.
But does he have a tendency to leave himself open, though?
Yeah, but and he has chin though.
I'm back. I heard Drew bring up Alicia and Michaela. No rematch. I'm sorry, Drew. Fuck that shit.
I was just doing my
Fuck that shit.
No rematch. I just want to see someone get dog walk. I want my promise of dog walking.
You're gonna see Choi get dog walk, but you gotta understand that, like, you know what the shit is? It's wild to me that motherfuckers know if Michaela won that fight, she wasn't never gonna give Alicia no motherfucking rematch. And everybody knows that. So it's like, why are people trying to pressure Alicia? Like, fam, Michaela would have won that fight. That's it. She would have been in the wind after that, bro. She would have been in the wind. You would have never seen the second fight. And I know that.
The same thing with Hamadouche. That was a close fight. She bounced. Come on now.
At least Eddie Hearn is saying that, yo, we willing to work with you. But I asked this question in the last upload that I did. Yo, if Eddie told Michaela, yeah, we'll do a second fight down the line, but are you willing to come to the zone to do it? And no, I don't think she would. I'm being real. No.
That's what I said. I said there can't be no rematch unless Michaela goes to the zone.
That's what I'm saying. That, like, you can't want a second fight and it got to be boxer. No, fam. What you talking about? She got the belts now. She'd have had motherfucking charge right now. If you want a second fight, you better pack your bags and go to the zone.
I don't think
it's the only way it happens.
Or you know what? She gets a second fight, Jules. She moves up to the weight class before Alicia, gets a belt, do something to entice her to get your rematch.
But I know that Michaela's salty because she really wanted that Katie Taylor fight, and I think Alicia's going to get it first.
I do. Look, I'm going to say this, and this is controversial because I love Katie Taylor. I really do. She did great things for the sport. She's one of the reasons I started watching. Special human. But I believe that Alicia can beat Katie Taylor when the time comes. If Katie don't lose this weekend, I think the bookies have priced this weekend's fight a little bit too wide for me. You know, Karen Carbajal is not nothing special, but you got to remember, Katie is 36 years old. She was just in a war. She got hit a lot in that Serrano fight. You see what I mean? Y'all remember how Zapata looked in a Hank Lundy fight?
Yep.
That he looked like he left something behind. I'm not saying that's going to happen, and I hope that don't happen. I hope it doesn't happen. I hope she's still sharp, but it's that question mark that, like, yo, you've been in more wars than Clarissa Shields. Yes, you have. You've been in more wars than all your contemporaries. 2 hard fights with Delphine Persoon, a hard fight with Jessica McCaskill, a hard fight with Lenarda II, who beat Alicia Baumgartner years ago. You see what I mean? She been fighting girls that could hit, all right? Been doing that. So at some point, yeah, it does start to catch up. I hope it don't catch up. I hope she all right, because she still look fast. She still looks sharper than Carbajal, but that's the question mark. But if she makes it through it, I'm just saying, next year, Baumgartner versus Taylor, yo, I might have to go with Alicia.
Yep.
You know, the thing is,
I don't disagree.
Katie Taylor in that fight got hit unnecessarily too much, and she fought the wrong fight and didn't have to.
See, I think that was her ego because she stood in trade with Amanda. In the rounds that she boxed, she won those rounds easily.
She never had to do that, bro.
She was winning cleanly.
Yeah, she wanted to prove a point.
It's just like Julio said. It's an ego thing because, you know, if you box, if you stick and move and stay on the outs, you do your in and out thing, you know. Get in, boop, 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 get out, move around, and just repeat that. They can't fuck with you. But because she wants to entertain, she steps into the kill box. And when she steps into the kill box, she gets hit.
I love Amanda, but in the rounds that Katie moved her legs and threw the feints, untouchable. Amanda didn't have shit for her.
Amanda didn't have shit for her. So what I see is, by the time you fight Alicia, if you fight Alicia, and it's possible because that's what they're talking about now, if you fight Alicia, she may prove to be too fast for you and too strong for you. What you have that will work against Alicia is volume. You know, volume and angles. You got way better angles. She has and I don't think she gets enough credit for these little things that the casual boxing fan doesn't know how to interpret. Michaela Mayer's a great boxer. Don't get me wrong, but she's basic. She's basic. Jab, right hand, jab, right hand, jab, right hand. Katie's better than that. She doubles up on the jab sometimes, triples up on the jab, pivots and shifts and puts 3 punches in there, then gets under the shot and gets out. She's better than she's given credit for. What she has that could trouble Alicia is real combination punching and volume. Michaela's not a combination puncher. Katie is. That could fluster Alicia. What Alicia has is speed, timing, length, youth, and power. She'll be stronger at 35 than she is at 30. She'll be, believe it. Believe it. I'm going to tell y'all something that's scary. She might knock Katie out.
I can see it.
Yeah, and she won't fight her like she fought Michaela. Like, I think she fought Michaela very conservatively. Because there are other fights, man, she drops her hands. She's throwing lead left hooks and shit like that. I think she's really set out on trying to box Michaela. So I don't know if that'll be the strategy for Katie, though.
Respect for each other's skills in there. I saw like
the problem that I see that Alicia might have with Katie is you got to catch her on like punch number 3. You have to try to catch her. You won't catch her when she first gets that first shot off. You know, you're going to have to time her to catch her after 2, catch her in between 2 and 3, her third punch, because she's going to throw combinations. That's what she has working for her. That mid-range to inside, she doesn't need as much space as you do to get off some clean combinations. She doesn't need that. And there she actually is faster than you. You're faster than her from the outside, that as she's coming in, you could pop her and hurt her. And those are the kind of punches that I think could get Katie knocked out if she loses a step. And being real, she's going to lose a step sooner or later. Sooner or later she is, yeah. Going to get slower.
Who do you think has faster
hands? Can we call her an aging fighter now? Can we call her an aging fighter?
Father Time catches up to everybody.
Shit. You know what I'm saying? And y'all know I love some Katie Taylor, man. Y'all know I do. But she's too brave. You too willing to do a lot of shit. And it's those fighters that tend to lose because you too brave. Like you don't care. You willing to get in there and do it. And I'll say this though. If Alicia were to beat Katie, that would be major for the sport. It would be good for the sport because now the Americans would have that beacon and that star. Like the best thing that could have happened if Michaela Mayer would have won that fight, the sport plateaus. Like, bro, look, they've been promoting you at Top Rank since 2017. I don't think Michaela's a bad fighter. I actually think she's a great fighter. But being real, you've been promoted by Top Rank since 2017. That's like, what, 4 or 5 years? Alicia's been with Matchroom for 2 seconds, and people can't shut the fuck up about her. They can't.
And she's in between 2 potential torch passing fights. I saw her taking a picture with Amanda Serrano today at the WBO convention. Man, she's a lot bigger than her. I think she has a great style to beat her, man. And I love Amanda.
Look, I said it about 3 lives ago that you can't see it now. Alicia's a lot bigger than Amanda. And Amanda, that is a terrible style matchup for him. It's I said, if you go back and watch those lives, she'll beat Amanda easier than Katie without the drama. It'll be easier, much, because styles make fights. And Amanda, with Amanda, it's kind of like the Klitschko Fury thing, that everything is off the jab. Everything is off the jab. And if the jab don't land the way that she wanted to, all the other punches, they don't happen. The body punches, the hooks, the upper, none of that happens if the jab don't touch. You're not touching Alicia with that jab.
Yeah, and if she makes it a firefight, like in the rounds that Katie, her ego got to her, Alicia has much bigger guns, man. She can win that type of shootout with a lot of these girls. Leonardo didn't get the best of her.
She's taller, she's longer, more athletic. So,
telling you. Let me see. If Spence vacated to avoid the Thurman fight and beat Crawford afterwards, do you think the quote-unquote fans would criticize him like they? I think you might find a small contingent of people, but I feel like that's a move that most people wouldn't appreciate until the week of the fight, when they realize, like, yo, this dude sacrificed the BC to deliver on his promise that he would fight Crawford. People wouldn't appreciate it at first, but the week of the fight, they would realize it. Like, bro, who's more dangerous, Keith Thurman or Terence Crawford? Come on. Even Crawford fans would appreciate that shit.
I give him his props for that.
You know what I'm saying? If Spence franchised, don't let him do that. Motherfuckers would be pissed.
I respect it more if he kept the IBF and dropped the WC, and you know what that means.
Yeah, you know what that means. But in our heart of hearts, and it's like, yo, dog, I don't want to be one of them fanboys, right? But you gotta be real. Ennis is a bad dude. And nobody just gonna fight this dude, bro. They not just gonna motherfucker not just gonna fight no Ennis, bro. You got Keith really pretending that he never heard of that man and he don't know who he is. I couldn't I'm like, fam, you never heard of Jaron Anderson.
We don't believe you. You need more people.
That's not possible. He really said, like, I don't know who that is. I'm like, yo, this has got to be.
No,
like,
he's just that scared.
Yeah, and it's David memory loss, not even fighting him.
You don't want to smoke with Boots. We all know that. Come on,
So he knocked him out without even fighting him.
Trying to tell you, man, Jaron Ennis is at a point where I just don't know. Like his promotional situation is so bizarre and so nuanced that I'm like, I don't know what they can do for you, bro, because this is boxing and you need the fights more than you need content creators talking about you, more than you need people tweeting about you. What you actually need are the fights. And who's going to fight him? Who?
You know what I wish he was? I wish he was on Top Rank.
Oh, man.
Bro, put it this way. The run of the welterweight division is left at the feet of Al Haymon. If he doesn't get a Thurman fight so that he can be the one that knocks him out, if he doesn't get a Danny Garcia fight so that he can be the one that knocks him out, what's going to be his crossover fight? What?
Yeah. I'm not just saying on Top Rank because at least they'd be keeping him active. They'd be keeping him fighting.
Yeah, but it wouldn't just be Top Rank promoting him. You would have to say that, okay, if Top Rank had the run of the welterweight division, you know that he would get the fights that he needs. But let's just say, okay, Al got them same motherfuckers, but Jaron Ennis is with Top Rank. Who can Top Rank get him? He'd end up in the same situation as Crawford. Say, okay, take him to Golden Boy. Okay, you got a Virgil Ortiz fight, right? And they wouldn't do that right away. You got a Virgil Ortiz fight and an Alexis Rocha fight. Which...
Yeah, Philly versus Philly.
I'm just saying, Rocha just beat the shit out of that dude, right? Is Rocha now a star?
You know what? You know what fight I like they should try to do? Rashidi Ellis in Boots. What'd you think about that one?
I'd pick
Boots. Boots too, but that'd be a good fight. I like that.
What about like Butayev slash Stanionis?
Stanionis would impress me a lot because this. All right, look, he was in there with Castillo Clayton. The reason I was very intrigued by that fight is because this is an unbeaten fighter with a good amateur background who used to be an Olympian, and he's defensively responsible. He's not aggressive like Sergey Lipinets. He's not over the hill like Thomas Dulorme. You see what I mean? This is a guy that he takes care of himself. And the way that he was able to put that punch in there on the temple, I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Woo. Woo.
So you get an aggressive guy in there with him, like a Butayev. I would say, yeah, Jaron knocks him out.
Well, because he looks great right now, but the problem is a lot of people are saying he's untested, but he needs the fights.
Yeah, I think he's untested and underdeveloped. Like, honestly, I do think he's more talented than Virgil, but I think it's not out of the realm of possibility that Virgil beats him right now, just because he's been getting the better fights and he's actually been improving and developing.
I agree with that because he hasn't been in there with a puncher, and that's what I was going to allude to. That for all the things that I'm saying and what he's done so far, one thing I haven't seen is a bona fide, genuine chin test. Virgil had one. He had one with Mean Machine, and to a lesser extent with Mighty Mo Hooker, because Mighty Mo was getting it. If you watch that fight back, he was getting off some good shit.
Oh, he was getting his ass. He was
getting off some good shit. Now I'm like, I seen Virgil have get chin checked. I haven't seen you get chin. I don't know what you got. What have you Erickson Lubin underneath it all? Yeah, I mean, like, I haven't seen it. That's all I haven't seen it. So a Stanionis fight. Of course, I welcome that. A Butayev fight, I welcome that because those guys, they can punch a bit. You know what I mean?
Also, like, one thing that Boots is lacking is also defense because even though he blew Dulorme out, he still got caught with a couple flush shots while he was going for the finish.
And the Lipinets fight too. That's why I hold back. That I'm like, look, if this little guy was able to get through with that little bit of shit, I'm just wondering, how would you receive the punches from a real puncher? And there are real punchers around. Yeah, Stanionis is a puncher, though. He is a puncher. Not the biggest, but he is a puncher. You know what I mean? How would you take the shots from him? I want him to fight Stanionis, to be real. That if we ain't getting no undisputed and Errol's fighting fucking Thurman, right? Can we get that at least? Ennis versus Stanionis? Very counterintuitive fight for the both of them. But it's like this division is so lame. There's nothing going on.
Nobody's fighting each other. Just like
nobody's fighting, bro. Stanionis is undefeated. Rashidi Ellis is undefeated. Jaron Ennis is undefeated. Conor Ben is undefeated. It's like, well, yeah, y'all undefeated. Virgil Ortiz is undefeated. Yeah, you're undefeated. Because nobody's fighting. No one is fighting.
Cross all those guys fight each other. Some of these old goes. Period. You know what I mean? So, and I wouldn't care if it was a great fight.
Shit sucks, man.
Not to switch it up again, but since this is 147 related, do you think that Al specifically waited out Crawford when Crawford said, he told, this is what he's quoted, I'm going to fight in 2022. When they gave that last revised contract, allegedly, it was supposed to be for 2023. Do you think they purposely waited out Bud, kind of forced Bud's hand to get a fight, so when they could make this Thurman fight, they could basically play politics and say, hey, you know what? It's not our fault. You know, we were doing the best. We were going to give him a fight in February or March, but, you know, he's the bad guy, so now we're kind of forced to fight Thurman. Do you think that's literally what they did? I mean, I think they did, honestly.
I feel that from the moment that we came into 2022, Al didn't want to do this fight because there's no money in it. That's what I believe.
Certainly not a fourth quarter
what
fight.
Money is there in Thurman but there's no money in Thurman and Spence either.
Cheaper.
I mean,
it's cheaper and safer. No. It's cheaper and safer.
New budget too.
It's cheaper and safer. That's basically saying that Al knew at the beginning of this year that Crawford is going to want multi-millions. He may want, let's just say that it's the beginning of the year, it's January. Crawford just got $6 million for Sean Porter. What is he going to want from us? 10, 15? And if you're Al, if you're Al, you're like, well, listen, I don't have that for him. So I don't want this. I don't want to deal with this because I don't have that for him. I don't think this fight sells, right? That's where I think Al's head was at. They're like, I don't want this fight. One, because you're endangering, one of the fighters that I'm invested in. The risks are greater than the rewards. I don't want to do this fight. A Thurman fight, I would want to do that because if Errol is the first guy to knock Keith Thurman out, maybe that'll be a profile boost for Errol. He wants familiar situations that are controllable. One thing that Lou DiBella said about 3 years ago, I believe it was 2020, he was quoted as saying that Al Haymon is a control freak. He said that. That was in 2020. And I think about Thurman, well, you can control that. Yeah, you can control that. You control all of that, but you can't control Crawford.
Yeah, I think he wants to get rid of Thurman too, and this is an easy way to cut bait with him because once he ends up losing, this is kind of a make or break. Once he ends up losing to Spence, which I likely think he would, then he can just look at Thurman and go, we did everything we could for you. We gave you money. We gave you the big fight. You didn't perform the money with Barrios. You didn't knock him out. We put you in Spence. You lose to Spence. You've been inactive. You ended up losing to Pacquiao. So it's very easy for them to kind of write him off and also kind of boost the profile of Spence, all while ducking Crawford.
Yeah, but I think they're going to try to wring the value out of Thurman, and inevitably we're going to get Thurman versus Danny Garcia too at 154.
The way it looks to me, Al is at a tipping point almost because they actually cut Adrien Broner loose. They let him go. You know what I mean? They let him go. And that's major because Adrien Broner was one of their flagship fighters for better or worse, but they let him leave. They didn't. It just doesn't look like they tried to stop him. And they're at a tipping point. Now you have to make sacrifices. Yeah, you have to make. You can't house all these guys, man. You can't. There's no way. So you want to do Thurman versus Spence because it's a cheaper alternative that you can control. You don't have to worry about Thurman looking at any books. He's gonna take his marching orders and he's not gonna complain. That's the fight that he claims he wants. And really, we all know Thurman wants to leave boxing. He wants to retire. In Thurman's mind, he thinks this is a really big fight. Like he'll get retirement money out of this thing.
Probably sticking around for. He just wants that last bag.
He'll definitely get retired.
He'll get retired, but I don't know if he'll get retirement money, though. Like, if you really think about how bad things are now, what does this fight do at the box office? Nobody has a high opinion of Keith Thurman.
Lord, oh God, I even know. Well, I'm not.
Honestly, in terms of intrigue, I feel like, and I can't even trust my instincts because I thought Wilder versus Helenius would do 3. I can't even trust my own instincts.
I think it would do 250 tops.
250?
No, it's gonna be lower than Ugas because Ugas had the Pacquiao bump. Thurman has been gone, and as you can see, Errol's numbers are declining. They're running out of people to match him up with.
So then, what do you think it does? 200, 175?
Yeah, 230. 240, maybe 200.
I don't even know if it does too, bro. Wilder, think about this for a second and just think about the numbers. Wilder did 800,000 with Tyson Fury. 800,000. 600,000 in the trilogy. 600,000 to 77,000, bro. That's not even half. Well, that's not even a quarter.
Not to push back. I don't want to push back, but we can all agree, and most even his fans know that Robert Helenius fight was predetermined. There is at least some intrigue that Thurman would at least give Spence some level of fight. So maybe there's a few more subscribers they could squeeze out of him for that.
Yeah, but those fans don't pay for fights. They stream fights.
Wait, there's one guy. There's still one person who has a high opinion of Keith Thurman, and that's himself.
Yeah, so it's Keith Thurman's family. They'll buy the pay-per-view.
Because why else
would
he be thinking he could earn that high of money, and trying to cash out? You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
bro, I'm being serious. Look, I don't even think Keith Thurman likes his chances in that fucking fight. But it's like he's got to cash out. Remember, Crawford is a network and promotional free agent, so nobody's bankrolling anything with Crawford. If you're Thurman, you don't want Crawford, because nobody's bankrolling anything. So if you're Thurman, your cash out fight is the long-awaited, long-anticipated Thurman versus Spence fight. In his own mind, I think Keith looks at that fight the way that it was in 2017, not realizing it's 2022, my guy. Nobody thinks you all that, bro. We seen you go 12 with Barrios, bro. Albanese would knock out Barrios, bro.
That fight is way past the sell-by date. Way past the sell-by date.
All right, Edwin Castillo says, Ortiz versus Boots. Who wins in your opinion? All right, I got to turn the camera off for this.
Ooh.
This is why. No, listen. This is why I don't talk about that fight. I don't know what Boots' power really is. You didn't knock nobody out that was tested. You see what I mean? Like with Virgil, I know exactly what his power is, and I know. Don't let this kid hit you clean. He'll take you out. He fought guys. They're tough guys normally, and he took them out. And he's just a prospect. He has a prospect's resume. I don't like to shit on Boots because I know it's not his fault. But what I'm saying is I don't know what your power. I'm literally being serious. To my eye, your boxing is a little better than Virgil's. Your boxing is a little better than his, to my eye. But I don't really know what you made of physically because you ain't been in there with nobody. It's not his fault, but that's the reality of it. They're like, yo, dog, it ain't like you knocked out Danny Garcia. That's never been knocked out. If you knocked him out, then I would know, like, nah, this motherfucker hits hard. You ain't do nothing like that. You haven't.
Yeah, and say what you want about Golden Boy, but they know how to develop fighters. Like Virgil, you can tell that Virgil actually is improving. He's actually developing. He is taking different styles, and he's facing different styles and overcoming them. Boots is being matched up with nothing, and that's actually hurting him.
Boots fought a total of what, 4 minutes?
Yo, I'm trying to tell you, it's like with Boots, I could see all these little things that he does well, but then I look at the man opposite the ring and I'm like, well, yeah, you could do that with him though. That's like dunking on a child. You know, like if you got the little dunk, you got the little hoop, the little net to hang over the door. That's like dunking on a child, fam. I don't really know where you at. And it's not your fault because nobody wants to fucking fight you. So I don't really know what. I cannot edge that fight until I really know what Boots is made of. With Virgil, I have a good idea. I have a good idea based on Maurice Hooker, El Maestro, Mauricio Herrera, and Mean Machine. I have a good idea where he is at. I don't really know where Boots is at. I don't.
If they fought next week, I would lean towards Virgil, just because of what you just said.
That's ballsy, bro.
I'd edge Virgil. So I'd probably edge him.
The shit to me is that, look, Castillo Clayton, to my knowledge, he not chinny, to my knowledge, but he hit that motherfucker one good time, and that was enough.
Well, even Bozy, like Boots' dad, has said, yeah, Castillo Clayton didn't come to fight. He said that. I'm not saying that. His dad is saying that.
My God, I'm just saying that how you hit a motherfucker who's normally defensively responsible, fights on the balls of his feet, protects himself well, represented Canada in the Olympics. You hit this motherfucker one time, and that's it, bro.
No, thank you. I'm good.
I just, like I said, I don't know, man. Like, I don't want to sleep on Boots, but I'm like, yo, I was low key, I was impressed, because this is the thing, right? If you put that same Castillo Clayton that Boots fought, if you put him in there with Thurman, does Thurman get the knockout?
I doubt it. He just went the distance with Barrios.
So couldn't knock out a 140-pounder. I remember what he said about Crawford. Oh, he's too little. Yeah, okay, buddy.
But that's kind of what I'm getting at. They're like, okay, let's say Danny Garcia, Castillo Clayton. Does Danny knock out Castillo Clayton?
Nope.
No, he didn't. He couldn't knock out Benavidez.
I don't think so.
That's a good
point.
That's what I mean about Boots.
Dude was brutally nodding his head the whole fight, and he still couldn't knock him out.
See, to me, and this is going to sound crazy to people, I think Castillo Clayton would have made Danny Garcia, for example. I think he would have made him look really, really bad. It's a bad style matchup. You have to set your feet to get that knockout, and you're fighting a guy who's on the balls of his feet that's going to move around, so you don't get that chance to get off that big shot. The other thing is, who have you really knocked out as a welterweight anyway? Who? Nobody. You couldn't put away Ivan Rekhatch. My man Regis Pregarius, yo, he hit that motherfucker so hard he wanted to leave. Like, man, I'm gonna just pretend.
He goes 6 rounds to Regis. He gets touched to the body. He fakes a nut
shot. Like, I really.
He got hit and he was in the corner and they looked for him and they found him on the corner waiting for the bus so he could go home.
He faked the nut shot to get
go home early.
He felt that power. And like, I gotta get out of here, bro. Fuck that. I gotta get out of here, bro. I won't get hit like that again, right? That was with Regis. With Danny, he went 12. So what I'm saying is, my point of reference with Boots is removed several degrees. But I'm like, what I have seen, I'm like, Jesus Christ, you did that to an Olympian? That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. It's just that who did Castillo beat? Nobody. So it's all anecdotal with Boots. Whereas with Virgil, I have a real point of reference based on battle-tested fighters that have been in a lot of battles. Like with Virgil, it's not make-believe. It's real. Like, nah, this dude is fighting people.
Well, you know what? Early in his career, he's already come back from a little adversity, which is a great sign for a fighter.
Yeah,
he got put down in that one fight. He got back up and came back and knocked the dude out. That's adversity. A lot of fighters don't get to do that.
Yeah, Oscar's a coach, but Golden Boy they know boxing. They know how to develop guys pretty decently.
As much as I loved Mike Tyson never really came back from adversity. And when he finally faced adversity, what happened? He crumbled.
He folded.
Well, the other thing is, look, I'm gonna say this: Holy was always going to be a bad style matchup for Mike. Pressure fighter versus boxer puncher, and what's Holy shit? Counterpunching. The right cross that he hit Buster Douglas with, that's a thing of fucking beauty. He just slipped that shit. Perfect punch.
By the way, Jules, call me crazy.
Call me crazy. Building, man. Falling in on his stuff.
Call me crazy. Like, I think that honestly, Buster could have got up from that shot. I think he could have.
I don't know, bro. I don't know.
I just saw the look on his face, and it seemed like he just like, you know what? Let me just stay down.
It's a punch that you don't see. That'll make you feel different, bro. Like I just threw some shit and I got caught.
Well, imagine
what's that old Richard Pryor line? He goes, he hit him and the referee started counting. He said, fuck that, get the 10.
I mean, you figure he just got a $20
It was
million.
one of those moments.
That's
man.
what
He
I'm
just
saying,
said,
villain.
"Fuck
Thank
that,
you, villain.
get
That's what I'm
that."
saying.
He got a $20 million payday, and he just got hit like a truck hit him. And I laid down too. Say, fuck it, I'm gonna take my $20 million.
Shit, I want to fuck that shit. Like, I'm gonna go back to the hotel room and have some orgasms, bro. Like, fuck
How much would Red Cash get paid?
I'm fucking done, bro.
Do you guys know how much $20 million was back then? That's like a $50 million payday today.
Hello,
Bro.
a lot.
Obscene money.
That was a lot back then.
Now, what I'm gonna say is, comes to Virgil and Boots, it has the ingredients to be one of the great rivalries of the next generation of welterweights. The problem is the promotional situation for Boots is so weird. He's with Cameron Duncan, right? There's only so much that man can make happen. Like, you need to enter into a co-promotional situation with someone like the PBC, who has some welterweights, because you by yourself, you ain't gonna be able to do it, bro. That's why he should have had another fight by now, bro. You fought for 4 minutes against Castillo Clayton. They should have been able to get you back out there at least in August, or at least, bro, because you didn't. You fought for 4 minutes.
By the way, Jules, what'd you say that guy's name was? Cameron Duncan, right?
Cameron Duncan, that's his promoter.
Does he own Dunkin' Donuts?
No.
Oh shit! All right.
Let me see.
That's what Ennis has been fighting.
Bro, I fight with my wife in bed longer than 4 minutes. This guy can give us more than that.
And he loses.
TMI.
I'm
TMI.
Let
me read the super chat. BoxRec had pound for pound Sugar Ray Leonard, Ali, and Grab out of top 10. Now Robinson is number 1. Floyd is number 2. Ali is number 3. Monzon is number 4. Armstrong, Hagler. Look, I told you the algorithm is fucked, bro. There's a guy, the guy that runs it. He's on Twitter. His name is BoxRec Gray. You can go on there and ask him, bro. Ask him, like, yo, what's going on with your algorithm? Because this just doesn't make a lot of sense. But
There's no way you could have Floyd rated over Ali. I'm sorry. No. Just no.
Well, the problem is that Al Haymon's now funding that algorithm, so that has something to do with it, I imagine.
I believe it. Honest, you want my honest opinion? I firmly believe that. It started around the time of the Wilder versus Joshua fiasco, when that was a hot topic. This is circa 2018, around 2019. And that's when that kicked off. That, like, yo, why is the algorithm all fucked up, bro? This shit used to be reliable. Now it's a sack of shit. I think the most reliable rankings now for divisional rank standings and pound for pound is transnational. I used to hold BoxRec in high esteem, but now for me it's transnational. Like, theirs makes the most sense for divisional and pound for pound, because BoxRec shit is jacked the fuck up, bro. Like, when are y'all gonna fix that shit?
Never.
Probably not. But
So what fights do we got coming up, man? When is Inouye and
Inouye and Butler. Inouye and Butler is in December. You know, and we all know how that's gonna end. We know.
We do.
We know.
I was gonna ask you about Lobo Ortiz.
I mean, but about that, let me go around. What round do you guys think Inouye is gonna knock him out? I probably say round.
I don't even know, bro, because it could happen at any moment, bro.
It really can.
I think he's gonna.
I'm giving it until round 2.
I'm at 2. It doesn't go past round 2.
He's going to end up slipping coming in on the canvas. I don't think he's even going to make it inside the ring. It'll be over before he gets in.
They're going to touch gloves.
I want to put y'all on the spot. All right. We know on the undercard of Bivol versus Ramirez, 2 of my personal favorites, 2 fighters I love very much. Chantel Cameron, Jessica McCaskill. Country. Who's winning that fight?
Chantel.
I'll fuck with you, Country, because you didn't beat around the bush.
Yeah,
Don't beat around the bush, villain. Don't bullshit me, villain.
Chantel wins with decision.
Oh, shit. Touche. Oh, okay. Julio. Who gonna win that fight?
Bro, this fight is one of my most anticipated fights of the year. I don't know if you guys ever seen Chantel Cameron fight Mary McGee, but that's one of the most underrated women's fights of the past couple of years. Holy shit, what a great fucking fight.
Excellent.
But on paper, this is literally like one of the hardest fights for me to call because I like both fighters. I'm a just slightly lean for Jessica because I think her style is just a fucking nightmare for everybody. Like even like Katie. Like I think Katie won comfortably, but she took some big lumps in that fight. But I also think that Chantel has the style to win because she's a dog and she's not scared. She's not scared to fight, but she also has a jab and she can box too.
That's exactly what the jab. I think the jab's going to set her apart.
I've interviewed Chantel about 4 fucking times. You don't know it till you talk to her. Very intense person. You could feel the competitive spirits in Chantel, dog. And that's why I'm like, look, I'm not going to pick. Rick has always been good to me. Jessica's always been good to me, as has Chantel. I'm going to ride the fence for that fight. People not going to like it, but I'm not going to pick. I'm not going to pick.
You can't ride the fence, Jules. You can't ride the fence. You know that.
I guess I go back and forth. I can, and you going to watch me, villain. You going to watch me ride that fence because I'm not picking. Not picking. May the best woman win. The most I'll do is I'll give you an insight into what I believe the fight is going to look like. But I'm not going to pick a winner.
All right, we're all ears. Let's hear it.
Either way, it ends in a split.
You get on my pick? Or
go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, I said a while back, my mind hasn't changed. I got Chantel. I think her boxing is going to be a real issue for Jessica, even though Jessica it's going to be her toughest test to date. I just see a lot of flaws in Jessica's style that I think Chantel could exploit with her boxing, like just the opportunity to land counters and just easily, not easily, but just one on points overall. So
I think the super fight of our times, if Chantel were to win, that's only if, because I'm not going to pick the super fight of our times. No, not our times. Matter of fact, the next generation. If Chantel were to win, the super fight is Baumgartner versus Cameron.
That would be a great fight.
Listen, yeah. I'm going to tell you the truth, right? Chantel's literally one of the best fighters I've ever seen. I used to think that she would be the one that ends up unseating Katie Taylor. I used to think that.
Yep, a lot of people did.
I don't know that fight is going to happen now. I believe that Alicia might do it, which is better for the sport, and I'm okay with it because it's better for the sport. It'll grow the sport if you have an ambassador that has that kind of charisma and mark. Because she has charisma, man. She has full package, this kid.
It's going to be one of them two for sure.
But it kind of feels almost like, you know what, if Cameron makes it through that fight, if she makes it through it, I'm not going to say if she is or if she isn't, but if she were to, the stage that is set, because Cameron's not very old, she's in her early 30s, it feels like the super fight could be Baumgartner versus Cameron. Those are two of the best.
And AB has a lot of options, man. A lot of options.
Two of the best.
But just speaking stylistically, would you agree that Chantel has the style to beat Jessica?
Chantel has the style. What Jessica has cannot be taught. That's the thing.
Yeah. And look at who she's fought, man.
What Jessica has, realize Sandy Ryan is huge, right? She went in there with an older version of Erica Farias, and she could not own Erica Farias the way that Jessica owned Erica Farias. Jessica beat the fucking dog shit out of Erica Farias. That was years ago, bro. That same Erica Farias went in there with big ass Sandy Ryan, and Sandy was the one getting flustered. Sandy was the one looking confused and shit. Not Jessica. She knew. I am here to fuck you up. That's what I'm here to do, yo. I'm gonna beat the fucking shit out of you. She went in there with Cecilia Breakers. She ain't have no reason in the world to win that fight, but she did.
Bro, and she beat both of them twice.
That's why I got a lot of respect for Jessica. I don't think she gets enough respect. I don't really think it's fair that she doesn't get enough respect. And I'm like, you can't compare Clarissa beating Savannah to Jessica going in the underdog with Breakers and winning. She had no reason to win that fight.
Yeah, if you compare skill for skill, of course, I think Clarissa's the more complete fighter. But look at who Jessica has fought in 14 fights.
That's why
that's fucking crazy.
It makes me angry that the journos, fam, Erica Farias, right? Unofficially, she was undisputed. There were only 2 champions at the time at 140 that she fought Ana Laura Esteche. The only reason their belts weren't on the line in all likelihood was because they didn't want to have to pay the hefty sanctioning fees. But she fought the only other champion at that weight, and she beat her. And who'd she fight after that? Jessica. And who beat the fucking dog shit out of her? Jessica. By all rights, Jessica is a two-time undisputed champion. She should be. Bad motherfucker, man. Shout out to Jessica, man.
Or did you find out why she dropped her WBA strap? Did you go into that?
I don't know. I gotta ask Rick, man. I got his number. I'm gonna call him.
I'm curious why. You know what I mean? Because now it's kind of like I kind of want her to win this because of like she.
I mean, we gonna see. We gonna see. You know what I mean? Because the good thing about Jessica is, and the good thing about Rick is a smarter guy than he's given credit for. Even if she were to lose to Chantel, and even if the WBA has been dropped, she still has 3 other belts at welterweight. Terry and Natasha are not gonna fucking stay at 154 with Mary Spencer running around and knocking bitches out. Like, nah, y'all not gonna stay up there, B, because she want both of y'all. She want both of y'all. And y'all know I love Natasha, but nah, B,
she's gonna get hurt, man.
Don't take that fight. Don't take that. I will fucking go to the UK and I will go to Liverpool. Like, listen, don't fucking take that fight.
That's Triple G Brooke.
Bruh, she'll get the shit beat out of her.
I think people are gonna duck Mary. Like, I feel bad for her because she is older, going into the pros. I feel like a lot of people are gonna try to avoid her.
She might win a vacant strap. That's how she'll probably.
That's the only way it's going.
I see her as a Golovkin type, like early Golovkin type.
I see her becoming undisputed in a barren weight class. That's what I see. That she'll become undisputed in a division where nobody wants to campaign. Like, she'll fight the Marianne Alborgs of the world. And she'll get a couple of good victories, but nobody's going to really want to go in there with this fighter except for Clarissa. Because Clarissa can beat her. She beat her before. I believe she can beat her again. I do.
Yeah, if she goes down.
I don't say it enough. I should say it. I don't say it enough. But Clarissa, even though she's fucking annoying, you got to respect the hell out of her.
That girl can fight. She can fight. She can fucking
She's nice. What about Savannah and Spencer?
No, look. Let me say this. When I see it's a scene, it's a moment in that Marshall fight where Marshall is once again backing Clarissa into the ropes, and Clarissa fought her way off them ropes, throwing punches and it was a beautiful, honest to God, it was a beautiful thing. It was very cinematic, and because of that, I'm like, Mary's very good. Mary is very good, but I could see Clarissa beating the shit out of her again because she beat her before. She can beat her again. She's the one who derailed Mary Spencer's Olympic run. Everybody thought Mary was going to win the gold until Clarissa. You got to respect that shit, man. Like, she's annoying, but she's a bad motherfucker.
And you know what's crazy is that Mary Spencer basically said that what the Marshall fight was. She basically said that was what happened when she fought Clarissa. She's just incredibly hard to hit.
I think it would happen again because remember the discrepancy in age. Mary, God bless her, I believe she can beat everyone at junior middleweight right now. Literally everyone. But you don't beat Clarissa. You don't beat Clarissa. Like, no, it just no.
Jules, when you get a moment, not that I want to change the subject, when you get a moment, what do you expect to see out of Loma in this fight coming up? Do you have a prediction? Do you have any idea what you expect from this layoff?
I'm going to be honest. There's a lot on the line for Loma. And maybe my judgment is hindered because I want him to do well. I need to look, and this is what I'm going to do tomorrow. This is what I usually do. I'm going to look at Ortiz one more time before I decide what I expect. From Loma, I expect to see enthusiasm. But I don't know that he has it anymore. He has a young man's style. And he is not a young man.
But he's
when it
so
catches up,
to pull it off pretty well, though. I mean, on his comeback.
All right, country, realize it's been a year since the Comey fight.
Damn near.
That's true.
And Ortiz came off a pretty good fight, too, off Herring as well, too. He made him look pretty good. I mean, I know that was his retirement fight, but I'm just afraid, Loma's not getting any younger. He has to make that weight all the time. Yeah, and he's about 35, 36 years of age at 34, 35. And again, long layoff, I just don't know what to expect from him,
Look, logically, off of instinct, look, Loma's a special fighter. And that's saying a lot coming from me because I'm not a huge Loma fan. He's a special fighter. My thing is, so long as his reflexes are intact, he wins this fight. The angles that he cuts, those are not conventional angles. He doesn't throw punches from conventional angles, which is why he's so difficult. He's always had a great engine. He's always thrown punches from weird fucking angles. He'll punch you in the goddamn chest. I love that shit. He will punch you in your chest just to get a punch in there.
I don't think Jermaine Ortiz is a soft touch at all, man. In fact, I'm pretty sure he used to be his sparring partner, but he called himself the technician for a reason. And I'd be surprised if Loma just blows him out the water. I'd actually be really surprised because Jermaine has some of the qualities that made Teofimo a good fight for Loma when that first got made, because he's a smart counterpuncher and he's really athletic. Not a huge puncher.
Youth, speed. What he doesn't have is power. He's not.
He's not a big puncher.
No.
But he's smart. But he has size, youth, speed, and length, which the length is what I'm looking at. That this guy looks a little bit longer than Loma. If the jab is on point,
I don't know, dude. Nakatani was longer than Loma.
Nakatani had left.
Nakatani is not a better boxer than Jermaine.
Bro, Nakatani is. Nakatani is not better than Ortiz. I can tell you that off top, like nah.
Well, I'm not saying he is, but I'm just saying he had a length, and Loma seemed to.
But you know what Nakatani doesn't have? Nakatani has a blunt force object approach to boxing. Like it's monotonous. In other words, with Ortiz, that kid can box. He can box. He got a little bit of time and a little bit of length. He just doesn't have power. And because he doesn't have power, I'm like, Loma doesn't have to worry about getting knocked out. This kid doesn't have power.
I think it's safe
he can switch too.
I think it's safe to say we're all edging Loma. Does Loma stop him? That is, you win on points. What do y'all think?
I think he wins on points.
If Loma stops him, that'd be huge. That'd be a huge statement.
I agree with that. If he stops,
Jermaine is underrated, man. I'm not trying to blow Jermaine up like he's gonna be a pound for pound superstar, but he actually is a really decent fighter. And he talks about he wants to be the first guy to beat Shakur. Like he's that type of dude.
He don't beat Shakur. Nobody.
No.
Oh no, absolutely not. But you.
No, I just had to put that out there. I don't see nothing, bro. I don't see anybody.
But he's like part of this new generation of Dominican fighters, man, or Dominican contenders, where like they're all pretty solid.
We can fucking fight. We just rather fuck. We can fight. We just rather fuck. I want to be out here fighting when I could be fucking. Like, nah, man, I'm good.
Did you hear anything about Morrell still calling out David Benavidez to fight after this fight he's got coming up?
Well, this is the main issue with Morrell doing that, right? Remember that Morrell is in possession of a WBA regular title that makes him the mandatory for who? For who?
For Benavidez?
No. For who?
No. I forget. I'm sorry.
Canelo.
Right? Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, so I forget.
So remember that you're fighting this guy, this Kazakh, so that you can hang onto your belt, right? So that you can stay the mandatory for who?
Canelo.
Right?
Payday.
Let me finish. If you fight Benavidez, who's he the mandatory for?
Canelo.
So why don't you just fucking fight him? Do you see what I'm getting at? You don't have to fight this. You don't have to fight this guy. You could have surrendered that belt and went into a Benavidez fight, because the outcome would have been the same thing if you liked your chances, or if your handlers liked your chances, I should say. Because I don't think David Morrell is afraid of David at all. I think his handlers are afraid of David.
Right.
They looked at that fight and they said, why should we risk what we have? We're the mandatory for Canelo. At minimum, we might get a belt out of this. Why should we risk what we have with David when if we fight him, we're in the same position? We're the mandatory for Canelo. Oh. Well, then why do the fight? Exactly. Why do the fight? Let's fight this Kazakh guy that hasn't fought anybody and see if we can't beat him. That's what I think happened.
Okay.
I don't even know nothing about this guy. Is he any good?
Hey, speaking of Canelo, did he have surgery lately?
Yep.
Or recently?
Yep.
Yeah, he had hand surgery, didn't he? Just here recently.
To fix the left hand that was fucked up in the Golovkin fight.
What's that guy? Yo, what's that guy's name?
Listen, Mark. Christina Hammer, if you thought Shields did a number on Christina Hammer, Franchon to beat Franchon will fuck her up ugly. And I love Christina. She is, ooh, my God, I would eat her ass. But she will get
Don't let the wife hear.
Too much.
I'm outside smoking a cigarette, bro.
Okay, you good.
Wait a minute. Hey, Jules, you put this on Twitter. Did you say Drew looked like this Kazakh guy that David's about to fight?
Yes.
That guy's pretty decent.
Bro, like, Wow. I mean, what the hell is his name? Is he any good? Or...
I'm gonna ask Julio because Julio know.
Okay.
Cubans don't have a reputation for having good chins, do they?
The who? Could you repeat that?
Cubans don't have a reputation for having.
Oh no, they're fragile. They get KO'd a lot. That's their problem coming over from the amateurs.
Oh no! I was talking about Morel, this guy he's fighting. The Kazakh.
I know. I'm alluding. What's Morel?
Oh, Cuban.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh,
I'm just warning you. I'm just warning you. That's all. I'm just warning you that don't be surprised if some Bektamir Melakuziev type shit happens.
Oh shit.
Don't be surprised because I got that vibe. I'm like, yo, I don't know this dude. I don't like this dude. He from Kazakh. What? Yeah, I don't like this dude, man. Them Kazakhs is made out of some different shit, man. They just is, man. Them dudes is made out of some just different shit.
He's got those. I've seen him fight before. He has like his name is like Ados, some long ass shit, some European shit. But he has that fucking European style. The only thing with him though is that he's slow. Like he's there to be hit.
But is he durable? Because you know Morel, he can punch, man. That guy hits hard.
He is durable and he has some angles. Like he's a little bit like Better Beef in that way. Not as good as Better Beef, sort of like a mid version of him. But a live body for sure.
Man, I ain't gonna front. I am gonna watch that fight, even though it's not a big fight. I am gonna watch that fight because I'm interested in that fight. I'm like, if David can make it through this, then I like his chances against. If David Morel can make it through this, I like his chances against Benavidez. If he can't, well, then he can't. Then he can't.
This weekend or next weekend?
That's fucking when is that shit? November?
I think.
Hey, Jules, you're right, man. Drew does look like this guy, kind of.
I fucking told you he looks like that fucking guy, bro. Looks just like that fucking guy. You see Drew's not here, right? He probably getting ready for the fight. You see not here, right? He probably doing road work for the fucking fight.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. Hey, did you see that video of that dude crying over that woman that Drew that he posted?
Yeah, he was down bad.
Bro.
Country, he was down bad.
That dude needed an intervention.
Listen, we all suffered heartbreak. I'm gonna say that if you young, it's okay to cry. If you young, it's okay to shed that lone tear because that shit hurt, man. When you like somebody, yeah, that shit hurt, and they do you like, yeah, of course that shit gonna hurt. But for you to be a grown ass man, and coal is coming out your nose.
If I was going to like, bro, let's man, on me, bro. I'll make it. I'm on my tree, bro. I'll make it.
Looking like the little kid with the bubble on his nose.
You can't be out here. You can't be out here over some pussy. There's a lot of pussy out here, bro. I'm just being real.
Like I said on Twitter, man. There's 4 billion women on planet Earth. You cannot allow a woman to put you down that bad.
But why would you record? Why would you record? Like,
exactly.
If you record yourself, what you think is going to happen to that recording?
Man, they're gonna laugh at you and it's gonna go viral and shit.
You think homegirl that you crying over? This is. I want every young man to listen to this, right? Listen. Now I know y'all know, but I want every young man to listen to this. Ain't no joint gonna think about coming back to you, seeing you in that condition.
Oh hell no!
They're not attracted. No. They're not. Let me get on my Andrew Tate shit. I'm dropping a jewel on y'all. They don't fuck with you because you weak, right? So why would you show them that? They ain't gonna fuck. They don't fuck with you when you weak, right? When you vulnerable and no, they don't fuck with you. They ain't gonna like you when you like that. So why would you show a joint that? What you think she gonna look at that and her pussy gonna get wet?
I mean, legitimately, biologically, when a woman sees you weak or appears you're weak, they are turned off by that. So
respect needs the building. Period.
Put that even worse. That you're putting that on the internet. So not only is a woman seeing you weak, she has seen that everybody else sees you weak. You want to talk about making a woman just as dry as possibly can be in the Sahara Desert? Start crying on a camera and post it on the internet, man. She never talks
all the all the water and fluids in her pussy is going to leave that shit and end up in her ankles. And you're going to be wondering, why is your ankle swollen? Because you're a bitch.
that shit make the Mojave look like
bitch.
an oasis.
That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah,
You
y'all
going to take her to the ER, to the doctor. Yo, why is her ankle swollen? Well, you know what the chart says.
Son, you got
Sir, it says she's dehydrated. It appears that all the juices from her vagina have gone down to her ankle. She can't survive.
I'm just saying, she got to already love another way. She has to already love you for her to look past that, because that shit was ugly. Like, you crying like that, that's some ugly ass shit.
Dude, I don't know. Even if she loves you, I don't know.
No. Peep the shit. Peep the shit. If she loved you, you would not be crying on camera. I'm just telling you, as a man, for the young men, don't do it. Just trust me. Don't do that, bro.
I mean,
Jules. Okay, memorize that and tell that to Ryan Garcia.
Ryan is different, bro. Ryan is. I don't.
It reminded me that she did. It's like him coming out, like, honestly, was like, it was complaining about Taylor. Like, he honestly looked like he wanted to cry.
Listen, man. I don't look. I'm old, and I don't need to understand weird young shit because I'm old. I don't want to understand Ryan Garcia, bro. I don't even. All right. All I'm telling you is joints don't fuck with you because you weak. You know, they don't become attracted to you because you're so fucking. Oh my God, he's so weak. I need to give him all the pussy because of how weak he is.
I mean, how many girls have you seen?
Said by no woman ever.
How many girls have you
seen? Case in point, we have a case study. We have Lowe. Lowe says girls would laugh in the group chat if a guy publicly. I'm telling you, like. Look, I think
not only would they laugh, they get together and have a party and get like snacks and watch it over and over and laugh and eat the whole night, man.
Men forgot. I firmly believe this, and not to be on no Andrew Tate shit, but in all seriousness, I do believe that men forgot why we do the things that we used to do. They don't do them now. I know that people in our age group, you know, like countries from the era before me, I'm from the era after him. There's a reason we don't do certain shit. Like, no, legitimately, there's a reason we don't do certain shit. A lot of the behaviors that we exhibit are defense mechanisms for more reasons than one. And this generation has taught, it's okay to be no, it's not okay to be a bitch. No, I'm sorry. I'm being real, and I'm not Rambo. I'm just saying that it's not okay to be a bitch. It's not. It never really, as far as I'm concerned, it never is, because you tell me in what scenario is it beneficial to be a bitch?
Man, let me tell you a story. I got a story.
Disrespected, bullied, all of the above, man.
I got a story. Let me tell y'all this right quick. I have my job, right? I think I told you I work pretty much an operator at a hospital, right? There was like an IT outage for like all the electronics that was out, and I had to kind of like announce it. So like we was out without communications, phone lines for a while, stuff like that. This nurse calls and she's like, "When is the outage going to be over?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm not sure. IT didn't send us any emails on when it's over." She goes, "Well, could you find out?" And I'm like, "Hold on, who you talking to like that? Because I know you're not talking to me. I ain't your mother. You ain't my child. Like I ain't your child." And she goes, "Oh, sorry. I was just like I didn't mean it like that." I'm like, Like watch your tone when you talking. Don't talk to me like that, please, because I answer your question. Yeah.
Listen, my first gig, because I used to do security. My very first gig, and this would never happen in New York, because in New York you need a minimum of 2 years experience before you can do security in the hospital. But my first gig was actually a hospital. Moved out of state, yada yada yada. My first gig, right? It's late, man. This fucking guy is drunk out of his mind. The nurses are saying they don't even know how this man is conscious because of his blood alcohol level, right?
Spence.
Yo.
Hey, that shit was right there, bro.
Listen, listen, this dude's blood alcohol level is through the roof. He's combative with the nurses, and they're wondering how's the man even conscious.
So basically, he was walking alcohol poisoning.
Now, people tell me that I stand a certain way, right? I don't notice it. I just stand how I stand and I walk how I walk. I don't notice it. But the dude, you know, I was in the back of the other two dudes that was more experienced than me. One here, one here. He noticed me for some reason. I don't know, bro. So he noticed me and he just started doing a lot of like wild ass shit. And I wasn't really moving. I'm just like, you know what I mean? I'm like, I'm just waiting for him to do something to respond to. And I guess he picked up on that because then he calmed down. And I just smiled at him, like, because, you know what I mean? Like, yo, we ain't got to, we don't, this shit don't got to get crazy, bro. Like, it don't. Like, and we just started shooting the shit about sports after that. You feel me? Just started shooting the shit. And it was, and I was very happy with that because I'm like, okay, I'm learning how to de-escalate shit without doing no dumb, you know, little by little, you pick up certain shit. Like, don't show him the purple gloves because if you show him the purple gloves, he gonna know what you here to do. So don't even show him that. Just keep your hands behind your back or put them in your pocket, whatever. But don't show him them purple gloves because I noticed that when people would see the gloves, they would get even more hostile because they know, oh, you about to go hands on, yada yada yada. And it's just little shit like that. They're like, let's. Yeah, we don't gotta. This shit don't gotta be no wild ass shit. Let's chill, and that's what I mean when I say it's no instance where it's okay to be a bitch. Now that same night, it was a dude that already had time in. Right, I'm in the room. I'm in it. Right, and I didn't even notice that the other two dudes separated. It was another dude. You supposed to be experienced. This motherfucker's by the door. This motherfucker's by the door. Holding that shit. The next week, I was like, yo, what happened to that other dude that I was supposed to like train under him or some shit, right? It's like, yo, he got demoted, bro. They moved him to the guest desk because they just don't like how he be looking. Like they just don't like, they don't trust him in that situation. I was like, I dig it. And that's what I mean. It's like, it's not, I don't know of any scenario where it's just beneficial to be, I don't know if no scenario is beneficial to be a bitch. I'm just being real. Like,
there's only one scenario. That scenario is when you are on the stand and you have got your back broken in a car accident and you're sitting there just letting the tears flow out because you know that insurance company's going to pay out the ass. That's the only time a grown man should ever look like a bitch.
Yeah, but then you really not a bitch though. You just you playing your position.
Yeah, you like playing your angle.
You playing your position. Like I'm just like look, man. Not to be on no negative shit, but like yo, yeah, you gotta toughen up, man. You know, my son cry a lot. Like one thing my grandfather did to me that I always appreciated him for. Whenever I would cry when I was a kid, he would laugh his fucking ass off, and he did it.
Bro, that's all Hispanic old heads, man.
Yo, he would laugh so hard. And one day, this is what broke me out of it as a child. I never forgot. I got fucking furious and I attacked
him. My uncle did the same shit. So my uncle would like tease me. And he poured a Coca-Cola over my head. And that shit made me cry because he would like to like fuck with me to make me cry. So my uncle, he's like from Honduras. So he's a old Hispanic dude. He poured a Coca-Cola over my head for no reason, just so he could laugh because I cry, and I just mauled him after that.
That's what I'm saying. So like I would get mad, right? I get super, and I remember this. I remember he's sitting on the couch. I'm mad than a bitch, and I done had enough, and I'm screaming, and I just tagged him. And after that, I swear to God, like I don't know if it was wisdom on his part, though it probably was. He knew, like, yo, you can't be doing that, bro. Like, you cut that shit out, bro. Like, you can't be crying all the time all about this shit. Like, you need to do something, bro. If you mad, right? That's why you're crying. Do something. And it's like a lesson. I'm like, I wholeheartedly believe this generation is just not taught like that, or for like just lessons like, yo, you can't be crying about shit when you mad. You have to do something when you mad to fix it. If you're mad about something as a man, you gotta fix it. That's what we do. We fix it. If you don't like your job, so you gonna stay there? If you don't like this shit, well, you just gonna put up with it? No, you gotta do something. And I think those are the lessons that the modern generation probably is missing out on because they're growing too comfortable in their weakness. Like, yo, weakness is weakness, fam.
I mean, biology says that a man is whole. One of his major objectives is to protect and problem solve. So I mean, it's almost built in your DNA is that you're possessed to solve problems, and each generation is supposed to pass down is to problem solve.
And I would say that that's what reminds me of that experiment, which I often reference here on the channel, the 25th World. There's a part when you read through the experiment. There's a part where it's almost like the gender roles of the men and the women. It's like it became a gray area almost, and suddenly the animals stopped copulating. The rats, that colony of rats, and as soon as they stopped copulating, that heralded the fall of society. Now, coincidentally, I read an article in Forbes, I think it was Forbes, that humans are having less sex. I'm like, well, all this weird ass shit y'all be doing is probably why.
Hey, Jules, Sophia was saying that you guys were abused. They're not abused. It's just old school, man.
Nah, it's old school, man. Like, look, if it was abuse, I wouldn't love my grandfather. I love my grandfather. God bless the dead. But if it was I love my grandfather. That's essential. Like, yeah, like that's like when you're old head, when you outside, you young. For those of y'all that grew up, in not great places, that's like when your old head hem you up. You need that, so you learn how to talk to people. You can't be talking to people out here crazy like that.
Let me ask the panel a question. How many of you guys were disciplined in your life with violence? I mean, you got like spanked.
Yeah.
Or you got,
I was. I mean, my dad got me good because like that just encouraged me to not just always not misbehave, because my dad was like, bro, he was like some FBI agent, CIA agent when like his tactics to keep me in line.
Let me ask you this question: how many of you gentlemen on the panel, and Julius, how many of you later on in your life did you ever look at your father with disdain, or did you look at him as in like, I'm glad that happened because you taught me discipline, you taught me understanding, you taught me to grow? Because I can say that I was disciplined, I was spanked when I was a kid, and I never looked at my father with anger. I kind of looked at my dad as like, well, thank you for teaching me the real world.
That's what I mean. That I'm like, look, I don't know everybody's experience, and I don't attempt to speak for anybody, but like my grandmother was very rigid. My grandfather was very rigid. And the little things that they did for the duration of my life that they were there, I can wholeheartedly say that those are lessons that stayed with me well into adulthood, understanding things. My grandmother always used to say, no mani, no hani. She always used to say, and I'm like, yo, that stayed with me. And I'm like, that's true. Like, yo, that's true though. Like, you think shit gonna be sweet while you out here broke? No. Are you gonna do anything about it? And that's where you're
better.
It's like I always feel, and I read medical journals on this, that the outcome of a child, the psychological outcome of a child and their esteem when they have a mother and a father, or a mother figure and a father figure. For me, it was my grandmother and my grandfather. And I'm like, yo, it's so balanced that, you get all the shit that you need to know in a weird way sometimes. Yeah, but you get all the shit that you need to know. Because you need to be wise, but you can't just be wise. You can't just be a sponge and acquire information. You have to apply it. To some end, you have to apply it. Otherwise, it's useless. What good is knowing EMC squared, E equals EMC squared, if you ain't going to use that shit for nothing? Then what the fuck good is it?
It's like why algebra doesn't have any value for most people, because you're not using it in the real world. You're not applying something like algebra. I don't use it.
I've always felt that. In place of algebra, what they should be, and I said this yesterday, I feel that in place of algebra, what they should be teaching in high school curriculums is basic legalese, so you never get jammed up.
But another thing too is that my brother never graduated college. He's a really smart guy, does really well financially, makes really good decisions. He was troubled when he was younger, but he was doing really bad in school. And you know what he said to me? He said the best class that I ever took, because this is after he was basically almost getting flunked out of school, and they made him take like a basic finance class to understand how to balance a checkbook, how to understand to pay bills, how to do simple applied math that you use day to day. And my brother today now has no debt, lots of money. And he says that doing a class like that had more merit than any algebra, than any really advanced scientific math that he ever did. And we don't teach simple things like that, which we should be doing, because everyone needs to balance their bank account.
Yeah, I'm in my early 20s, and when I was in high school, bro, we didn't have no type of life class or any of that other shit. It was just straight up and down math.
Bro, I did algebra, and it was hard because math is at least it used to not be one of my strong suits. Like science, I'm good. History, I'm good. English, I'm good. Language, I'm good. All these different, I'm good. Math used to be a point of weakness for me. And you learn algebra, and yeah, it does have a purpose, but for your day-to-day life, just show me, where are you going to use this?
Thank you.
Hardly anywhere.
It was my worst subject too. Math was always. I mean,
yeah, I just, to this day, I cannot find a practical application for algebra, and that's obviously it's necessary depending on what career field you're going to go in. Yeah, it's necessary. No, it is. It depending on what career field you're going to go in. But I feel like not enough is done in the public school system or the curriculum in general, just in general, to give kids a direction that, okay, well, maybe you don't want to be a doctor. Maybe you just want to fix air conditioners, which there's nothing wrong with because there's a lot of money in that.
And a high demand. We need people doing that today.
Perfect skill, yeah.
It's a perfect skill. So you know what I've wondered about fighters like with a high ring IQ, like take Lomachenko, for instance, right? I wondered if kind of like they see a fight kind of like in slow motion or with math equations, then they kind of like enact their moves. You know what I'm saying?
No, I mean, when it comes, I believe, and this is just belief, it's not math equations. It's muscle memory, and it's definitely muscle memory, but it's also
timing as well.
I think some of it is logical deduction, though. Like, okay, he's throwing his jabs.
It's like they know I can get this out before he can hit me.
I know what they're going to do. When they do it, I'm going to react. Like, yeah,
it's like an emotion. Like they know their range, they know their distance, they know how long it'll take them to do something safely. Like I can get off these 2 punches before he comes back with some shit. Yeah, I can do that. I'm fast enough to do that. I think it's like that because when you really break down a fight, who thinks during a fight? I'm just saying, like, if you had a fight, just in general, in a boxing ring or in a street corner, in a train car, wherever, right? You don't think in a fight, but you know things in a fight. You do know
already to do just do.
When you feel like you can hit a guy hard and he going, you know that though. Like you do know, like if you in a fight, you fighting a guy, you like if I like you know that it without words and pie charts and math problems, because it's not like a meme. Like no, there's some things on instinct that I'm trying to get that out there, and I think it's more muscle memory than anything else. It's repeated exercises and things like that.
And it's so fast that I consider it more muscle memory than something like a thought process.
Yeah, because like when you're writing a paragraph, it's a thought process. But if you're in the middle of an action, no, you're not actually thinking. You're going off memory if you're in the middle of an action. Like when you're changing a tire, you're not thinking about changing a tire. No, I've changed tires many times. I don't even think when I do it because of how many times I've changed the tire. It's muscle memory. And I believe with something like that, yeah, it's muscle memory because you've done that before. You've been in the gym repeating drills over and over. It's definitely muscle memory for somebody like that. It's not cognitive that, well, I'm going to throw the right and then I'm going to shoot the left 2 times. Like, no, I don't think that's what's going on in the motherfucking mind. He doing it and he know he doing it, but it's because he feels some shit. If you in a fight, you feel more shit than you think. Like, yeah, I'm going to throw the right 2. I'm going to throw the left 2 times to set up the right. Except I'm going to feint the right and throw the left again so they can set. Like, no, ain't nobody doing that, bro. Nobody's doing that. They're not thinking
like Sherlock Holmes enactment.
Well, I know it's corny. I know it's corny to say, but honestly, it's corny to make this example. But if you remember watching the movie Karate Kid, when Mr. Miyagi had Daniel-san doing those activities, dead serious, but he learned muscle memory without understanding it.
Yeah,
I know that's the corny use, but actually he was teaching him something without teaching him something.
No, and I mean, that's kind of that's why I like that movie, because it was like, no, it is realistic. Like he was teaching him the motions that he's going to use to defend himself in a way where he doesn't realize it, so he executes it properly. It's kind of like it's kind of like doing a proper curl almost when you're working out and you want to get your bicep big. You know, there's little things you do that prevent you from cheating because most people's arms swing when they do a curl. So one thing you can do to circumvent that without cognizance, dig your elbow into the back of the chair and lift it that way. And off top, even if you don't use the chair after that, after having done that for many months, you won't cheat because you know what it's supposed to feel like.
Or just lock your elbow to your side.
Yeah, like
your side and just lift up with your foot like that. Yeah.
Because it's muscle memory. You know what it's supposed to feel like. So with a lot of little things like that, I don't think a motherfucker sitting there seeing numbers and shit and triangles.
Like the Matrix.
I got into my conversation.
Like a motherfucker going to
see kind of cool. Like
4n
O's
equals
and ones,
20,
like ones
and then the triangle and the hexagon pass. I'm gonna hit him with the. I don't think no motherfucker on earth is seeing all that shit in the middle of a fight. Nah, I don't think that.
Yeah,
I just think that he knows. I think it goes back to that shit from Lao Tzu. Know thyself, know thy enemy. If you know how fast you are, and then you get a look at the guy, you gonna know like, yeah, I'm fast, bro. I'm faster than him because I just seen what he got. I just saw what he got, and I'm faster than that. So it's all emotions and shit like that. It ain't a motherfucker see a whole fraction, 2/4. This triangle pass by right angle. I'm like, nah, B. I don't know if that shit's happening. I don't know, B. I don't know. I can't speak for nobody. Maybe it's some motherfucker seeing triangles out there, but I don't know. Shit.
All right, Jules, you going live for the Loma fight, right?
I'm gonna go live. Either I'm gonna go live for Katie or I'm gonna go live for Loma, but not both. But it's probably gonna be for Loma because I really want to watch that. I want to really watch that Katie Taylor fight. I need to look at her because she got hit a lot in that fight, man. Got hit a lot, and I need to know where she at. Like.
I think she'll pull through it. I mean, hopefully.
The shit is that the girl she fighting, she long. She is long. She's tall. She's long. And look, she might not have a big knockout ratio on paper, but this girl is from Argentina, man. Them girls can clinch.
Bro, women from Argentina as boxers, they're all tough as nails.
Bro,
That's what I'm saying. She might not have a fuck ton of knockouts on a piece of paper, but I'm looking at her and I don't see somebody that I think like, nah, she could probably hurt Katie. That's what I see. Like
I couldn't understand why she was walking into the Lion's Den when in that fight with Serrano when she didn't have to. I mean, I guess like you said, it was ego, but it was just like, man, it was so
playing to the crowd as well.
It seemed like he was trying to prove a point.
It is ego though. You know what the shit is? Look, it's competitive spirit, which is I think all the Olympians have it, like Andre Ward and Clarissa Shields, and even Anthony Joshua would agree. They all have that. They're like, nah, I want to get in this shit. I'm trying to prove to all these people that came here that I'm better than you. And I ain't going to do that being on the outside. That's the comfy shit. I'm trying to get in this shit with you. And so, yeah, it works against her. She got hit with some really hard shit.
Yeah.
In April, man, she got hit with some hard shit.
Can you ever say she's ever been touched up? Has she ever been touched up that bad in a fight? Because I don't think I've ever seen.
I don't think so.
No, not even in the person. Not even in the Pursoon fight. Not even in the person. Like Pursoon hit her with some shit, but she looked like she was finna go out in the motherfucking Serrano fight.
Yeah. I'm surprised she didn't.
Yeah, multiple times. She got her legs wobbled multiple times.
So I'm gonna say that I never seen her get hit with that much shit in one fight. I seen moments, just small moments like that in the Pursoon fight, but they were like the Pursoon fight is one of the most misinterpreted fights that I've ever watched because people really think Pursoon won the first one just off of volume, and they're not paying attention that a lot of that shit that she threw didn't land.
Missing.
She was missing mad shots. It just looked a certain way because she's throwing so much and she's walking through punches while throwing punches. It just looked a certain way. But if you look at it from a boxing perspective, Pursoon missed a lot of fucking punches, man. A lot. She got hit with a lot of shit. Yeah, she took it well, but she did get hit with a lot of shit. Those are still scoring blows. Whereas with Amanda, in them 2 motherfucking rounds, bro, I was nervous than a bitch.
Yeah, but if you look at the rounds where Katie just stuck to boxing, she won them easily.
Yeah,
easily with her legs. And I love Amanda. I bought into that shit. I'm not gonna lie. Before the fight, I bought into that whole shit. I was like, man, Amanda's gonna walk her down, XYZ. And I think Katie internalized that, and she wanted to prove a point by standing there and trading with her. And inevitably, she did because she won the fight, and she showed that she has recovery power.
You know
I think a
what
lot of it
Amanda
is that
was
she's been so dominant. It's almost like with Canelo. Like she's been so dominant that I think sometimes people just want the mystique to go away.
Bro, I think that Amanda's biggest problem is she never learned to feint.
Yeah.
There's a limitation that she has, and I notice it in the last 4 fights that she had, that if you just move a little bit, if you just a little bit, not a lot, just a little bit, she kind of struggles with what should I do next. She'll just repeat the same thing that she did it with Mahfoud, that Mahfoud is shifting, right? And you keep throwing straight punches while she's shifting when you should be hooking. Because she's shifting, right? The straight punches, the jab, she getting out of the way of that a little bit, or she getting out of the way of the straight left hand. And you should be hooking then because she's turning on you. So turn with her and hook. And she wouldn't do that. She just kept repeating the 1-2, the 1-2, the 1-2. And I'm like, yo, you really don't know how to disguise your punches. That's
she fights the same way from round 1 to round 10.
Agreed.
The same exact way.
Yeah.
And also a reason why I think you've pointed this out, AB is a terrible style for her.
Oh, it's terrible. It's a terrible style. It's too nuanced. Like a lot of people, I don't know, like they saw that Terry Harper fight and they think that she just a gun. That's kind of what it felt like. They think that Alicia just a gun and she got power. And I'm like, nah, if you watch her, she got it's more than a fucking right hand. I'm gonna just tell y'all that shit.
She can fucking box.
Slick. And she's like, she has flavor. Like I said this before, but like the Mayer fight was very conservative. In a lot of her other fights, she's dropping her hands, throwing lead left hooks, weird punches she's taking different type of angles. I think she really wanted to just outbox Mayer and make that a point, but she's just there's a lot more to her game that she didn't show in that fight.
You know, I'm gonna say that the counter right is what really won the fight. Mayer's best punch is not a big right hand, it's not a left hook, it's not an uppercut, it's not a body shot. Her money punch is the jab, and that counter right hand fucked all of that up. Like
for the people that said Mayer won, like you notice that she didn't throw 600 punches like she normally does, and that was for a reason. Every time she put that jab out there, Alicia sent a big right hand over the top.
And it's the same. It's the same as the Klitschko Fury fight. That what Fury did to Vladimir, it wasn't exactly genius. It's just that Klitschko's money punch really wasn't a left hook. It wasn't even a big right hand, even though he had one. But it wasn't a big right hand. His money punch was always the jab. And if you can find a way to disrupt that jab, everything else falls apart because everything is off the jab. With Mayer, it's the same way that most of what she does is off the jab. And if you fuck that jab up, she's going to be lost. She's not really going to have another answer because she doesn't really know how to disguise her punches. She's never really had to. Most of the time she shoot that jab, it fucking lands. But if you got somebody that's fast enough to counter your jab, that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, I think Bud beats Spence in the same way if that fight ever happens. He's just going to neutralize his jab.
That's the same way I have it. That's literally because everything with Spence, and I don't think Spence is a bad fighter, but he's
fundamental fighter. Everything comes off the jab. He has a great jab.
That's what he's basic. Like he actually has a good jab. But he's not a fighter that goes out there and feints a couple of times and has to disguise the shot or condition the opponent to, okay, well, I'm going to condition this guy to protect his head so I could punch him real fucking hard in the stomach. With Spence, it's really straightforward. It's off the jab, and all he really does after 3-4 rounds, he just throws more punches. It's not like it's not some really streamlined shit. He just throws more punches. That's it.
And occasionally he'll take an angle. But yeah,
he's very routine. You know what's going to happen with Spence. I mean, you really know he's going to have the same playbook all the time. And what wins the fight against Spence for Bud is honestly the counters, because he's going to figure them out like he does almost all opponents after about 3 rounds. He's going to figure out where he can box in between, where he can counter in between, and that's what's going to start disrupting Spence. And once he's disrupted, Bud takes over the fight. Bud takes over the fight in around 7. Can and likely would probably put him out by round 11.
Well, yeah, I think that's Errol's chance. I think Errol's chance is to box, is not to be the pressure fighter that he normally is, because he's going to walk into some shit that he's not going to like.
Let me disagree with you with this. I believe Errol's best chance, this is his best chance. Terence Crawford characteristically starts off slow, takes off the first 3 rounds to figure the guy out and see what he has and how he wants to approach the fight moving forward. So with a guy like that normally does that, hit him hard and fast early. That's how you have to do it. Make him respect you and scare him early. If you don't do that,
I don't see that happening.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think
bro, I don't see that happening. But that's your best bet, because you are not winning a boxing match.
And the other
with
thing
this
too
guy.
is that if Ugas could clip him with that right hand or whatever, and like almost knock him senseless. Imagine what Bud could do if he hits him, because Bud's got more puncher power than Ugas does.
Yeah. I don't think Errol wins a boxing match, but I also don't think he wins a shootout either. Like,
no, I don't think he wins a shootout. He'll get. I want y'all to go back to the Jose Benavidez fight in the last round before he knocked him out. But what I like about Bud, what I've always liked about Bud, it's the same thing I like about Loma, but with Bud, I do feel it's a little better. Bud throws punches from just very weird angles. These are not normal angles to throw a punch. Those are the angles that'll get you knocked the fuck out.
Because you'll agree, Jules, whenever these guys are going through the training in the sessions, most of these trainers are throwing the same punches or blocks. They're doing it from the same angles. Bud is finding these weird, strange, almost like Street Fighter type weird.
If you look at the uppercut, he hit Jose Benavidez with an uppercut. I think what I remember about the fight is his torso was slightly tilting to the side.
It was like a 3/4. It was like almost a 3/4 type shot.
Like a crescent uppercut.
You kind of like snuck it in.
It wasn't because you know what a normal uppercut looks like just a run of the mill, textbook, normal looking uppercut. You know what it looks like. And with Bud, none of the punches look like they don't look normal. With Errol, what I noticed is if I wanted to look up a manual on what a jab should look like, it's gonna look like Errol's jab. You're very textbook, like it's very conventional, very basic. Not bad, because the basics will get you through a lot of shit.
Shoulders and legs are peripheral, right in front of the opponent.
Terence tries to anticipate where your chin is gonna be and the gaps in your guard and things like that. Whereas Errol he aims straight for where your fucking head or body is.
Not to bring it back, but instead of algebra, it's like geometry. Bud is playing a geometry game.
I believe that about Shakur. If you go back and watch which I thought was fucking beautiful, bro. The way he would just stay to the side of the dude. Like, if you watch this, just watch his feet in that fight, bro. He would just be he was always to the side of the dude, to the side of the jab. And if he comes over with a right, he can roll it. If he doesn't come over with a right, motherfucker Shakur could come over with a left. It was fucking beautiful, bro. And I think it's the feet. I think what the casual fan doesn't notice about a boxing match, when you're dealing with like 2 really good boxers that they got scraps, they got squabbles, is they don't look at their feet. They just look at their hands. And I'm like, if you look at Shakur feet, man, it's hard to get one up on him, man. He is in tune, B. That kid is sharp. And whenever Conceição would shoot the jab, this dude was so far on the side of his jab. It's like, bro, why you even threw that jab? You don't see where he at? He way on the outside of your jab.
I think Canelo does a similar thing to Crawford in terms of anticipating where his opponent's going to be. Like, that's how he stopped Caleb and Billy Joe. He would literally time them bending at the waist.
The Billy Joe fight is one of the best examples of that, because he timed exactly the movement of Billy Joe and where he was going to end up on a punch, and what ended up happening. He probably likely ended his career by breaking that eye socket. But what I was going to say
with Canelo is this a little bit more crude. What I'll say about Canelo, you notice when he's conditioning an opponent, I think he fainted right before he shot. He tried for a shot, but he wasn't really trying. He just knew, if I throw this guy's gonna move like this, and then he's open for the upper. Because he tried it before in the fight, that if I throw this, he's going to move this way and he's going to bend at the waist. And when he does that, I'm going to nail him with this uppercut. That's the same shit Foreman did to Mora, that like, all I got to do is lower this right hand a little more and you going to eat it because you just want to keep standing in front of me like I ain't shit. Fuck me, right? I got you.
And that's the thing is, you're right, because Canelo
beauty.
Canelo's a little more crude, but Canelo has power in timing that can overcome that crudeness, where Terence has the more nuanced ability. But I will say one last thing. Ugas could have ended that fight against Spence had he attacked him on the ropes. I will die on that.
Let me say this, villain. Let me say this. That's why I think the fight is weird. Like I always say this, and I don't like to dwell on it because I know what people are going to accuse me of, obviously. So I don't dwell on it. But I wholeheartedly feel that was a weird looking fight, bro.
Yeah, I mean, the way he stood there and let Spence beat on him like that and just covered up, that makes no sense.
That shit didn't make, because it's like, okay, normally what you see when a fighter's being overwhelmed in the pocket, right? Like let's say Edith Matisse, for example. Edith Matisse is accustomed to normally dominating the pocket. With Alicia, for the first time in just ever, because most people don't know Edith Matisse, I understand that, but for the first time, I saw Edith was conservative. She doesn't normally fight like that. What happened? Oh, you felt the power and you didn't want to be there. Well, I'm like, okay, if Ugas felt the power and he knew he couldn't dominate the pocket, why is he coming forward in a high guard and just standing there? Why aren't you trying to box at range? Why aren't you trying to use your legs?
It
and
defies
throw
all
punches?
boxing logic, man. I mean, most fighters.
I never rated Ugas, to be honest.
Well, right, but after you hurt your opponent too, you finally have an opening where your opponent is hurt. Why are you not attacking? Isn't it just the natural instinct of a boxer?
There's just so much about that fight, bro, that I think is so weird that I'm like,
fighter would have jumped on Spence.
Sean Porter made this point. He said that Ugas is a guy who he lets the lights get to him, and I kind of see what he means by that, because he kind of looked the same way, even in the fight that people said that he beat Porter in when Ugas fought Porter. I felt the same way, where he was almost conservative in moments where he could have been pressed. He could have pressed the action and won rounds more convincingly.
Well, not to get conspiracy too, but the way, if you read Ugas, just his body language, how he speaks, and also what he puts on social media, the guy comes across as a go along to get along type.
Yeah, just happy to be there.
So if there's any,
I swear to God, that's what I was gonna. I'm like, you know what I got at the end of the fight? I got the vibe that, look, I'm just happy to be here. That's what I got from, because I'm like, look, the normal things I see fighters do in situations, right, in many boxing matches that we all watch, he didn't do any of them. Like, bro, you're getting dominated in the pocket. Why do you keep going there? You're literally walking there, though. It's not that he's jabbing his way into the pocket as you try to make it difficult for him. No, you're walking to the pocket and getting dominated in the pocket.
The fact that he didn't jump on Spence when he had him hurt. I mean,
you normally see fighters go fucking gonzo when they hurt the guy.
Yeah,
this dude,
and the way Spence at that one point like turned his head and started walking around looking for his mouthpiece in front of him, and he didn't capitalize. I mean, any other fighter would have just
as good as bro. Crawford is the best finisher in boxing, bro. Can you imagine? Like, come on, bro.
Crawford don't hurt you and don't finish you. He like if he hurts you, it's as good as over, bro. Because he's gonna finish you.
Yeah, Kenny Porter knew that.
And I'm like, yo, dog. With Crawford, nothing looks normal. Or like who's a textbook boxer? See, AJ, one of his limitations that I feel is his limitation. He's a very good textbook boxer, but it's all very textbook. The jab looks like a jab. The right looks like a right. It's like it's all everything you would see in a manual. What does an uppercut in boxing look like? You'd see AJ.
Almost like if a robot, if you were watching a robot.
Terence is water.
Boxing.
Terence, it's like Terence, when he hit Benavidez with that up, it wasn't normal. It was like it was like a weird uppercut from a weird place, but because you know the principle, you get hit with a punch that you don't see and you don't brace yourself for it, you're going out. And those are the kind of punches that I normally see him hit guys with, which is probably why they hurt so much. Why Postol, who's durable, who's well schooled, he was hurting Postol. Or Freddie Roach said that. He's like, yo, he was really hurting my guy.
Postol got embarrassed.
Bud picked up on the cue. He was just about nodding his head, and he went, "Pah!"
The question is like the one question I always wondered is after Joshua hurt Ruiz and he was down, he didn't go after him. He didn't have that killer instinct. I saw the same thing with Ugas, and you're always going to see that. You're always going
with Joshua, it was different. Honest to God, my interpretation. Feel free to disagree. For whatever reason, I don't know what it was. There's stories, and I don't want to run with whatever people say. But with Joshua, the vibe I got, this guy wants to go home early. He wants this to be done, and he sacrificed. He sacrificed defense for offense. That's what I saw. You can kill this little fat fucker with straight punches for the next 3 rounds, to where you make it safe for yourself to come in with the hooks. You came in with the bombs, bro. For no reason. Like, you didn't need to do that. You could have punished him with the jab and straight punches from the outside and tenderized them for 3-4 rounds before you go in for the kill.
So basically, how he fought the second fight. If he would have fought if he would have fought the first fight the way he fought the second fight, he would have won. Is what you're saying?
Yes.
Or Tony Sims era, AJ.
Yeah, it's like Lopez, bro. Lopez went out there with George, throwing all this bullshit. It's like, bro, you don't even normally fight like that. That's not how you be setting up your knockouts. You came out here like a madman, just throwing ball rog. I'm like, yo, what is he doing, yo? You wilding. So, you know, and we know what happened.
I honestly, and I rarely believe things like this because I don't try to buy into the bullshit. I really think Spence doesn't want to fight Crawford. I really deeply inside me think Spence, he's afraid because there's been so much buildup that if they make that fight, his career's over with.
We knew that the day he sat there and told Bud to his face, well, why don't I take the easy route and fight Sean Porter?
Yeah, why wouldn't I take the easy route? Yeah.
That's just like with Spence. See, the Crawford fight, and I'm with you. I'm definitely with you. If you're Errol, the Crawford fight and doing it is the most counterintuitive thing you could do. Why? Why fight him? For a belt? Fuck a belt. I already have more belts than him. I supposedly make money comfortably. I think he makes money comfortably, but I don't know that he's actually making more. No. I don't know that. I just know that if you're comfortable and you're safe, why would you want to risk that? For what? For what reason? If you already have innumerable sycophants that prop you up and talk about you already without having fought him, without having beat him, without having beat him, they already think you, Leonard, without having beat him. So it's like, why would you put yourself in harm's way? And there's that competitive element that everybody has when they love what they do, that whether you're an artist or a beat maker or a producer or a fighter or an athlete, you want to test yourself. I don't see that in him. I see it in Crawford. I don't see that in Errol. No. I
don't want to overanalyze the leaked audio, but in it, he basically confirms 2 things. Part of what you're saying, where he's like, he just wants people to get off his back about it. Like, he just wants to get the fight over with. And he alludes to that in the conversation. He legitimately
said that too.
Yeah. He wants the people on social media to leave him alone about it. That's why he wants the fight to happen. But he also confirms that Crawford he's in the dark as far as like how much he's getting paid. He kind of alludes to that too. And I remember those reports came out where Crawford he's basically in the dark as to how much he's going to end up getting because they don't want to show him the books.
What does that say about a grown man who's willing to take a fight knowing it's potentially you're not going to win and you make any money doing it? You can put yourself in harm's way. That's not a stable man. And I mean in a positive sense. A man's able and willing to get into a ring knowing he likely is not going to make money. He wants to fight that bad. I'm afraid of a man like that.
He hired a new lawyer to try to get the fight done. Does that sound like someone who doesn't want to fight?
I'm going to say this. Let me say this. See, with Crawford, and I don't think he gets enough credit for this, people think it's about money. And I see that. And it's like, to the layman, it's about money. To the layman, Crawford is playing chess. You're not going to fuck me. and I'm gonna beat this guy. I'm gonna find a way to do all of them. I'm gonna beat you in every arena I can beat you, because this is a characteristically competitive person. I know people like this. They won't let you fucking run faster than they do. That's how competitive they are. Like, that, it's nuts. That's the kind of dude he is, or at least outside looking in.
There's two videos that you can look back. Sorry to interrupt you. Think of two videos. One video is where he has a guy when he's in camp and they're playing around, and the guy's a known wrestler. Crawford used to be a wrestler. He ended up pinning that guy in a matter of 30 seconds. The other thing is that Crawford, he's wearing blue jeans. He walks in and he deadlifts. This is a guy who is being put on camera, nothing to gain, nothing to earn. He wants that. He's got that fire in his belly that he's willing to show people. None of you motherfuckers are going to beat me. I'm going to win.
Andre Ward says it about, like, he can't even play basketball with Terence because he takes it too fucking serious.
It's a dissatisfaction tick. To a lesser extent, to a very small extent, I understand it, because I'm kind of like that with lines that I draw. I can't put down shitty lines, bro. I got to be happy with it. And I'm not leaving until I'm happy. Or B, I'm not leaving until I'm happy. I can't sleep until I'm happy. I see that shit on him that he's like, yo, this dude is mad competitive. So when I see this thing and how it's playing out, it's that, look, if you're Bud, this was supposed to be my Moby Dick, or it's still supposed to be my Moby Dick. This is supposed to be my whale. And how could I leave? How could I retire? How could I settle without having fought this dude? I can't do it. I gotta beat him. I need to, like, he need to know for him. Motherfuckers really think it's some money shit when it's like, yeah, money got something to do with it. Like, I ain't gonna lie. Of course it do. It's crossfighting. But it's some different shit that, like, yo, how could, this was what everybody was talking about for 4 years. How could I do anything else without having done this? You know, because you don't even have a fucking promoter right now. You're not on a major sports network. I don't even think Crawford realizes how bleak it is, because he's just moving forward. Like,
hey,
no,
Jules,
I'm trying to get Spence.
Hey, Jules, Nell S. Serena has a question for you.
Let me just add one thing before you answer the question. There's two incidences that I think about Terence Crawford to piggyback off what you said. Number one is, if you remember during that Porter fight, he was fighting him, was competitive. As soon as his corner says you're down, he looked up in surprise. He goes, "Oh, for real? I'm down? What happened the next round?" He made Porter look like a club fighter and put him down over with. The other time that I remember too is whenever I was watching the Brook fight, right? When he was watching the Brook fight, and Brook took the first 2 out of 3 rounds. He came out with the 4th round. He threw that jab and knocked him out. So you're talking about a dude that does not want to let anybody beat him. And there's only one athlete in my time ever that I know that was like that. And that guy was Michael Jordan. Competitively, obsessively.
Listen. Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant. Like, nah, B. I'm going, no, I have to, no.
Roy Jones.
Oh. Well, he's a Capricorn. That's different.
But you understand my point. If you want to look back, you look at Porter. Whenever they were telling him, you're down. Do you remember his face? You guys remember? You watched the
fight. I remember he looked up at Bo.
What do you mean I'm down?
Look, he looked up at Bo. Like, word. Yeah. Yo, he didn't listen. He didn't get dramatic. Nothing. He just looked word.
Yeah, okay, it's go time.
I remember that. I remember seeing that.
But you're talking about a dude that gets in the ring with the guy who's considered one of the most competitive guys in his weight class. They just look at him and go like, okay, yeah, quit playing with your food. We got to go home now. Oh, okay, we're going to end it. Let's go. I'm done.
No, I'm going to say it's consistent. Like, I notice it more in the Olympians. Like, obviously Clarissa has it. Katie has it. That's why she risks so much, even though she doesn't have to. Vladimir had it, which is why I'm 100% sure. Y'all could think whatever y'all want.
Oscar had it.
If he would have got Fury in that ring for that rematch, he was going to knock him out. I was settled on that. That was my prediction for the second fight based on the face-off. The second face-off.
Klitschko?
Yep. If you look at that second face, that's not the same Klitschko, bro. That dude was switched the fuck. Like, you know what? You probably gonna knock me out. You probably could, but we gonna find out. One of us is gonna get knocked out this time. Ain't no worrying about the jab no more. And my prediction, Klitschko was gonna knock Fury out in that second fight. And wholeheartedly, I know I don't like Fury, but I'm just being real with y'all. Fury knew he was gonna get knocked out. That's why he pulled out. He knew he was gonna get. He knew. Why you talking about losing, my guy? In the second face-off, Fury start talking about, well, I could lose this shit. I don't care. Yeah, I mean, like, why you talking like that? That's not how you was talking in the first one. You wasn't talking like that. You was calling me all type of shit. And I seen Vlad made his mind up. Like, nah, I'm gonna fuck you up. I'm gonna fuck you.
Tell me, but tell me the truth. Do you feel like sometimes that other athletes who are on those levels, these athletes, they can feel that they know this dude's gonna win? And anytime I see Spence ever talk about Crawford, he gets that uncomfortable, like he doesn't look in the camera, kind of talks side to side, kind of talks strange. That dude don't want to. I mean, remember when they had that face off in the
that face to face? Yeah, he had his back to Bud multiple times in that confrontation.
He don't feel comfortable around that dude, man. He's afraid of that man.
Bro.
Had his hoodie on. He was looking at the ground. Like,
listen, B, it's some motherfuckers, man. I'm gonna take y'all back to what was it? I think it was 2009. We all know the Patriots historically is a better team than most other teams, but the Giants just had their number, B, for whatever reason. I feel like Errol felt that with Bud.
Wait a minute. But they're also too that they robbed the Raiders against the Patriots in that one game.
I'm just saying that you know how it go. The Patriots was them dudes for a long motherfucking time.
Yeah, it was.
But for some reason, Eli and these boys, they not look. I don't think Eli's a better quarterback than motherfucking Tom Brady. You crazy? No.
Right.
But for some reason, when you put them together, the Giants just know these guys. I feel like, Errol knew. Whatever's whatever, man. I be looking hot out here, but this dude gonna beat me, man.
Because that analogy is great. Like, Errol has that Olympian background and like coveted amateur versus this dude from Omaha, like just got it. And I think Michaela and Alicia is the same dynamic too.
Hey, Jules, Kelvin said Fury knew what's up. Boar meat to the rescue.
I mean, look. Let me put some perspective on it because Fury did shed light on other things in association with that fight too. What Fury did in the first fight, which was like, wow, bro, he revealed that Vlad was putting extra padding in the ring to slow down the other man's feet. For those that remember, Lennox Lewis was there. Yes. You don't remember that country?
No, that part
ahead of the first fight, they inspected the ring. Fury's people noticed, this ring is fluffy. And then they ripped the shit up and they showed that, like, this dude is putting padding in the ring floor to slow the other guy's feet down. So, they took all that out, obviously. And that was one of the most revealing things. I'm like, damn, so Vlad really be sitting here just really strategizing. Like, he want to slow the other guy's feet down so he ain't able to move the same in the ring. They took all of that extra padding out of this shit. And we know how the fight worked out. But it's like that shows that, like, motherfuckers are really try to use every angle that they can to try to win the fight. Every angle, down to the foam padding in the ring.
That's wild, dude. That is wild.
Wow, bro. It's and that, but you see, do you now understand why I say that? Look, I don't care about the pads. Why? This sport is nuts, bro. That's why I love it. But this sport is nuts, bro. This is not football, bro. I'm just telling you, this is not football.
Right.
This shit is crazy, bro.
Hey, do you think the Errol Spence fan really did hit on Bud's sister, though? Like that guy was saying?
What they did?
The guy you put up the last comment.
Let me see. Hold up. Yo, Julius, did you see that aerosexual Ray hit on Bud's sister, Letitia? Dude's wilding behind Twitter, but Bud would smash this dude's head in. Spence fans have no respect. Look, I'm gonna be real with you, right? She got a fat old ass. I ain't mad at you, Ray. but you need to leave her alone before Bud find you at a fight. Don't ever go to no fight. That kid love his sisters, man.
Yeah,
But
Ray talks a lot of shit for that dude. That dude talks a
Bro,
lot of shit.
him
He
and
needs to
Artman, I think, are
avoid.
legitimately mentally ill. Like, I
Hey,
don't interact
Artman
with
got
them
his
because
account.
I actually like think that they need to take a step back from the internet.
Artman got his account suspended because what's her name fucking posted that. I was rolling.
I think that's good for him.
What
Like, that's
happened?
actually good
I
for
know.
his health.
look, Artman. If I were looking for a poster child for how trash this generation is, it would be Artman. Like,
That dude brags on social media about bodying you in a debate. That's his thing that he holds.
my
Because you had to
guy,
pay him.
my
Remember that?
guy.
Look,
The
I
funny,
don't. I listened to that debate. You didn't lose that debate, sir. You destroyed him.
He's
it's not
created
even.
a parasocial relationship with a boxing promotion. Like,
No,
I
listen.
legitimately think
Not
he's
even. It's
deeply
not
mentally
even.
ill.
Forget the debate. Forget any of that. It's that he sucks at so many things in life that it's like, yo, dog, like you just happy that anybody can see you and hear you. That's what I get from him from a psychological profile standpoint. That you're not good at, like, bro, you're not good at anything. You're not good at drawing. Like, no, you're not. You're literally tracing over Google stock images. You suck at drawing. You suck at this. You
sucks
suck
at boxing. He sucks at arguing. He sucks at critical thinking.
He sucks at everything, and
Sucks
because
dick.
That's why he sucks dick too.
You had to go that far, didn't you?
let me go back to the super chat. Whatchamacallit sent me a super chat. I got you, bro. I'm gonna go back up right now. I'm saying that this is a guy that sucks at so many things. He's just kind of happy when anybody acknowledges him in any way, because that's kind of what I got from it. That he feeds off of the negativity, and it's like, if you're good at things, you don't want people to think negative about you. For example, drawing is not my passion. It never was. Drawing was just a means to an end for the medium that I did like. But I don't want people to think I'm bad at drawing, bro. You know what I mean? Now, you're going as far as screenshotting pictures on Google and tracing over them so that you can make people believe you know how to draw? That's sad, bro. I can't begin with how sad that, like, fam, you call that shit art? Like, fam.
Imagine the amount a lack of self-esteem that you have that when you get your woman like clowned, you get your art clowned, you get your boxing takes clowned, you become like basically like the court gesture of Twitter on boxing. I would find a hole that was so deep that you motherfuckers could never find me because I would be so absolutely tengo vergüenza in that moment. I would have so much pain now. It would suck so bad to be in that situation. But this dude pops up like a herpes sore all the time looking for attention. Can you imagine being down that bad in your life that you're okay with the only interactions you have in life or with people putting you down?
And that's why I don't.
Wow.
But see, that's why, like, months ago, bro, I got hip. Like, don't argue with him. Like, don't argue.
I legit think he's mentally ill. Like, he actually has like probably some sort of condition. That's why I don't interact with him.
Thank you, Julio, because all right, the job that I used to have, right, many years ago, I used to have to sit on crazy people before they went into the psych ward, before they would go to the, yeah, I used to have to sit on them in the ED before they go to the third floor to be evaluated by the hospital psychiatrist.
I don't want to interrupt, but how many percentage of those people were PBC fans you can imagine?
Adrien Broner was there.
Now listen, they all got this blank stare. I don't know how to describe it. When you look in their pupils and you look in their iris, you can see that, like, I swear to God, I don't know, man, but you can see that something is missing. Like, or at least I could, because I sat on so many of, and you have to sit there and watch them and prevent them from killing themselves or someone else. You know, that's literally what the job was. You have to watch them, you know, to make sure they don't hurt themselves or someone else or the nurses. And like, yo, he has that stare, bro, that like there's something. I'm not joking. Like I don't even say it.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm being serious. Like
No.
Remember, we went live, bro, and I'm looking at him like, yo.
Yeah, the debate. He's just like growing up, like in the block, we called it. He's not all the way there. That's what we would say.
Yeah, I was on the channel that night too. I remember.
Bro, but in all seriousness, though, you know, like as a stable person, who works a job, has a family, a life, pay taxes, normal dude, like I can't really connect with the ideology that people have to like grasp onto something to have like value, or they have these issues. But then like when you like wade into Twitter and you wade into like YouTube chats and you wade into stuff, dude, legitimately people are down bad. Like for real. When you look at someone like Artman, who doesn't have a thought in his head that it's original for himself, he like has to cling on to things to have.
And that's
value.
why. Listen,
can I just add one thing?
Let me say this before I pass it to you. That's why it don't make sense. If I'm being honest, right? I'm 40 or close to 40. I'm old. It don't make sense for me to attack this little boy. Nah, that's not right. That's why I don't attack him. Like it would, like he tagged me in some shit today, and same thought prop. It don't make sense for me to attack you, bro. Like it don't make sense for me to insult you. For me, being me, it does not make sense for me to attack somebody like you. I would lower myself if I attacked you, and I'm not gonna do that.
Well, that just says you have grace. I mean, that says that you actually have a heart.
No,
but you can do that.
But also, could you? You said it best. Have mercy on people when you know they down bad. Have mercy. Be nice.
Bro, I did not know. So I did not know you had that prior professional experience, but it makes sense. Like it makes so much sense now because during that debate, I remember watching it. It was literally like you were trying to talk to like a child or like your younger brother or something to try and like reason with this dude.
It doesn't make sense to put a lot of energy and time into someone like that, though. Either it's like you just hit to that point. You're like, this is just not worth it.
But you know what thing about that debate too that I remember is that he was actually looking, like his body language, he was looking for affirmation from you. He actually wanted affirmation. He respected you.
Yeah, but let me say this. Do you think, and this is just being honest, do you think that I need the respect of a person like that?
No, but he needed your affirmation.
I'm just saying that before we attack
obviously not, Jules.
Listen. Before we go in on all his shortcomings and fallacies, and because he's ridiculous, and I don't say that to be mean, but I'm just being real. If I had to look at it, I'm like, yo, that kid needs help. He need help.
Legitimately.
Like he need help. And it don't make sense for me as a grown-ass man, right? It don't make sense for me to attack no child. That's a child. That's a child that poses with guns, and it's like you a child, bro. Like you're a kid. Like it don't make sense for somebody like me to attack you. So God bless him, yo. I hope he get okay. I hope he find a girl that like him a lot, that rounds him out and makes him feel whole and fills all the parts that are missing, because that's a good feeling. I don't wish nothing but the best for that kid. I hope his business takes off. I hope he really learns how to draw. Because I'm not being funny.
Somebody said he was trying to draw. Somebody said he was drawing during the debate.
Well, I mean, he's so
he was making macaroni art during the debate. Finger painting.
Hey, he had his finger paints out.
Artman's sleeping a race car bed.
That what I don't like macaroni art.
Look, the shit is. Look, outside looking in. This is a funny thing. I'm a first generation American, right? My lineage is not here, so I don't have the hatred of anybody that people that are from here have. You understand that I don't hate nobody. It's not my history for me to hate you or you it's not my history for me to hate anybody.
Right.
I'm a first generation American. So I just kind of see things for what they are. And like he hates a lot of people, like he really like the shit that he says is so it's like, why would you say that? And that kid has a lot of issues, man. But what's weirder is a lot of people have those issues that I've seen they have those same issues. They really hate people they don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't make sense for me to hate anybody from anywhere.
But when you don't have direction in your life, or you don't have something that is driving you, I mean, like you got and I don't want to be forward, but you got a wife, you got kids, you got your boxing channel, you got passions. So you're driven by something, right? So me too, and everybody else on the panel. When you're a person who doesn't have those things and you're lost, that's how cults, like literally, that's how people, like how cults happen. That's how people get involved in toxic relationships. That's how people get involved in toxic things they grab onto, is they're lost. They don't have something that they're driven by.
I'm a God-fearing person, so I will say that idle hands do the devil.
And I heard that you were a god. You told me that you were a type of god. So which one is it?
You know God personally.
No, listen. Being all jokes aside, just from one human being to another, I'm a God-fearing person, right? Idle hands do the devil's work. Period. Idle hands, if you don't have direction, there's no way you don't become toxic. I don't have like I'll say as a man, for example, one thing as a man that made a very big difference in my life. I had my daughter. That gave me direction. You feel me? Like that gave me direction.
Absolutely. I have two of them.
So when you're young and you're his age and you don't have a point of what do you want out of this life, bro? Because you only got one. And you're the shit. I can't spend hours of the day, for example, doing what you do. I have to be working towards something. There has to be a reason why I'm doing something. For what fucking reason do you do the shit you do? I can't wrap my mind around it. Like, what, you're hustling t-shirts? That hustle sucks. I'm sorry to tell you. Yeah, that's a shitty hustle.
But you explained it. But you explained it because you just said, when I had my daughter, you basically said it gave you purpose. When you don't have something to fill you up, you have to try to find a purpose. And if your purpose is shoved down by hate or by anger or by something, then you're gonna fill your cup up with that.
That's a real meaningful social connection to have and raise a child. Armin is literally just on Twitter arguing with people endlessly. That's
you know what it's my understanding that he has his father. So I'm like, I don't know who failed you, dog, to be honest with you. I don't know who failed you or if you're just chemically imbalanced, because it could be that if you're chemically imbalanced as a result of whatever, that could explain the behaviors. But you have to understand that you're talking about a person who regularly logs into an app so that they can be abused. And the only way they feel, and this is what I've noticed about him, the only way he feels like he's being seen is when he's being abused.
He has a humiliation kink.
Yeah, legitimate.
But I don't think, honestly, I don't think it's a kink. I don't think it's a kink.
Imagine him and Southpaw together on a lie.
Look, Southpaw, look, not even being a fucked up person. Southpaw is gonna get himself killed.
Yeah, you're right.
I don't say that to be dramatic. I'm like, I've seen this happen more than once.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're from New York, man. You've been around people. That's
not about being.
He has early hominid IQ.
It's not no New York shit. It's not no from here, from there, from every. It's not no. You're gonna get yourself killed.
Yeah,
that's all. That is all.
It was like what you were talking about earlier with people who only look for conflict, who can't manage those dynamics.
If I look at them, I don't know what's wrong with them, right? And the only way I've ever seen people deal in my whole life, the only way I've ever seen people deal with somebody like that, they kill their ass. That's it. That's all I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you, but what you don't understand, or maybe you're not capable of understanding, there are other people just like you. They're not like me. They're not like the people on this panel. There are other people that are just like you out there, except what you're saying offends them. And when they take the energy that you take to do this offensive shit, when they take it and they use it, they will murk your dumb ass. It doesn't matter because nobody's going to miss you. To be honest, who the fuck is gonna miss you, bro?
Right. Well,
who in the fucking world? Who in this fucking blue planet is gonna miss you, bro?
Well, somebody already said he got shot in L.A., man. So I mean,
maybe he did, maybe he didn't. I heard it's fake. I heard it's real. I don't give a shit.
You're right.
All I could tell you, just from one person to another, I have seen this play out in a real life setting in the early 90s several times, except those guys were strung out on drugs, and that explained their behaviors. I don't know if that particular guy is strung out on drugs. He very well could be, because I can't explain a man your age. I'm in the same age group as you, bro. I cannot explain waking up and logging into social media apps to behave the way you do. I don't know what the fuck you're trying to do.
To do a parallel here, and I mean, this might be sound outrageous to you, but this is basically what Tupac did. I mean, once Tupac got out of prison, he had a death sentence. Sir,
Tupac had talent.
No,
but I
that's
mean, he
not
had a
true.
back and forth.
That's not true. What Tupac had, no. I don't want to get into that. I'll just say no. It's not the same thing in no way, shape, or form. And Tupac was very young. You have to remember that. When you have all those, he was young. When you're that young, you live and die to make a point.
But that's what he was doing. You agree? That's what he was doing.
No, I will say, what? Look, if I had to, let me interpret Tupac. This is my interpretation of Tupac. I know yours is different. I respect that.
Okay.
All I'll say is that my interpretation of Tupac is that he knew everything that was wrong, and it made him angry. And you don't know what to do with the anger. You don't know what to do with the anger except rebel against it. It's not conducive. It's not productive. But that's what you're doing. You're rebelling against that. When you get older, you kind of understand. It's vain. It's very vain to think that it's all on you. Stop trying to change the world. Focus on you and what's good for you.
But you would agree Tupac wasn't focused only on himself, right? He was mad at the world. He was mad
he was mad, but he had a reason.
I don't disagree with you.
He had a reason. Look, if you think about this is such a deep conversation. I might have to do a different fucking live over it. Yeah. It's a deep conversation. But in a nutshell, no, we see in a guy like this Southpaw character. Remember, this is a man in his 40s that behaves this way, who has the tendencies of a...
That's crazy. He's not that old, is he?
No, he's in his 40s. I'm looking at this guy. This guy's in his 40s.
Yeah, that dude's whack, man. He's got like something wrong.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if forget all this bullshit, all this just forget all the bullshit. I see a dude that's in his 40s. You probably been in and out of jail because you look like a jail cat, like a fake jail cat, though. Like you're not nobody. Like you're not nobody. Like no. But what I see is like you like a fake type jail cat. You say all the funny. You say certain shit, and I'm like, yo, on some real shit. Ain't no motherfucking way I'm gonna be your age doing the shit you be doing on the internet. There's no reason for me to do none of that. Something psychologically or chemically is wrong with you and has been wrong with you for a very long time. And all I'm saying is what you don't understand is for every force, there is an equal and opposing force. You're chemically imbalanced. Someone else is. They're going to see that. They're going to see what you say. They're going to get you. I'm not wishing that on you, but that's what usually happens. Somebody is going to get you, bro. Sooner or later, they're going to recognize you and they're going to get you. I've seen bad, terrible things happen to people for less than the bullshit that comes out of your mouth. Terrible.
Well, you know what? The internet and boxing channels in general, it draws out a very curious, wild and crazy crowd, man.
That's a very political correct word to use. Curious.
It's more like listen, country, you hit the nail on the head more when you said it's not the boxing shit, bro. It's not the boxing shit.
It's the internet.
It's more like the internet creates a world that connects you to people that perhaps in a regular setting you would not otherwise see or interact with.
Well, I disagree with you. You and perhaps you 100% would not interact with. You're interacting with people that
all right,
you would
let's
never.
go.
And also, you wouldn't talk shit to him either.
Let's go with that. Let's just go with that because that kind of segues into what I'm alluding to. That if you take away the internet, a person like that person doesn't have a platform for their hijinks. You know, you don't have a platform for that. Now, if you do that in a regular day-to-day basis, outside in the street, it won't take long
before you get the shit kicked out of you.
Well, fuck a ass whooping.
Or
We
a
all
bullet.
listen.
Yeah,
Fuck a
catch a
ass.
bullet.
Listen to me. Fuck a ass whooping. I'm pretty sure. I'm 100% sure. Everybody on this panel has taken an ass whooping.
Yes.
Everybody, for whatever it's happened. Fucking ass whooping. The shit that you're doing is so bizarre. It's like are you trying to get murked?
Yeah, I think he does. That guy might have a death wish. Dead serious.
Maybe, bro. Because I'm like, yo, you can't. There's parts of the country you can't be around them people talking like that. And wherever you are, I don't think he's dumb. I honestly don't believe he's dumb.
Do you think he has some street savvy?
I believe that he's comfortable enough saying what he's saying because he knows that he can't. That he's not going to bump into the people that he would offend. That would like, yo, dog, like. I don't even want to spend time on this bum. Like, I'm like, yo, because I just thought about it. Like, yo, what the fuck am I talking about this bum? Like,
bro, he did. Yeah, you have a point though, because when he got on here, he didn't have that same energy. That shit kind of got shut down quick.
My God, I'm not. Listen. I ain't no Rambo type of person. I'm not. Like, I'm one of the happiest, nicest people you can meet. Honest to God.
Well, I disagree. You were talking some mad shit about Spence fans. Oh, you made me afraid.
Well, fuck them. Well, and to the point that Julio made, I ain't gonna dwell on it. I'm gonna just say, you understand though, right? Like you see how it's like, fam. Like, I don't know what you're trying to do. I do not know what you're trying to do.
We got on the subject because we were comparing him to Art Man.
No,
you would win in a fight.
No, you missing me, country. You missing me, country. I'm saying that dude is not dumb. He's not dumb. You know, it's some people in East LA that get your ass for that shit you be talking. You know that.
Yeah, Drew.
Not even on no joking shit. No, on some. Look. I'm gonna give you an example.
Bro. Trust me, I understand.
And what I mean is that, like, yo. At some level, no matter how mentally weird or fucked up he is, on some level, he knows when and where to say this crazy shit that I know, fam, them kids in LA don't play, man. They really don't over there. Like, if you said half the shit you be saying online to them kids, it ain't even like they will fucking murk you and go boil an egg.
I mean this dead serious. Do you think he's playing a character? You think it's a character?
No, because
is he playing a character? Is he? Does he play a character?
No, it's more like he has a sickness. I see that in his eyes. It's that same thing.
He's mental. He knows when to do it and when not to.
That's what I mean. That there's when I look at his eyeballs. I invite all of you to do this, and you'll start to see it sooner or later because I became conditioned to seeing it. There's something missing. I don't know what specifically it is. Maybe I just don't know, but I notice it, and he has that. Like, you got that stare.
Let me give you an example. I was back in my hometown, right? I was in San Francisco. There was this crazy dude, and he was on a busy street, and he was jumping in front of cars, yelling at people and stopping them and all this and that. And then like a UPS truck almost hit him, and he went running around in a circle, and he was still doing all crazy shit. Cop car shows up. All of a sudden, he stopped doing what he was doing. It was instantly. Now, the dude was mental, but he seen the cops, and instantly he stopped doing what he was doing and started acting like he wasn't doing nothing. So
that's all. Like. See, this what I'm getting at is, I don't know about y'all. I have seen people have terrible things happen to them for less than the shit that comes out of your fucking mouth on this internet bullshit. Honestly, and I hand on heart, and I know that if you was around certain places, it's people they would not let you. You don't leave, bro. You don't leave.
Oh, you leave
I
it, but not the way you
know
want
you
to.
don't leave.
No,
I got
you
a
leave.
If you getting away with this shit, because it seems like you've been doing this a while, and I know if you've been getting away with this shit for this long, it's because you're at least smart enough to know that these people can't get to you. Wherever it is you are, they can't get to you.
Look, I gotta ask one question because only one thing about that confused me. At what point in time does someone get murked and they boil eggs? Who do you know that kills people and then boils eggs afterwards?
They got the
Because that's a
craziest
big
egg
jump.
salad recipe.
Explain that to me. They're going
Rob,
to boil.
only
I mean,
you
I'm making
asked that
egg
question.
salad sandwich.
Okay,
What are they doing?
I'm gonna be general.
Rob,
all right. Let me be. Can I be general? I'm not
Please.
gonna talk about nobody that I know. I'll talk about something that happened while I was still living in New York. When I was still living in New York, close to 10 years ago, there was a kid in the Bronx. He cut his mother's head off in the Bronx.
Damn.
Cut his mother's head off. Put it in a bag. I believe he made scrambled eggs. I believe. I remember here. I remember that he made scrambled eggs. He was mentally ill. In case you're not understanding.
Well,
I mean, like obviously. So it was some crazy shit, but he cut his mother's head off
and made scrambled eggs.
Yeah, he took a selfie with it too.
Yeah, he did, and he posted it on Instagram. You remember, right? He posted it on Instagram.
With the eggs, or was his mom's head? And was it
no, his mom's head. His mom's head. His mom's head.
In or out of the bag?
I'm just trying to tell y'all, and I give this one. I feel it's a warning.
That's wild.
It should be a warning to people. What a lot of these I feel like what the loonies feel is being crazy gives them an edge. And what they don't understand, you know that there's other people that are just like you, right? And they're going to take the energy that you give them with this crazy shit you're saying, and they're going to get offended. They're going to get you. I shit you not. 7 or 8 years ago, I believe the guy came from Minnesota to New York City. He wanted to kill 2 cops. He wanted to kill 2 cops. He made that decision. Drove to New York, and what did he do?
He killed 2 cops.
This internet shit, like I'm telling y'all, motherfuckers need to be careful, which is why I'm very private. I'm very careful about this. It's not a joke. And when I see the way that he behaves, I'm like, you're online enough that if you were walking down the street, someone might actually recognize you.
Yeah.
And given the vitriol and the toxicity of the things you say, the fact that you keep targeting a group of people, and there's no reason for it. Like, what are you talking about? Boxing? You hate the hate that you give out over boxing? Are you insane? Sooner or later, I'm just.
I mean, you are right, because Anonymous. You're probably familiar with that group organization,
yeah.
Right? So they legitimately, I remember, because Shia LaBeouf, he did one of his like outrageous, like weird, like living art type deals. And they put a television up or something, and they were saying he will not divide us. And they just videotaped it for 24 hours a day. And it was about Donald Trump, right? Well, there was a lot of reaction. People like ended up having like fist fights in front of this because it's like this, progressive art. Well, he ended up moving this to the middle of like some country in the middle of Europe. And the people on Anonymous were able to track down where it was located based on like the wind, based on the trees, based on everything. So you're absolutely right. If people want to find you and they want to do something, there are a lot of intelligent people out there. If they're goal driven, they will find a way to figure out who you are, what you are, and how you do. So you are absolutely correct.
Look, motherfucking Don Juan says, when Southpaw was walking around MacArthur Park, MacArthur Park is in LA, he was the only one wearing a face mask, and he never took it off. He is a Twitter gangster. And that's what I'm saying. I see someone who's chemically imbalanced in that guy. I see the blankness in his stare, but I also see that you're not all the way gone. You're doing this stuff because you're comfortable doing it, because for whatever reason you feel safe. that you can get away with it. But I know for a fact that there are people that would love to turn you into Swiss cheese. I know it. They would love to turn you into Swiss cheese. And it's like, yo, dog, like, and what are you doing this? If you think about how crazy this is, all these hateful, awful, terrible things that you say, you're doing this over boxing?
And he's not even getting paid for it.
It's not like he's getting money doing this. He must really just not like, yo, you're not even doing it for money. You must be really hateful.
I mean, okay, we talk about how people get mad in boxing because you have a different opinion, but you experience that outside of boxing. I mean, I experienced it, but it is more over the internet, I think. I had a guy get mad at me because I told him that a pit bull couldn't beat a honey badger, and he got mad at me for it because I had a different opinion. And I'm like, I started laughing at the dude, and he got more pissed off because I was laughing at him. But it was like, dude, how you gonna,
I feel like I've been fortunate in a lot of things. Like I honestly feel like I've been fortunate in certain shit because I'm like, yo, look, man, all this weird energy that people have on Twitter, it's not like that in real life. Like, no, my God, all this
talk hella shit on Twitter, man. I'm like,
that's what I mean. Like, I honestly feel like, look, if I've just been fortunate because on a normal day-to-day setting, I'm a very kind, respectful person. Like you will feel that coming off of me, that respect. And I don't, but on Twitter, man, fuck you, suck goddamn dick, bitch, hoe. Yeah, and it's you just got to take it for what it is. Like, yeah, that's the internet.
Hey, man, by the way, your girl Liza got hacked by somebody, bro.
Well, she told me I talked to her.
Yeah, she said the dude like made a.
She's another one. I feel like I'm actually kind of worried about her because she gets into it a lot, and like you said, man, there's like a lot of crazy people on the internet, man. She should be careful.
She should be careful, but I just take it as she's having fun. I've always taken her. I do that. That's how I know what it is. I'm just having fun, man. Y'all get super mad over this Canelo person. How can I not laugh at y'all? Y'all get fucking furious over this little red-headed man. If I mention this little red-headed man, y'all ready to go y'all ready to call me all type of crazy shit over this little red-headed man. And all I gotta say is I'm a fan of Canelo, and y'all ready to go crazy over that.
Man. The natives get restless. The warpath.
Motherfuckers get crazy over some Canelo. I'm like, yo, for me, because I'm old, it's just so interesting to have seen his career progress to where the point, if you mention Canelo now, fuck you bitch ass motherfuckers. Like, yo, y'all motherfuckers is crazy, man. You guys are crazy. Fucking crazy. Over Canelo, you slurs, bigotry, hate, toxicity, because Canelo.
And just in boxers in general, people get really
understand country, because Canelo didn't take the Haymon deal. Racial slurs, bigotry.
I know.
You don't, and when I connect the dots, I'm like, yo, dog, you telling me you that mad off of that? You that mad that Canelo didn't fight these bums? Let me not say that. You mad? You that mad that Canelo didn't sign a deal with Haymon? That you willing to call people these kinds of evil, spiteful, hateful names?
Hey, Jules, Joshua Herrera says, Jules, they're basically Stan from that Eminem song.
Bro, Stan had more love in his fucking heart than these motherfuckers.
I know, man. I'm telling you.
At least Stan liked Eminem, and he wanted to.
And he put his girlfriend in the trunk.
Folks getting aggressive about boxing views is a social media thing. Ain't nobody tripping. That's why. Shout out the I honestly hope that he becomes more of a voice in the sport, Hot Boxing Minute, because he has a way of saying shit that remind you that, like, that shit is not really like that, right? If you go to a boxing gym, you got boxers from all over the world in a boxing gym, bro. Some of them gonna be from Mexico, some of them gonna be from Argentina, some of them gonna be from Eastern Europe. Obviously, some of them gonna be from right here in the US of A. And it's a reminder that That internet shit is not real though. Like, no, you don't even talk like that. You do not talk like that to people in real life. The shit you be all this bitch like, yo, dog, like, chill, fam. Like, I don't even use it.
He needs to jump on the live sometime. He needs to jump on the live sometime and chop it up with this.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's a good dude. I hope his channel grow because it's like, yo, fam, shit is not like that in real life. Like, and that's the internet, and that's how you can tell. That's why I know Southpaw, you just spend a lot of time on the internet because the etiquette, the way you just carry yourself like somebody who's not in any immediate danger. And the only way you could not be in any immediate danger carrying on that way is if you're nowhere but the internet.
If you're behind
Hot box a minute, I just subscribed to your channel, bro.
Yeah, bro, he needs to jump on sometime and chop it up with this.
Real shit, yo. Like, I'm like, yo, because I'm like, I just be thinking, I've heard him say things that I know for a fact, like, fam, you can't just be nowhere talking like that, bro. Motherfuckers will finish your ass over some shit.
Yeah,
bro.
you gotta come out of something. Like, you gotta either come with some hands or blood or something.
But that's a death wish, man. That's a mental instability for real, though. You have to want to have harm on yourself if you're asking for that. Honestly.
Well, not only that, nowadays people shoot before they fight. So, man, motherfucker end up dead. You know.
I'm just, yo, look. Even at the height of Maypac, right? I had a friend. We used to argue about this shit all the time. It was I was a Mayweather fan. He's a big Pacquiao fan, man. It used to bug me out that he was a Pacquiao fan because he's kind of like the opposite of Pacquiao. Like Pacquiao tried to be a man of God, da 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 da.
Yeah.
He was like kind of like the opposite of that, but he's a big Pacquiao fan. We used to argue. Yo, we was about to come to blows over that. You know what I mean? But even that, it was like, yo, you come to your senses. You come, like, bro.
You're gonna fist fight a man over a boxing opinion. I mean, for real.
Look, the night that Floyd beat Cotto, right? Check the shit. I was in a house full of Puerto Ricans. I'm the only dude. My man that brought me to the house, right? He black and Puerto Rican. Everybody in the crib Puerto Rican. I'm the only dickhead. I didn't know that. I'm going for Floyd. He too good for Cotto.
Yo.
And you got out of the house
almost caught a razor.
Yo, motherfucker, I felt that shit. I felt the temperature cool in the room.
The tension in the room.
You know what I mean?
I would have been stepping the fuck out the back door.
Edgar Berlanger's father was there.
Yo, listen, I felt that shit, right?
Yeah, somebody was gonna bite you, dude.
And I felt that shit. But it was like on some respectful type shit too. Cause once again, I'm very nice person to talk to. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna violate you. I ain't gonna be obnoxious. I'm not like that. I'm mad cool. Yo, I just think Mayweather's a better boxer. You know what I mean? I like Cotto.
We'll try to have that argument with a bunch of irrational drunk Puerto Rican guys that they got their ass kicked though.
And when yo, the whole fucking room got quiet. It's late in the fight. Mayweather backing up. He's still giving him the shoulder. Walk him into the uppercut. Cotto legs go a little bit. Like, yeah.
You know, at that point in time, Jules, I'm looking at my watch and going, man, I got to get up early tomorrow. I got to work.
Everybody in the room's pissed off and looking at you.
Now peep it. The fight is over. The decision is read. The outcome is exactly what I said it would be. We go outside, smoke a cigarette. Yo, man, that was a good fight. I really feel like fighting. You see what I mean? Like,
nah. I feel like fighting you. The representation of like what I don't like in this moment.
Yeah. And once again, smooth it out, bro. Chill, you need to calm down, fam.
No, that's when you said, yeah.
Bro, Dominican and a Puerto Rican fighting, you gotta break that shit up because y'all gonna be there for 3 hours.
Listen, this is what I said. Chill, fam. Smoke another cigarette. You need to calm down. You're not a boxer. That's it. You're not a boxer. Calm down.
That was your polite way of saying, listen, if you don't want to end up like the dude in the ring, have a cigarette, calm down, tamper your emotions.
It's it's life is fun, bro, and it's shit. So I understand that the energy on the internet, it's a combination of things. You are actually angry that you can't have your way with the person that you're talking to. You are actually angry, but you're saying what you're saying without a filter because you know in here you're devoid of consequence. So you can take it to that next level. You'll say things that are next level without the consequences.
Right.
If you said those things next level with
if you
someone
were there in
else.
person,
People don't talk like that. Even look, man, I done seen motherfuckers get in some real shit, and they didn't even say the shit that you see on the internet. The shit you see on the man, fuck your mother and your dog and your goldfish and your ancestors and your father and your mother, right? Motherfuckers don't talk like that. One thing though, one tense word will set the whole shit ablaze. But there's still a level of respect, and that's where the tension comes from. That like people don't talk like that, bro. Suck dick, you bitch. Nah, nah, bro. What are you talking about?
Can you imagine? Can you imagine if people had to walk around and like say the shit they did on the internet to each other? Man, there would be bodies after bodies. There'd be violence, domestic violence,
Look, there was a thing that broke out in the comments earlier today. The dude, I was having a conversation with the dude, and once again, I'm not this. I don't
want to cut you off. Where did you have this conversation? Can you preach?
It's on my page. It's on my page, and it's about it's about what a 50-50 fight is. You know, when the bookmakers call a fight a 50-50 fight. There was a random guy pops up in my shit. He starts going yeah, and he started just going my shit. He said a couple of things that it's like off top, and I'm like, I'm not gonna respond to that because I know you don't talk like that to people, and I'm gonna just stick to the subject because I'm mature enough and smart enough to know yada yada yada. And it's not about me and our interaction. Our interaction was actually more or less more cordial. It's when this other guy joined. Stuck fucking dick sucking ass bitch. Fuck you, you bitch ass hoe. It's like, yo, dog, y'all don't talk like that. I know you don't walk around. I know you don't walk around talking like I know you don't. Nobody does. Nobody. So it's like that kind of is the tell that like, oh, well, this is like an escape for you to be that avatar.
Well, that's that dude bagging groceries and taking the little old lady out, helping her put her groceries in her car, stocking shelves. He's got to take that frustration out. He's going to do that online.
I tell you, man. I know. Listen, I know, motherfucker, man. You tell them to suck some dick, you gonna die.
Yeah, they're gonna fold you in half. Yeah,
like
you're gonna be.
You talk to certain motherfuckers. You tell them some shit like that, man. They gonna mess you up.
You're gonna need a wheelchair,
man.
I'm not Rambo. I just say it's Pete. You can't talk to people like that.
Man,
that's all I'm saying.
Let me tell you a quick story because you'll appreciate this, and I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. So I went down. I was in Oklahoma back in August. That's when Comey fighted Peraza. If you remember that fight, right?
Yeah.
Pretty nice undercard. I wanted to see Keyshawn in person. No, not Keyshawn. I'm sorry, his brother. And then Torres was fighting on that fight. There was a really, really good undercard, right? So I go down there, my wife, we go down there, we get the tickets and everything. Bob walks past us. You kind of give him his heads up, whatever. You're having some beers, having a good time, right? So who's the dude that lost to, I can't say his name right. The dude who ended up losing to Sanchez. He like 2 fights ago. He lost the dude, the cat from Africa.
Ajagba.
Ajagba fighting. And so we saw him the day before. Ajagba's about 6'6", 6'5", 6'4", really good shape. Not a guy that you would want to meet anywhere in anger. So what I noticed is these guys are fighting on the other cards, and a lot of the dudes were coming, and after they fought, they kind of sat like, with their team, they sat in, they're watching the other fights, right? So you kind of give them a wave and nice fight, etc. Well, there's this dude in front of us, right? And there's just 3 guys, and they're going to be, you can tell before they even sit down, they've had a couple of pops, right? Maybe they had some illegal things in their body prior to sitting down, right? And they're loud and boisterous, and they're just kind of acting, out of order, if you will. So Ajagba has this fight. He fights this dude. I think he beats him in like in 3 rounds. You know, Jagba comes down. He's a pretty quiet guy, normal dude. Where there's this guy like just sitting in front of us, right? And he's running his mouth. And he's probably about 2 to 3 hours into this whole situation. He makes the decision. You know, he's talking to Jagba first initially, and he's being cordial. But he's that loud guy that you don't want to be friends with, right? The guy you don't want to be friends with when he has too much beer, talks too much shit. He makes the decision right then and there that he doesn't like a Jagba in the way that he's interacting with him. He's not giving him enough attention. This dude stands up and starts swinging on a professional boxer. We're talking about a dude who works like in a warehouse. This dude stands up in the middle of the stands in front of Bob Arum, in front of all of these people, other boxers, and makes a decision that he's going to have a fist fight with the dude who just climbed out of a ring and bodied another professional fighter.
Well, I know a Jagba had to have knocked him out with one punch.
No. A Jagba, being intelligent, realized, I don't want to get myself in trouble. I don't want to be in a situation where I'm going to go to jail. He calmly gets up. He says a couple of words to the dude, and there's some tense moments. The ushers come down. They kind of break it up. But I just thought to myself, this guy was about 35 pounds overweight. Looks like he hasn't committed himself to any sort of physical activity in the last 6 months. And this man wanted to fist fight a professional boxer right there in the stands. The point being is these motherfuckers are crazy and will do crazy shit.
And then the real thing is, if you react and you play into it, you'll be wrong. If you give into, which is why I tell all of you, there's no reason to make fun of that art man kid. Leave him alone. There's honest to God, there's no reason to do. There is nothing to gain. Honest to God, like gets his account.
No, and all it does is give him attention that he wants, whether it's negative.
Not just attention that he wants, but have a heart. That's what I'm saying. Have a heart. That
you're helping him by not interacting with him.
Yeah, just leave him alone. Leave him alone. Don't. And sometimes even I forget because I'm human. Well, mostly human.
Mostly beer.
But leave him alone. Leave him alone.
But can you imagine the amount of narcissism, the amount of alcohol or illegal substances you would have to have in your body that you're going to stand up being a normal dude and you're trying to fist fight a professional boxer in the middle of some stands?
Yeah, I'm gonna give you another story.
Wow.
Here's a story, right? So there's a cop bar in Hamilton Heights, which is in between Harlem, Washington Heights. Washington Heights is where all the Oyes are, my people. Hamilton Heights is in between. Still a bunch of Oyes there. There's a cop bar. The cop, he walks over us. Right? And I'm a happy drunk. I've always been a happy drunk. Cop comes over. I
don't want to interrupt. You're at the bar, right? You're at the cop bar, correct?
Yeah, at the cop bar. I'm at the cop bar. The fucking cop, right? He starts saying the N-word, but not in a way where no hard R. He's just trying to be cool. The dude next to me, and he bought the pop. I'm like, yo, fam, my God, stop. I don't care. That's a cop, my God. Instant felony. Gotta calm him down. Alcohol has a way of just like, fam, do you not understand? You can't do that. This is a cop. You can't do that. I don't care what the fuck hard R, no hard. Calm the fuck down. Spent 30 minutes on that shit. Calm down, fam. Calm down. I don't care what he said. You can't hit him. I don't care. You hit him, we're all done. You know what I mean?
Now it's in a cop bar, so there's got to be a bunch of other cops there too. So he's not going to get a felony. He's going to get his ass whooped by a bunch of police officers.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, and I don't know what it. I don't know, man. I feel like it's like super soldier serum almost. Like it just enhances what you already are. Because some of these guys, some people, I see them get drunk. I'm like, what are you doing? I get drunk. I'm trying to get laid or go to sleep.
Or both.
But some people, man, I'm like, I don't know what the fuck you got going on inside that you think this is a good idea. Even as far as drunk shit goes, this is not a good idea. Like, the fuck? Mm-mm-mm.
Yeah, I remember the last time I was in New York, Jules, I actually stayed at a hostel in Harlem. And me and a buddy, we went on the subway at night. Luckily, my buddy was a Puerto Rican dude. There was a bunch of like dudes on there, man. It was like a big, huge group, like about like 15 of them. And I'm thinking to myself in the back of my mind, if my buddy didn't look Puerto Rican and they didn't think we were, we might be getting our asses jacked right now, you know?
I'm trying like not to exaggerate things, but you kind of iterated it perfectly that you don't want to stand out. In a nutshell, you don't want to stand out. Just blend, chill, be quiet, blend. Cause shit is terrible, man. Like shit is just and I spoke to my sisters because they still live up there. I moved. They still live up there. They tell me, yo, it's bad, yo. It's like, nah, it's worse, man. Like it's like 80s type shit. Like it's bad. Like it's
and a lot of people don't understand how bad New York was in the late 70s and 80s. They made that movie.
That shit was like a dystopia.
Yeah, if you remember that movie, The Warriors, man, like back in the day when they had those
Taxi
gangs
Driver.
Whatever.
Hey,
but
you know what? LA was that way too, though. In the 70s.
But I'm gonna say LA was worse. I'm gonna say LA was worse because one of the worst standoff shootouts between criminals and a police officer or police officers was in LA, bro. When them dudes went out there, them two dudes
robbed the bank,
all that Kevlar and all them shotguns. The police did not know what to do with these two motherfuckers. They didn't know what to do. I believe.
You mean with all the numbers they couldn't beat them? With all the numbers
this my understanding. And please correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding is that special weapons and tactics were developed because of these two dudes.
Right.
That SWAT teams. At the SWAT, Special Weapons and Tactics, was developed because of this standoff with these two dudes that would break.
Was that the one where they had the dude like in body armor and he's behind
yes,
the North Hollywood shootout.
Fam, yeah, I remember that well.
Kevlar from head to toe, and they was popping them.
Yeah, and that big dude was behind this car, laying on the back of it and shooting like crazy with the shotgun at the cops. I remember that. That was wild, dude.
All I'm gonna say is that look, I lived in New York, all right, through a lot of eras, but LA is LA, bro. They was just on some different shit over there, bro. It was just different shit in LA, man, because it wasn't no shit like that. Like, nah, fam. Like, these two motherfuckers was holding it down against a whole fucking army of cops.
And the cops were having a hard ass time, man. They were like shooting them, but it wasn't penetrating, and they were just, man. It was
because they had all that fucking Kevlar, bro. Like they was the two dudes was literally getting shot, but they was draped head to toe in Kevlar, so they couldn't stop them dudes.
Big Kevlar too.
It's my understanding that Special Weapons and Tactics, SWAT, was literally developed because of that standoff. They're like, fam, you can't just come at these cats with knives, man.
Wildcard King says they were Marines. I believe it.
Bro, you were describing like Bud Crawford's skin. It's made of Kevlar, man. That dude can't. That's why he can't get dropped.
Rob, get out of here with that,
that's
man.
What it is, man.
With that shit, man. But yeah, it's my understanding. I don't, and I just remember that reading that because of all the difficulties with that situation, that it was so difficult for the LAPD to contain it, they couldn't even deal with the firepower that these two lone gunmen had. They had to develop special weapons and tactics off of that, because it's like, yo, fam, these just two guys brought it to a standstill off of this shit. You know what I mean?
That was
LA is LA, man. Yeah. Like, I don't compare nothing to LA. Like, I ain't never been through no shit like that. Like, that's just some different shit. And NYPD, New York, if you live there, you come to understand that the NYPD is a gang. There's this precinct every 7 blocks. You ain't getting away. Unless you motherfucking Neo, Keanu Reeves, you ain't getting away. No. You better not do shit. Better chill out. Right?
Because if you even get 8
Did
blocks,
you?
the other precincts come
Were
and
you
take
alive
it.
when that Larry Davis shit happened, where he like shot it out with the cops in New York?
What year?
I forget what year. I think it was like in like '86 or some shit.
In '86, I was a child. I was alive, but I was a child. I had no concept of what. I didn't even speak English in '86.
I heard of it, but
Whoa,
I
you
mean,
didn't
I
speak
was
English
I
in
was
'86? When did you learn English then?
'89.
How
Just
long
before.
How long before you learned English? Not to get personal.
No. It's I said it before. Spanish is my first language.
No, I know that, but I mean, like, obviously you spoke Spanish.
I'm gonna say based on memory, because I learned English from television, literally from television.
Bro, facts. That's how my brother learned it, and that's how I picked it up.
I was watching. Listen,
what age
I
do
was.
you think you
I
learned?
was watching Kojak, Telly Savalas. I was watching
We love you,
Columbo.
baby.
I'm telling, but real shit. Like if I'm being real, the way I learned English was hearing it on TV. The way I learned to write it was my sisters and them. They taught me it. But I learned English off of television. My first language is Spanish.
Bro, facts.
So bang, I learned it off of TV. In '86, I could not speak English.
Yeah, I was, man, at that time, I was about 18, maybe 17, 18 when that shit went on.
Yeah, I didn't speak English at that time, bro.
Like legitimately, my wife said the same thing. She can understand English really well, but she didn't have the capacity to speak it. Were you in that place then that you could understand it?
No. I didn't speak it. I did.
But could you understand it? I'm saying, could you understand it?
No,
if someone spoke.
No. It was foreign. It was foreign, like foreign. The only reason I learned how to speak English is 2 reasons, which is why I exposed my children to it. Saturday morning cartoons. That's how I learned.
Crazy, bro. I don't see because I don't even remember how I learned that. I just remember watching TV and my brother picking it up, and then I started learning that shit, and he would like teach me how to write it out.
How I learned
Spanish. That's you said it. It's osmosis, bro. It's not. Nobody sat down and told me all these different words, and then I'm gonna just remember what all the different words mean. Like this means TV. This means this.
Yeah.
No, it was osmosis. You hear the shit and you look at the screen and you understand what's going on in the screen, and then you attach the words to what's going on the screen. It ain't nobody sitting down telling you all this different shit.
That's how I learned more bits and pieces of Spanish.
Yeah,
even though I should speak it by now, is by watching Telemundo, man.
My wife doesn't speak
I
English
love
at all.
watching the soccer games, because the guys, they get one little hit and they fall down like they got shot. And it's funny.
No, but legitimately, if you want to learn a language, if it really is your aim to learn a language, forget what's in the book. Well, no, don't forget what's in the book. Watch TV.
Conversational, like legitimately, not to share
Watch
my story,
TV because you need to attach the words to the situation, and you don't want to get stuck on how the words are being pronounced, how the words are being conjugated. You just need to attach the words to the situation. Because by the time I got to the first grade, this is the craziest shit. I get to the first grade, I get a certificate because of how well my English is. That's how well I knew it by the time I got it.
Facts. We had AR. I was like a 20-time AR accelerated reading champion.
We had ESL.
I didn't even know that Telemundo meant world television until after I started watching.
I get to the first grade, right? I was put in a class because of my last name, which I will not say. It's not a common name by any stretch of the imagination. Nowhere in this hemisphere is it a common name. You won't find it. If you look up my name, literally you will find me. That's how uncommon it is. I was put in the class for the Spanish kids, right, that need to learn English in elementary school. And I already spoke English. The whole fucking class don't speak English. Bang, I speak that shit. I get certificate. I go to fucking middle school, they do the same shit, not knowing, this person speaks English fine. I'm in all these fucking ESL classes. Until my teacher tells me one day to read some shit. And she like, you speak English? Yes. I've always spoken English.
What am I doing here?
Always spoke in English.
And Julius said, "I'm a Capricorn, bitch. Get me out of here."
Dude,
And then from then on, yo, I swear to God, and it was for me, it was traumatic because I had friends. For me, it was traumatic because I had friends in the class that I never got to see again after that.
Yeah.
They took me from the ESL class to the regular class in the middle of the school year. These are people that I've known, yeah, and now I'm like, you out of that, and they put you in the regular shit. It was completely different. It was, yo, I swear to God, it was like culture shock. You know what I mean?
I can just see them asking, "Do you speak English?" You're like, "What country do you think this is?"
Yo, I said, yo, I told her, I was like, I never forgot that moment. Because that was like a movie moment. I was like, yeah, I speak English. Then why you never said? Because you never asked.
That's like some comedy type shit.
Oh, on God. It was just on God. It was just like you never asked. This is the first time you asked me to read anything in English. I've always known English.
But it's osmosis for real. But like, you know, the thing is, I met my wife on vacation. Don't matter where I met her, but I met her. She, to this day, she doesn't speak any English. She speaks very little English. But like going through the quote unquote dating process of being with somebody who doesn't speak your first language, like one day I didn't speak any Spanish. And then suddenly after some time, that shit just started clicking. It's just like, I know what that means. I know how to say it. I may not say it perfect, but it is. It's awesome.
I'll learn Chinese is the ass is bad
When I
enough.
went to El Salvador back in '93, I started picking it up, and the next thing you know,
telling you, it's pure osmosis, and it's because you hear this, like nobody. And I told this to my wife because she got mad at me over the Spanish. I'm like, you have to understand, because you don't speak Spanish. I don't have nobody to bounce it off of. I could sit here and tell my son. I could sit here and tell my daughter all these words in Spanish, and they won't remember it the next day because nobody's speaking it in the house. It's not the same thing. You can't sit
not sparring.
Exactly.
It's a lifestyle.
You can't sit like I could sit here and tell you today. This means table. This means bottle. This means couch. This means chair. This means table. This time tomorrow, you don't forgot that shit.
But if you say silla, sofa, vaso,
if you hear, I'm gonna tell you the secret. If you hear C for 6 months, if you hear C, you know that means yes. If you hear no, you know that means no. If you hear that for 6 months, you keep hearing people say that shit around you, you're gonna pick it up. Exactly. But ain't nobody gonna sit here and sit down with you and say, yeah, this means box, and this means this, and this means, and you gonna remember all. No, you not. It's application. That's how I learned to speak English, watching TV. On the TV, you have the images and the words, so you can apply the words to the situation.
You know what? There's some language programs that are like that too. They were online.
No, they are. Look, there are good language programs. Like I had a decent French teacher. Wasn't the best. I had a decent French teacher. I understood it. Like I got it. But French is an annoying fucking language to speak. Like it just is, bro. I don't want to speak from my nose, bro. I'm just that's how you have to speak French. From your nose. I don't want to talk like that. I don't want to talk like that. So that was always a problem for me. But you know what I mean? Like it's like, yeah, application is everything though. All seriousness. If you want to learn a different language, just watch TV shows, hear audio, because it's the application that teaches you this shit, not no shit in a book. And that shit in the book, like, bruh, ain't no motherfucker going to sit here and read all these words and remember them tomorrow. No.
Let me ask you a question.
You're going to remember the important shit. The important shit is what you're going to remember. The
the important shit.
Julius, in all seriousness, if you started talking to your wife today in Spanish and you only spoke to her,
she would know.
Exactly. People ask me at my job, how did you start learning to speak Spanish? I said the easiest way that I learned it is I married or dated somebody who doesn't speak my language. I don't have an option. If I want to communicate with her, I have to speak Spanish. I didn't have a choice. It came to me.
Yeah.
Because of that.
But that's how it is, though. That's like language, not to get too deep. Language is not complex. It's not as complex as people make it out to be. It's like a lot of things. It's all about application. Everything literally starts at application when you start applying what little bit you know. If you know what yes means and you know what no means and you know how to say it, when you start there, you actually have something to build off of. Most people don't apply anything of what they know. Language is different because you're hearing it. Whether you want to hear it or you don't want to hear it, you're hearing it. Yep. So it's like if you're a kid and you don't know English, but you're in an English-speaking country, you're going to hear it. And you're going to start to put it together yourself. My wife and I, we had a debate about it that, oh, you don't try. I'm like, yo, you don't get it. And you're not going to get it. That I cannot sit here with my kids and tell them every word. They need to hear me talk to someone regularly, talk to them in this language for them to pick it up. Because there's no way in hell I can sit here and say bottle, TV, box, chair, table, light, picture. No, they're not going to pick that up. It's the application that they pick up. There are certain words they know instinctively. They're going to pick them up like, okay, this means yes, this means no, this means maybe, this means good, this means bad. And they'll construct the language within themselves together because I know that's how I did it. It wasn't because somebody sat down and told me all these words. No, people don't learn languages that way. Like, yeah, this person told me all these words and I just so happen to remember all of them. Nobody learns languages that way. Fuck out of here. But yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, shout out to Hot Boxing who says Jules dropping jewels. Be kind to Art Man, for he knows not what he does. That's absolutely true. Don Juan said cops now have AR-15s after that bank job. That's absolutely true. Yep. Absolutely. And yeah, man. I mean, languages like I ain't going front. I really tried to learn French, but I'm like, what stopped me from learning that shit? I cannot talk from my nose, bro. And you have to with French. You have to. If you're gonna learn French, nah, bro. I can't take this shit seriously. That's what stopped me from learning that shit. You have to talk from your nose. If you don't talk from your nose, it's not going to work. With Spanish, you talk from your tongue. With English, you talk from your tongue.
My only problem is, even though I should speak Spanish fluently, is that I can't roll my damn tongue.
All you got to do is take it. Look, if you want to learn how to, let me help you with that. If you want to learn how to roll your tongue so you can roll your R's, take the tip of your tongue, stick it on the back of your two front teeth, and push. That's it. It's not hard.
That's it?
That's it. You take the tip of your tongue, stick it on the back of your two teeth, and push. That's
another
it.
thing,
upper
country,
or lower?
Another thing, country, is you have to be comfortable with accepting that you're going to make mistakes.
Oh, I am. I'm not worried about that part. But Jules, upper or lower teeth though?
Lower teeth. No. It's the teeth. It's your two front teeth, but on the bottom of your two front teeth, not at the roof of your mouth. The bottom of the two front teeth. The r is at the bottom.
Okay.
That r sound, right? You can make that sound by taking the tip of your tongue, putting it at the bottom of your two front teeth, and just push. You push the air out, and that'll make the drilling sound.
I'll have to practice that. Thank you.
But that's what but that's literally what it is. It's a practice. It's just practice. But French, nah, bro. I can't. I really. That was my first year in college, and I really tried. I'm like, bro, I can't talk from my nose the whole motherfucking time, bro. That's too hard.
That's why we didn't get the Mayweather Hamadouche interview.
That's why, bro. I love Mayweather, by the way. Mayweather's a bad motherfucker, man.
She's a beast.
I think that's kind of what made me gravitate towards the sport is the stories. If you think about Mayweather, for example, Mayweather's a fucking superhero, bro. She's a fucking cop.
She's a full-time cop.
She's a fucking cop that moonlights as a championship level boxer. She's a fucking superhero.
Imagine getting busted by her and you get in the scrap with her when she busts you.
That's kind of it's those kinds of stories that made me gravitate towards the sport. They're like, wow, this is unreal, bro. You got a legitimate police officer that moonlights as a championship boxer. That's crazy.
Yeah, she won a medal. She actually like won like some sort of like medal because she saved an immigrant. Like she saved some young immigrant's life who got like hit by a car or some shit. Like, she's a bad lady.
And I'm gonna tell you, just like Lucy Fire Dodd said, I knew Delphine Persoon is a cop. Even the chick that Mayweather Hamadouche beat the fuck out of on her debut Matchroom show, I forgot the girl's name, but she's a fucking cop. And when you read these stories, bro, it's like, fam, this is some real superhero shit, bro. That's why I got a deep admiration for Katie Taylor. How did you want to win an Olympic medal for women's boxing when there was no women's boxing? That's some inspirational shit. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. You ain't even got a medal to win. You don't have. When she started dreaming about that shit, it didn't exist. That's some inspirational shit. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. That's some inspiration. It wasn't no women's boxing when she started boxing, bro. You couldn't win a medal in women's boxing when she started boxing. That's crazy to me. Inspirational shit. Yeah, I heard Sugar Hill was a cop. He give me cop energy though, because he know how to talk. Cops be knowing how to talk. They know how to get you, they know how to make you jam yourself up. That's how I know Sugar Hill was a cop, because he talked like that. When I seen his interview with somebody was interviewing him, I forgot who, and I watched him. I'm like, yo, this dude used to be a cop.
There was one interview where they were trying to press him, and he's just sitting there like chilling, like, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
that you know which one? I know which one, because that's the one where I'm like, yo, this dude used to be a cop.
Yeah.
Hey, Jules, tell me something, man. So what was your very first experience that got you into boxing?
Chavez Camacho. The whole block was block. Listen, my guy, I was a Chavez guy. I ain't give two shits.
Oh, same here.
Legit. Even that, yo, I swear to God, Julio, I don't know how the fuck I knew so much about Chavez in Harlem, because ain't no way that should have happened. Listen to me. By all rights, I should have been a Camacho guy. I don't know how it came to be that I was a Chavez guy. Because
Chavez was a badass, bro.
Peep where I'm at though. I'm in New York City in the 80s, my guy.
Yeah, PR Central, pretty much.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like, I shouldn't have been a Chavez guy, but I knew
you weren't very popular amongst those guys.
I'm just telling you, most of the crib was Camacho. And I was like, nah, Chavez is that fucking dude, bro.
Wasn't he from Harlem too? Like specifically Harlem?
He was from East Harlem, yeah. He was from East Harlem, El Barrio. And yo, I swear to God, on a stack of Bibles, I was a Chavez. I don't know how it happened. To this day, I cannot explain it. But I was like, nah, my dude Chavez gonna win that shit, B. He gonna win that shit. And I was a Chavez dude, B. I just don't understand. Like, how the fuck was I rooting for Chavez if I'm in New York in the 80s and most of New York is full of Puerto Rocks and Dominicans?
Hey,
but I was Mayweather Cotto, same shit.
Hey, Julio, how about you? What was your first one?
My first boxing memory. So I was named after Julio Cesar Chavez. This is my dad. My dad's not Mexican; he's Central American, but he immigrated after the Civil War. He immigrated to Los Angeles, where like and one of the first boxing matches he went to was De La Hoya Chavez. So he named me after the dude who got his ass whooped. So yeah, shout out to him.
Chavez was past his
prime. Yeah, I know. But like really, like he said, yeah, I decided to. I was man, I'm gonna name my next son Chavez.
That's Chavez because of that fight. Because of that fight, that's why I decided I'm gonna hate Oscar forever because he beat my
I was
dude
pretty mad.
Chavez.
I was pretty mad at Oscar about that one.
I
Hey
was
Rob,
mad
what about
about
you,
that
man?
shit.
Hey Rob, what about you, dude? What was your first experience? Rob? Oh, there you go. Hello.
He went in and out.
Rob, you cut out, man. If you can hear us.
I'm sorry. Can you guys hear me? I apologize.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
No. So my first fight that I actually remember, I was 10 years old. It was when Michael Spence climbed inside the ring and he was looking all worried right before Mike Tyson whooped his ass. That's the fight that really set me off. That's when I realized that I love boxing. I realized that Mike Tyson was the baddest motherfucker on the planet. Is whenever when he won against Michael Spence in the first
Let me say
round.
this. Let me say this about Mike. This is the shit about Mike, right? Mike was always in the background. If you an 80s baby or you a 90s baby, Mike was already a cultural icon. The measure of your ability to even fight was Mike Tyson. That's how much embedded he was in the culture in those days. Like Mike is that dude, bro. Like if you out here knocking motherfuckers out, who they gonna compare you to?
Mike Tyson. They do that today, but honestly, people do not understand what he transcended. When they talk about Wilder and how big of a puncher he is, Wilder couldn't carry Mike Tyson's briefcase in the 80s.
Listen, man. So one day we get ourselves a Nintendo. One of the first games that we get ourselves is Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, right? To this day, I have not beaten Mike.
No.
Because of that game.
That's a hard thing to do on that game, man.
Listen,
everybody was losing to Mike.
Country, you know, beating Mike, like I don't know how you beat Mike in that game. And because of that, and watching the tapes, like, because remember, everything back then was tapes. A lot of times you wasn't watching shit live. Like a lot of shit was on tapes.
Right.
Motherfuckers had tapes. I seen the tapes of the Frazier fight, the Marvis Frazier fight, the motherfucking Trevor Berbick fight. Bruh, I legitimately thought, yo, this dude is Achilles, bro. You can't beat between that and the game. You can't beat this dude, bro. So when he lost to Buster Douglas, yo, that shit was unreal, bro. That shit was unreal.
I'm not gonna lie. To this day, when I watch that fight, I still don't believe Mike's gonna lose. Honestly, to this day, when I watch it,
can I tell you something? I've seen that fight. I'm gonna tell you how bad it was for me. I count on one hand how many times I've seen that fight, and I'm damn near 40. I cannot watch that shit.
It's tough.
Yeah,
I
was like,
him stumbling around trying to grab his mouthpiece, not having a clue what's going on. Yeah, man, it's hard.
I was late for work for that fight. I got in trouble with my boss.
on some really for real shit. That is a fight. That's like Ali Berbick. I can't watch that shit.
Oh yeah, no, it was a shock. It was a huge shock, man. I mean, like for me, you know what? When I was a kid, ABC Wild World of Sports, Foreman, Ali, Frazier were all fighting on TV at separate times.
You know what's crazy? That was a time where you could tune into a boxing match in the afternoon. You could tune into a boxing match on regular TV in the afternoon. Yeah. And it'll be some motherfuckers throwing down.
I grew up watching all that shit, dude. I mean, I was a little kid back then, but I grew up watching all that. And that's what got me into boxing was, and I've always, Foreman's like my favorite, but also Ali's right there with him. Frazier's right under those two. I mean, I love Frazier too, but Ali and Foreman were like my two first, like, inspirations for the sport. I mean, what better could you ask for?
But you know what that says, though, honestly, sorry to interrupt. You know what this says about boxing, though, is that boxing never outgrew. Like, boxing is still popular. People love hand-to-hand combat. That just tells you and shows that the promoters, the networks, the people in charge fuck this sport up. Because people who are passionate about the sport still love this sport. It's wrong within the organizations who run the sport, honestly.
They were once considered like mythical people. Like one of my first memories of boxing, so I would once I got into it, So I was a kid during the Mayweather Pacquiao era. So shit wasn't really popping like that. I didn't really understand anything about the sport outside of them two. But then I started like learning more about it, and like I started researching, and the same name would always pop up because I wanted to find out. So who's the best of all time? So this name always kept popping up. This guy, Roy Jones Jr.
Oh yeah.
And when I got my first job out of high school, there was this old head at my job who like never retired. And I asked him, so who's the best fighter you ever seen? He said Sugar Ray Robinson. That's how old this dude was. He said, yeah, I saw Sugar Ray Robinson at the end of his career. I saw him live.
Dude,
and then I asked him, all right, who can I see? Like, who can I watch that was the closest to him then from the modern era? And he said Roy Jones Jr. And so I'm like, so just ever since then, I've been fascinated with Roy Jones, even though I never lived through any of his fights. I went back and I tried to find every single one of them.
The closest I came to the Mike Tyson experience, because if you were a kid in the 80s, Mike Tyson was fucking immortal, bro. Like, I ain't no word for that shit. And the closest I came to the Mike Tyson experience, I was already a little bit grown. And the closest I came to Mike Tyson was Roy motherfucking. The dude was just like, bro, how the fuck did you do that?
Bro, that's exactly how he would talk about Roy Jones.
I gotta tell you guys, I feel really privileged though, because man, I've been able to sit through several eras of boxing, man. I went dude, like Hagler Hearns, I remember that fight like it was yesterday. I had 30 to 40 people packed in my living room. It was so freaking hot. I had to open every window in there. Everybody came to watch the fight, man.
Bro, but that's, you know what the funny shit is? That's all my memories of boxing. Literally, that's all my memories of boxing. When it was fight parties, bro, the whole block would come. The whole block. Like,
man.
And you had to bring something. You got to bring some beers, some liquor, some weed, or whatever. But that was it, bro. Like, motherfucker, it'd be 50 motherfuckers, 60 motherfuckers in one apartment.
You know what?
The closest thing I ever got to that since I'm like younger was when Marquez knocked out Pacquiao. The whole neighborhood was in the same
see all the great fighters throughout the decades, bro. That was really what I feel privileged about, because I've got to see so many great fighters that were just that, in great fights because of that. And it's just like, I absolutely love it. And that's why I'm still going today in boxing, man, even though it's not as good as it was. It's like, damn, man. I mean,
like I have like severe, like, damn, I fucking missed out. Because literally everyone I ever asked from who were older than me, like way older than me, as old as the guy I used to work with, they would all say the same thing. Man, when Roy Jones Jr. was in his prime, that was the best fight I've ever seen.
Yeah, Roy Jones is the 90s. He's a great.
Listen, let me tell you one motherfucking thing, right? By the time Roy fought John Ruiz, right, I knew about Roy. I already knew they're like, fam, this is a motherfucking middleweight trying to fight a motherfucking heavy. So I was cognizant of that. They're like, fam, this is a motherfucking middleweight trying to fight a motherfucking heavyweight. And when I watched that fight and I watched that blood trickle down John Ruiz, I'm like, yo, this motherfucker, who is this? How can you do that? He was just beating the shit out of John Ruiz. I'm like, bro, even then I knew, like, yo, this shit is not normal, bro. Motherfucker,
people would describe him like, I would talk to old heads about boxing. They describe him like he was one of the archangels. Like, this motherfucker slayed Satan or some shit. The way they describe how he fought. And the dude, when I asked the guy, he without skipping a beat, because I asked him, like, so who's the closest to Sugar Ray Robinson that I can actually watch without skipping a beat? Oh, he's just like, oh, Roy Jones.
Have you gone back and watched his videos, man? If you watch his old fights, it's like poetry. It's like an artist. The man is an artist, like a surgeon.
And you can see how he's influenced so many modern boxers.
Capricorn is what he is. But that's besides the point.
Hey, Jules, I just wanted to remind you because I just thought of it. I asked you a question back in Spaces a couple weeks back. I asked you what the, ¿cómo se dice shovel? Shovel in Spanish is pala. I asked my wife, pala. So we both learned a new word, pala. Is shovel.
Yo, listen, B, I'm going to tell you what. Before I cook, because I just looked at the time. Yo, it's damn near 2 a.m.
This has been the live of all lives.
This is a long one, bro.
You know what? That's the fucking beer, bro. Because I lose track of time with the goddamn
Spence mode.
Spence mode.
Yeah, you are, man. You're gonna go out and you're gonna flip an Oldsmobile or something.
Yeah, you came in the stream slandering Spence, and now you turned into him.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm gonna fucking flip into the bed. But check the shit.
You go, hey,
like,
hey, not to interrupt. You gonna rub some ass though? Are you gonna flip in bed and rub ass?
Nah, it's fucking. What day is today? Thursday.
Thursday. Admit it, Jules. You enjoyed the conversation, though.
Of course,
hell
but motherfucker ain't gonna dive into no ass on no Thursday.
Hey, man,
I'm gonna
you
say,
gotta get risky sometimes. Get up in that ass on Thursday. Rub
listen, man. The closest, like I said, the closest to the Mike Tyson experience, because Mike was fucking immortal, was Roy. Like, bro, the shit that chicken wing sitting on them ropes, and then he throw that hook. I'm like, bro, how the fuck did you do that?
Who had better reflexes than Roy? Honestly, the head movement.
Nobody.
That guy's
nobody, bro.
What encapsulates it for me is this: every list I saw said, yeah, Sugar Ray Robinson, the greatest pound for pound ever, and this old motherfucker literally said it. So I asked him, yeah, who's the closest to him? Literally without skipping a fucking beat, as casual as possible. Oh yeah, go watch Roy Jones.
He's right.
And it's like, and I compare their highlights. And I'm just like, man, what the fuck? It's literally like he's reincarnated.
Yo, dog, it's a what the fuck. But I'm gonna say this: I didn't come to appreciate Robinson's greatness until I was already a man, and I could understand, like, yo, dog, this dude was ahead of his time, bro. Robinson was just he was just ahead of his time, bro. What, nobody else fighting like that? Not like Ray Robinson. He was ahead of his time. With Roy, it was in the moment, because these were fights that were happening live, you know. So with Roy, it was like, nah, I'm living that. And
you could make an argument that Sugar Ray might be the best boxer of all time. I mean, there's an argument to that. I mean, on paper, you could say he's the greatest boxer
in his
of all
prime.
time.
You know how much I wish that man would have retired after that John Ruiz fight, bro? I'm like,
No,
yo,
yeah, that's
bro,
it. He
they
would've
all
walked
say
out
that.
the GOAT.
Everyone says that.
It's
Crazy.
Because it's impossible, bro. Like, for all this Gennady Golovkin bullshit, bro, that motherfucker didn't go to heavy. Bro, that motherfucker fought a heavyweight.
And he beat an elite heavyweight for a belt. He didn't just fight a heavyweight. He beat a heavyweight
you
for a belt.
Admit, Ruiz was the weakest link in the heavyweight.
Can I say that? But country, okay, you from that era, so you know, like I know, John Ruiz was tantamount to Bermain Stavern.
Yeah, he really was.
And we're talking about how many weight classes he went up, though.
No. See, this is what I'm saying. Now, imagine if Gennady went up to heavy, bro, and he fought fucking Bermain. Even though I know it's Bermain Stavern, but Gennady is a middleweight, bro. Like,
you got to put respect on that man's name. You got to do it.
And then also his influence on style. Like, there are so many fights. So I went and watched a whole bunch of Roy Jones fights. Bro, there are so many fighters today that basically outright copy him. So, like, Loma takes a lot from Roy, I think. Fucking Crawford definitely takes some stuff from Roy. I think Alicia Baumgartner takes stuff from Roy. All the fighters we talk about on the show take shit from Roy.
All the
and this one Russian dude told me that, like, so the Soviet Union didn't always get like pay-per-view fights and shit and like HBO over there. So all the Russian like fighters, they had to get tapes, and all their tapes are from Roy Jones. And I think you see a lot of his influence on like Eastern European
why
boxing.
do you think they gave him a citizenship?
They love him
He's a
out there.
Russian citizen, for God's sakes.
Bro, Roy, like I think it kind of gets lost in the Mayweather era because of the Mayweather era stuff that, Floyd, unlike Roy, he had an unblemished record. But listen, my guy, and I love them both. That's honest to God. I appreciate Floyd, but I'm just telling you, there's not one Mayweather fight that left me awestruck like fucking Roy. Roy did shit. I'm like, yo, wow, bro. Who the fuck is this?
Inhuman. He made elite fighters look basic. That's how good he was.
I'm trying to tell, like Floyd, and Floyd was great. I firmly believe. I'm not no consolation prize. Floyd was great, but I understood Floyd that, like, yo, this dude is just nice with his angles. Floyd's strength was not power or even speed or even athleticism.
Defense.
Floyd's strength really was understanding his range and the angles. That's what he was good at. That he knew when to roll a punch. He knew when to throw a counter. He knew when to. That's what he was good at. With Roy, I'm like, yo, bro, how the fuck are you doing this?
Dude, Roy had tremendous reflexes and athletic ability. Now, he did have skills, but without that reflex and athletic ability, he wouldn't have been as great. but he had that gift, and it lasted a long time.
Well, that's what people say, is that once his athleticism kind of waned, like then the more technically fundamental fighters like Bernard Hopkins finally are able to beat him.
Oh, he became mortal then.
He was mortal. Though. It's like when you that fast and you that it's like the sharpness, like when you watch a Tyson fight, if you go back and you watch a Tyson fight from the late 80s into the early 90s, you notice the sharpness, right? That this dude is just sharp and fast.
Well, yeah, because he was under cuss and he was training and concentrating and focused.
And you look at a Roy fight, it's like, what the fuck is this man doing, bro? Like, who is this?
The best way to describe him is he's like the Willie Mays of baseball. He's the guy that had all the tools at like a 9 out of a 10. He had all the tools where, you take someone like Babe Ruth, who had a lot of power. He was a good pitcher, but he was slow. He has some deficiencies. During his prime, Roy Jones had no deficiencies. He was the perfect specimen. He was the Drago of our era, if you will.
Roy, I remember, and this is the weirdest thing because I lived through it. When Roy fought Hopkins the first time, it wasn't even a big deal. Like, I'm telling y'all, it wasn't a big deal, bro. It's a victory that aged well because of what Hopkins went on to do. It wasn't a big deal. Like, I was around for it. It wasn't that big a fight, but it aged. And
that's it.
That's how fucking good this dude was, though. Like on some, like he
he reigned for what, 10 years or something or more?
Yeah, the two other great middleweights of that era were James Toney and Bernard, and he beat both of them comfortably in their primes.
Bruh, it was just, I remember the feeling at the time, and it was just like, well, that's just some regular Roy shit. Like, that's what it felt like. Yeah, it was just some regular Roy shit, bro. Like, it's that dude, bro. In any event, I'm gonna go to sleep. It's fucking late, bro. I didn't even realize. Fucking 207 people watching this shit. Y'all motherfuckers need to go to sleep. Catch y'all in the next one.
All right, bro. Good night.
Man.